Everybody comfortable? I have 72 Gitas, 1972 original Gitas. If anybody wants, we'll be doing the Sanskrit's the same. That doesn't have Sanskrit though.
That doesn't have Sanskrit.
If anybody needs the Gita, I have this paperback.
I do, please.
So the translation will do from 72 to the Prabhupada translation?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Is that this one? It has original one.
Yeah.
Who needs one?
Yeah.
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
I'll go see it in the library.
They're both a little small.
I like get told you doesn't have
Maybe my big one is great.
Внутри скрипт.
Why do you have it on your phone though?
No, I just want to have it as a,
Принесу обязательно.
like when we're reading.
I have an extra one if anybody wants it.
So if there is one, it's okay, otherwise I can read
No, I have plenty, I brought.
Okay, just one.
Who needs?
I do, please.
If anybody doesn't have a Gita, my gift to you is this Gita today.
I'm going to get her Gita from the car. She doesn't need
It's a little small.
Some of them are challenging today.
Anybody else?
They have the Sanskrit in those?
You should know us. Okay.
Wow, and everything is also it's nice. Very nice.
One.
So one.
One. So 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Okay.
And then we restarted in the evening.
So Maharaj is going to give some invocation from
The Shankaracharya one.
Sankaracharya is Mangalacharna on Bhagavad-Gītā. And they'll also be reading from the Gita Mahatmya from Padma Purana before each chapter. There's some glorification and what is the benefit of hearing Bhagavad-Gītā. Each chapter has its own specific benefit and benediction. So we'll read something about that, and then we're going to read the Sanskrit completely through together, unanimously, right? In union together in Sanskrit. And then one devotee can take turns and read all the English by themselves, the whole chapter in English, in a flow. That way things will flow nicely.
Amazing.
So,
We can crack that window back there a little bit. Just a little. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Jutaha Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sadhana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mukam karoti vachalam pangam langayate girim Yat kripa tamaham bande Shri Gurun dinataranam. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Rakshak Shridhar Goswamin Iti Namane. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Radhikayai Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayaniti Namane. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Charja Singha Rupane Shri Srimad Bhakti Pragyana Keshaviti Namane. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namane. Shri Varshavana Videvi Dayataya Kripabdaya Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayane Prabhave Namaha. Madhurya Ujjvala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute. Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtai Dinatarane Rupanuga Virudhapa Siddhanta Dvanta Harane. Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murtai Vipralambarasam Budhe Padam Bujayate Namaha. Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sachidananda Namane Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanugavarayate. Gaura Virbhava Bhumestvam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarva Bhauma Shri Jagannataya Te Namaha. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Namo mahabhadanyaya Krishna prema pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratise Namah. He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute. Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye. Jayatam Suruto Pangor Mama Mandamater Gati Matsarvasvapadambo Jo Radha Madanamohano Divyad Vrindaranya Kalpadrumadha Shrimad Ratnagar Singhasanasto Shrimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Preshtalibhi Sevyamano Smarami Shriman Rasarasarambhi Vam Shivata Tatakstitaha Karshan Venu Sunayar Gopir Gopinata Shriyestunaha Bhaktya Vihina Aparadha Lakshay Kiptascha Kamadi Taranga Madhye Kripa Maitvam Sharanam Prapanna Vrinde Namaste Charanara Vindam. Brindai Tulsi Devai Priyai Keshavasya Cha Krishna Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavachai Namo Namah Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, on this blessed day, very auspicious day, the Sri Ekadasi Titi, Madhavi Titi, and on this day, 5,000 years ago, on this earth planet, in the place called Kurukshetra, north of New Delhi. This was the famous place of the Mahabharat battlefield. And 5,000 years ago, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of a Godhead, who descended into this world out of his causeless mercy to give mercy to all the fallen conditioned souls and to call them back, to give them the pathway by which they can again attain his lotus feet. So he spoke this message called Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. And today is the celebration day and the anniversary day of Bhagavan Sri Krishna's famous song that he sung of all the jivas. So today we are all offering our unlimited Dandavat Pranams and our Shraddha Pushpanjali at the lotus feet of our Guru Varga, of our disciplic succession of Gurus. I'm offering my Dandavat Pranams to the lotus feet of Nitya Lila Pravishta Om, books of distribution and in more than 100 different languages in the last 50 years. So this book is the authoritative version that if anyone in the Western world receives this book, Bhagavad-Gītā, as it is, they will, upon reading this book, hear directly the transcendental message coming from Bhagavan Sri Krishna. So I offered millions of dandavats at his lotus feet. Then I'm also offering my dandavat pranams and my Shraddha Pushpanjali at the lotus feet of my beloved instructing spiritual masters, Siksha Gurus, Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Sto Tarasata Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj, and Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Sto Tarasata Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. My Dandavat Pranams to the lotus feet of all of our Sri Rupanuga Guru Varga, and Dandavat Pranams to all of the Vaishnavis and all the Vaishnavas throughout the world who on this day are celebrating this glorious and happy day of the recitation of the Bhagavad-Gītā. There's too much talking in the kitchen. Maybe we can close the door since you have a speaker there.
Yeah, sorry.
So, the Bhagavad-Gītā, I just want to read a few words from Srila Bhaktivigyan Bharati Maharaj. A few words, it's very short, to introduce this day, Gita Jayanti, because he's giving a very nice little concise summary, very, very brief, on this. What is the Bhagavad-Gītā? What is the essence of the Bhagavad-Gītā? So, Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā is the essence of all of the Upanishads. There are 108 Upanishads, which are likened to a cow. Now, so the Upanishads are one section of the Vedic literature, the Vedic knowledge, very philosophical section, and there are a few hundred different Upanishads. The Bhagavad-Gītā is also included in that category as the original spoken, these called Shruti, the original Vedas, and especially Bhagavad-Gītā because it's spoken by the personality from whom all Vedic knowledge has come, Bhagavan Sri Krishna. So it is also called the Gita Upanishad, the Gita Upanishad. There are 108 Upanishads which are likened to a cow, and Sri Krishna is a cowherd boy who is milking that cow. Milk isn't produced by itself. A cow gives milk only when a calf is born to her. So in this case, the calf is Arjuna. And who is there to drink this milk? All the devotees. That means all of the devotees for the whole duration of time of the existence of this universe. This Bhagavad-Gītā is to be drunk by the devotees. So there's a verse from Gita Mahatmya. I'm going to be reading that after. Sarvo Panishado Gavo Dogda Gopalanandana Parto Vatsa Sudhir Bhokta Dugdam Gitamritam Mahat. This is written by Sri Shankaracharya. And it is telling that this Gita Upanishad, Bhagavad-Gītā, the essence of all of the Upanishads, is just like a cow. And Lord Krishna, who is famous as a cowherd boy, he is milking this cow. And Arjuna is just like a calf. And the learned scholars and the pure devotees are to drink the nectarine milk of the Bhagavad-Gītā. So the Gita is the foundational scripture. Without first studying the Bhagavad-Gītā, no one can understand any other scriptures, such as Mahabharata, Ramayana, Srimad Bhagavatam, and the Upanishads. So hence, it is very essential to read and study the Bhagavad-Gītā. It is very beneficial if one studies the Bhagavad-Gītā during childhood. I also happened to study it during my never forgotten. He's actually speaking to a group of children who are studying the Bhagavad-Gītā, so he's mentioning that as well. So he says it is very encouraging that these children are studying the Bhagavad-Gītā in their childhood, setting the foundation. Then, later, all the higher subjects can be studied separately. It is essential to know the Bhagavad-Gītā. Like, if we do not know the basis of English, the letters A, B, C, then nothing can be learnt. The 26 letters, consonants, and 5 vowels of the English alphabet have the entire English language contained within them. So in the case of our language, Bhagavatika Bhasha, the alphabet is almost double, 47, that of the English language. But for everyone, irrespective of the language, the basis is Akshara, the alphabets. So this is a very short, brief introduction. Today we are going to be reading the entire Bhagavad-Gītā. Actually, in my 50 years of being a devotee, I have never done this before. Yeah, I never had the opportunity, especially on this day, Gita Jayanti day. So this is a very exciting thing for me. Of course, Radhakanta Prabhu, we can thank him. He inspired it, although they do it here every year, but much nicer that he's come to also help us and lead us along in this endeavor. So this is a very powerful yajna that we are going to do today together. All of us are going to be sitting together for a number of hours. We're going to have 2 sessions till 1 o'clock, is it? Yeah. And then we'll have an afternoon session and complete the Bhagavad-Gītā. The way that we're going to do this is we're going to read the entire Sanskrit, all the verses of each chapter first. Chapter 1, chapter 2, we're going to read through all the verses. But actually before we even...
Chapter by chapter.
Yeah, chapter by chapter. But before we actually read each chapter, we're also, by the suggestion of Radhakanta Prabhu, we're going to read... in order to introduce the Bhagavad-Gītā, we're going to read the 7 or 8 verses from Sri Shankaracharya. He also wrote Gita Mahatmya.
In the evening we'll start at 4.
At 4, okay. And we'll go till we're finished.
4.
Yes.
4 o'clock is a little late. You start at 4. What time is evening? Archie is at 7. We have to see how far we get.
I mean, we can finish it, of course, the arc is going to be at 8 or something.
Why so late?
Why so late starting?
4 o'clock, yeah.
Okay, we can start at 3.
Give some time for...
I mean, because we're gonna finish here and we're gonna do arc at 1. Then we're gonna have Prashadam. And then we're gonna take Prashadam around 1:30.
So by the time Prashadam's over and everything's over,
Everybody's
it's going to
have
be...
a 1 hour break.
It's going to be at least 2 o'clock, maybe 2:30. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so
Let's see how far we get this morning.
Let us go on.
So, one more thing I want to say is that there are so many benedictions for reading the Bhagavad-Gītā, and they're listed. We'll hear many of them today. But we should understand that Krishna stood on the battlefield 5,000 years ago on the chariot of Arjuna. The first chapter is going to describe the setting of the scene and how there was going to be this great battle. And Arjuna, he became overwhelmed. And this opportunity, we won't get into the details because we'll be reading the actual Gita, but carefully listen. Carefully try your best to listen and go deep into every single verse that is being spoken. Because this is perfect knowledge coming from Krishna. And he was not only speaking to Arjuna, he was speaking to all of us for thousands and millions of years into the future. And not only that, Krishna had even spoken the Gita millions of years before that. So this is an eternal song. That's why it's called Gita, means song. Gita. And who is it the song of? Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full of 6 opulences, the infinite, supreme, absolute truth from whom everything has come. And Krishna is the Father of all living beings. So he has personally come to speak this to each and every one of us and all the millions and billions of jivas that will be so fortunate to hear this into the future. And this is one of the most famous books in the entire world, in all academia, universities, everywhere. People know what is this Bhagavad-Gītā. So our Srila Prabhupada came to the West to introduce the Vedic knowledge to the whole world, and he gave Bhagavad-Gītā in the very beginning. So today we should, from our heart, not just with our ears, but we should listen to the whole Bhagavad-Gītā. It will take some hours, but this is a wonderful opportunity to dive deeply into what Krishna has given. And after you have heard the Bhagavad-Gītā chapter by chapter in this way, Shastramidam punyam yak pated prayatak puman Vishnu padam avapnoti bhaya shokadi varjitaha. One who with a regulated mind recites with devotion this Bhagavad-Gītā scripture, which is the bestower of all virtue, will attain to a holy abode, such as Vaikuntha, the residence of Lord Vishnu. which is always free from the mundane qualities based on fear and lamentation. Gita dhyayana shilasya pranayama parasya cha naiva shanti hipapani purva janma kritani cha. If one reads Bhagavad-Gītā very sincerely and with all seriousness, then, by the grace of the Lord, the reactions of his past misdeeds will not act upon him. Malane mochanam pungsang jalasnanam dine dine sakrid gitamrita snanam samsara malanashanam. One may cleanse himself daily by taking a bath in water, but if one takes a bath even once in the Sage's water of Bhagavad-Gītā, for him the dirt of material life is altogether vanquished. Gita sugita kartavya kim anyai shastra vistarai yasvayam padmanabhasya mukha padmad vinishrita. Because Bhagavad-Gītā is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because it is the essence of all Vedic literatures, and especially because it is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Bharatamrita sarvasvam Vishnu vaktrad vinishtritam Gita gangodakam pitva punar janmana vidyate. By drinking the Ganges water of the Gita, the divine quintessence of the Mahabharata, emanating from the holy lotus mouth of Lord Vishnu, one will never take rebirth in the material world again. In other words, by devotionally reciting the Gita, the cycle of birth and death is terminated. Sarvo Panishado Gavo Dogda Gopalanandanaha Parto Vatsa Sudhir Bhokta Dugdam Gitamritam Mahat. All the Upanishads are like a cow, and the milker of the cow is Sri Krishna, the son of Nanda. Arjuna is the calf. The beautiful nectar of the Gita is the milk, and the fortunate devotees of fine theistic intellect are the drinkers and enjoyers of that milk. Ekam Shastram Devaki Putra Gitam Eko Devo Devaki Putra Eva Eko Mantras Tasya Namani Yani Karmapyekam Tasya Devasya Seva. There need be only one holy scripture, the divine Gita, sung by Lord Sri Krishna. Only one Lord, Lord Sri Krishna. Only one mantra, his holy names, and only one duty, devotional service unto that supreme worshipable Lord Sri Krishna. So that completes the Gita Mahatmya of Sri Shankaracharya. It is brief. We don't have time to read the other Bhagavad-Gītā Mahatmya from the Vaishnaviya Tantra Sar. That's like 80 verses long. But that, I think that's sufficient to begin. Okay. Oh yeah.
Preface introduction.
That's from Prabhupada's Gita. You want to read? Yeah.
I can put this later.
Here's another.
Okay.
So we're doing a lot of introduction to set the mood properly of devotion and reverence for Bhagavad-Gītā, so we'll hear it properly. Thanks to all the devotees for coming and attending, giving your time, energy, coming here together. In the Association of Vaishnavas, doing a yajna like this and hearing and chanting Gita becomes so much more potent. So I feel fortunate to be here with all of you. Next we'll read from the Padma Purana Gita Mahatmya by Srila Vyasadeva. Something of the glories of Gita, and then the first chapter, and then we'll start reading the Sanskrit together. So in the Mahabharata, Shanti Parva, we can trace out the history of the Gita as follows. In the beginning of the millennium known as Treta Yuga, this science of the relationship with the Supreme was delivered by Vivasvan to Manu. Manu, being the father of mankind, gave it to his son Maharaj Ikshvaku, the king of the earth planet and the forefather of the Raghu dynasty in which Lord Ramchandra appeared. So this Gita has been handed down since the beginning of time from Vivasvan, the sun god, through the greatly saintly kings, and they've understood it in this way. Bhagavad-Gītā has been existent in human society since the time of Maharaj Ikshvaku. And when was that? How long ago? At the present moment, we have just passed through 5,000 years of Kali Yuga, which lasts 432,000 years. Before this, there was Dwapara Yuga, which was twice that amount, 864,000 years. Before that was Treta Yuga, 1.2 million years. Thus, some 2 million years ago, Manu spoke this Bhagavad-Gītā to his disciple and son, Maharaj Ikshvaku, the king of the planet Earth. The age of the current Manu is calculated to last some 305 million years, of which 120 million years have passed. Accepting that before the birth of Manu, the Gita was spoken by the Lord to his disciple, the sun god Vivasvan. A rough estimate of the Gita was spoken at least 120 million years ago, and in human society it has been existent for 2 million years. It was re-spoken by Krishna to Arjuna 5,000 years ago. Okay, so this is not just the beginning in Kurukshetra. This happened since the beginning of time, and it's continually going through the cycles, repeated again and again. This is the rough estimate of the history of the Gita. According to the Gita itself, and according to the version of the speaker, Lord Sri Krishna, it was spoken to the sun god Vivasvan because he is also Kshatriya and is the father of all Kshatriyas, who are descendants of the sun god, or the Surya Vamsha Kshatriyas. Because Bhagavad-Gītā is as good as the Vedas, being spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, this knowledge is Apurusheya. Apurusheya means it's not from any mundane person. It's suprahuman. It's from a transcendental source. Since the Vedic instructions are accepted as they are without interpretation by humans, the Gita must therefore be accepted without any of our mundane interpretation. The mundane wranglers may speculate on Gita in their own ways, but that is not Bhagavad-Gītā as it is. Therefore, Bhagavad-Gītā has to be accepted as it is. From the disciplic succession, and it is described herein that the Lord spoke to the sun god, the sun god spoke to his son, Manu, and Manu spoke to Ikshvaku, and that way, through the saintly kings, it has been coming down. In due course of time, Krishna says, it has been lost. Therefore, Krishna is describing it again today, Krishna said, on this day, 5,000 some odd years ago, in Kurukshetra to Arjuna, to perpetuate this message of Gita. In the Harivamsha it is stated, Vede Ramayana Chaiva Purane Bharate Tata Ado Ante Cha Madhye Cha Hari Sarvatra Giyate. In all the Vedas, the Ramayana, the Puranas, the Mahabharata, Lord Hari's glories are sung, only his glories are sung, throughout all of them, in the beginning, in the middle, and in the end. Advante cha, madhye cha. In the beginning, the middle, and the end, only Lord Hari's glories are spoken. So Bhagavad-Gītā is one of the sections of the Mahabharata. The section is Bhishma Parva. Thus it is a scripture. Scriptures are narrations about the Supreme Lord or are words spoken by the Supreme Lord. Srimad Bhagavatam is a beautiful narration of the pastimes of the Supreme Lord, and Bhagavad-Gītā is the song of the Lord himself, his own words. Both are non-different from him. So whether we hear Srimad Bhagavatam or other Vedic literatures which describe the Lord, or we hear directly from the Lord himself in Bhagavad-Gītā, both are considered to be apaurushaya or transcendental. There's a story of a Brahmin who regularly studied Bhagavad-Gītā. He was very poor, and he lived with his wife in a small cottage. After daily studying Bhagavad-Gītā, he would go to beg, because Brahmins, they didn't work for anybody. They got their sustenance by receiving dakshin, donations, or begging. In this way, he maintained himself and his wife. As he read Bhagavad-Gītā one day, he came across a verse in the 9th chapter where Krishna says, Yoga Shema Vahamyaham. I will personally carry and deliver the needs of my devotee. I will maintain my devotee personally. Okay, when he read this verse, he became puzzled and doubtful and thought, how is it that Bhagavan personally carries and delivers the needs of his devotees? He may inspire someone to carry out the needs of a devotee, in some way make an arrangement that the devotees are maintained, but why will he personally have to carry out the maintenance and needs of his devotee? Right? He read the verse again and again. He couldn't grasp that this could be true. So what did he do? He took a pen and he crossed out that verse from the Bhagavad-Gītā. He thought there's something wrong.
A red pen.
Right? A red pen. Red ink. Maybe there's a mistake in the publication. Krishna maybe never spoke this. I don't believe it. So then he went out begging. That day, everyone said, oh, I'm sorry. I have nothing to give you today. Come another day. Nobody gave him anything. Some said, oh, there was a death in the family today. I cannot give in charity today. Others said their children were sick. Others said they couldn't give alms on this particular day, but maybe another day. And so everyone refused him. Meanwhile, back at the Brahmin's house, a young boy arrived and knocked on the door. The Brahmin's wife answered and was surprised to find him carrying such a big load on his back. It contained varieties of foodstuffs like rice, dal, spices, ghee, oil, flour, cooking utensils, the entire kitchen and all the ingredients he was carrying on his back. A very heavy load, like a stick with two big balancing bags full of all this paraphernalia. The boy said, I'm a disciple of your husband, and he has sent me to deliver these goods. He was begging, and he collected these things, and now I'm bringing them to you. The wife was surprised. He told the boy that my husband has no disciples. It was not possible that he had sent this boy with all these items. But the boy insisted, repeating, no. Your husband, he has sent me to deliver these items to you, and he is my guru. The boy further told her that your husband became a little disturbed with me because I was going so slowly. This load was very heavy. So he started to beat me on the back, and he scratched my back. And he raised his cloth and showed that woman how there were marks on his back. And she was so surprised. My husband, he did this to you? Oh my goodness. Such a beautiful boy. How he could do this? She said, you come inside the house, sit down. I'll cook something and offer and prasad, and I'll give you prasad. You just be patient. Then, later that day, the Brahmin returned home from his begging attempt with what? Nothing. Empty-handed. Everyone had refused him. So many excuses. When we ask for donations sometimes, we get so many excuses, right? Not today. I'm sorry, I have no money. This, that, the other thing. But he was resolved that he and his wife should have to fast and was feeling very dejected. As he came in the presence of his wife, she immediately began scolding him for having that young boy carrying such a heavy load, and then on top of that, beating him for carrying it slowly. The Brahmin was confused. What? What are you talking about? I have no disciple. I sent no one here. What happened? You've never spoken to me like this before. And thus I have no idea what you're talking about. He asked her to explain, and she narrated everything that had happened. She said that boy was still here in the house, in the other room. But when they went to the other room, the Brahmin and his wife searched for him, could not find him anywhere. Later, the Brahmin sat down to read his Bhagavad-Gītā. And when he opened his Gita, because he had left the marker in where he had stopped. Remember? He had crossed out that verse, frustrated, now I'm going out to beg alms. And he found that that verse that he crossed out, what? Was no longer crossed out. There was no red ink, no mark. He started weeping, realizing that that young boy who had come indeed was actually Krishna. He had come to his house to fulfill the pledge he made in the Bhagavad-Gītā. That he carries and delivers the needs of his devotees. The Brahmin lamented that he was not so fortunate. Oh, my dear wife, you're so fortunate. You got darshan of Lord Shri Krishna. I am not so fortunate. He cursed himself, condemned himself for doubting the words of Bhagavad-Gītā. As mentioned earlier, Krishna's words are non-different from him. So the Brahmin striking out the verse amounted to what? He was striking Krishna himself, his body. The scratches and blood on the boy's back represented the red ink the Brahmin had used to cross out this verse. And that verse, Ananyas? Ananyas chintayantamam paripasate. Dhanam yoga shema maha. To those who are constantly devoted and worshiping, that Krishna says that I declare I will preserve what they have and carry what they lack. Carry. Krishna actually carried on his back. Not only did he carry on his back, but he took a beating on his back. So these words of Bhagavad-Gītā, very, very potent. Jagannath Prabhu, don't mark your Gita with red ink. Just leave everything intact. Believe the words of Lord Krishna in Gita. So, we're coming to chapter 1. The glories of chapter 1. So this is a discussion between Shiva and Parvati. Parvati is speaking to Shivaji, saying, my dear husband, you know all the transcendental truths, and by your mercy, I have heard the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna. O Lord, meaning Prabhu Shivaji, now I long to hear from you the glories of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, which was spoken by Lord Krishna, and by hearing which one's devotion to Lord Krishna increases. Lord Shiva replied, that person whose body is the color of a dark rain cloud, whose carrier is the king of birds, Garuda, and who is lying on Anantashesh, the thousand-headed serpent, that Lord Vishnu, whose glories have no limit, I am always worshipping. My dear Parvati, once, after Lord Vishnu had killed the demon Mura, he was resting peacefully on Anantashesh when the bestower of all good fortune of the universe, Sri Lakshmiji, respectfully inquired from him, Bhagavan, you are the controller and maintainer of the whole universe, but yet you are sleeping unhappily on this ocean of milk. What is the reason? Lord Vishnu said, my dear Lakshmi, I am not sleeping, but I am watching how wonderfully my energy is working. It is by this wonderful energy of mine by which I am controlling all things and yet remain separate. And it is by remembering these divine activities of mine that the great devotees and yogis manage to free themselves from the wheel of birth and death and attain the transcendental nature of mind, which is eternal and free from all qualities. Lakshmiji said, O controller of all things, you are the goal of the meditation of great yogis. Nothing can go on without you, and yet you are separate. You are the cause of creation, maintenance, and destruction of all the material universes. Kindly inform me about the workings of your wonderful energies, which are so attractive that even you are lying here meditating on them. Lord Vishnu said, my dear Lakshmi, the workings of my multifold energies and how to become free from the bonds of birth and death and attain my eternal nature can only be understood by one of purified intelligence, who has an inclination to render service unto me. This transcendental knowledge is fully explained in which book? Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Lakshmiji inquired, my dear Lord, if you yourself are amazed by the workings of your energy and are ever trying to fathom their limit, then how is it possible that the Bhagavad-Gītā can describe those unlimited energies of yours and how to cross over them and attain the transcendental nature? Lord Vishnu said, I myself have manifested in the form of Bhagavad-Gītā. Please understand that the first 5 chapters are my 5 heads. The next 10 chapters are my 10 arms. And the 16th chapter is my stomach. The last 2 chapters are my lotus feet. In this way, you should understand the transcendental deity of Bhagavad-Gītā. This Bhagavad-Gītā is the destroyer of all sins. And that intelligent man who daily recites 1 chapter, Jagannath Prabhu, or even 1 shloka, 1/2 shloka, 1/4 shloka, will attain the same position as Susharma has attained. How powerful is Bhagavad-Gītā? But that's regularly, chanting every day. Lakshmiji inquired, who was Susharma? You're probably wondering, right? What class did he belong to, and what destination did he attain? Lord Vishnu said, my dear Lakshmi, Susharma was a very wicked and sinful man. Although he was born in a Brahmin family, his family had no Vedic knowledge. And he only took pleasure in hurting others. He never engaged in the chanting of my names and giving charity or receiving guests. In fact, he never performed any pious activities. From his livelihood, he collected leaves and sold them in the bazaar. He especially enjoyed drinking wine and eating flesh. In this way, he passed his life. One day, that foolish Susharma had gone to the garden of one sage for collecting leaves. Okay, this is how he made his money. He collected leaves and sold them. When a snake came out and bit him and he died. After his death, he was cast into many hells, where he suffered for a long time, after which he attained the body of a bull. That bull was purchased by a crippled man who engaged him in his service. For about 7 or 8 years, he was carrying heavy loads. One day, that crippled man had piled a very heavy load on the back of his bull. Very quickly, he was forcing that bull along when suddenly the bull fell over and became unconscious. Many persons gathered there to see what's happening, feeling very sorry for the bull. One pious man bestowed upon the bull the results of some of his pious activities. Seeing that, other persons standing there started remembering their pious activities and offered the results of some of those activities to that bull. How compassionate. But seeing everyone else offering their pious credits to that bull, she also offered the results of any pious activity she might have performed. After that, the bull died, and he was taken to the abode of Yamaraj, the god of death. There, Yamaraj informed him, "You are now free from all reactions to all your previous sinful deeds due to the pious credits given to you by that prostitute." Okay? You following? So when he said she, that must have been the prostitute. Then he took birth in a very high Brahmin family. That bull in his next life took birth in a very high Brahmin family. In that birth, he was able to remember his past lives. After many days, he decided to search out who? That prostitute, who had been the cause of freeing him from his hellish situation. After he found and introduced himself to that lady, he inquired from her, "What were the pious activities performed by you, the fruits of which freed me from my hellish situation?" Right? There were so many people giving their pious credit, and this woman, the prostitute, is the cause for him to be freed. So he was puzzled. He sought her out, asked her, "What did you do? You're a prostitute. What kind of pious activities did you do to be able to free me from hell?" Right? The prostitute replied to him, "My dear sir, in that cage there is one parrot which recites something every day." So this is her home. She has a cage and a parrot, and that parrot's reciting every day. Hearing that recitation, my heart has become completely pure. The results of hearing that recitation I have given to you. Thereafter, they both inquired from that parrot about the recitation. That parrot, remembering his previous life, started to narrate his history. "Previously, I had been a very learned Brahmin, but due to my pride, I used to insult other learned persons. I was also extremely jealous. After I died, I was cast into many hells, and after a long time of suffering, I achieved this body of the parrot. Due to my past sinful activities, my mother and father died while I was a baby. One day, while I was lying on the hot sands with no protection, some rishis saw me." So he's in the body of a parrot, right? His mother died, he's lying on the hot sand, some rishi came by, saw him, took compassion on him, and put him in a cage. At the same place, the children of those rishis were learning the recitation of, guess what?
First chapter
Of Bhagavad-Gītā. Hearing them repeat these shlokas, I also started repeating these shlokas, like a parrot will do, hearing and speaking. Shortly after, one thief stole me from that place and sold me to this pious lady, right? The prostitute. Lord Vishnu continued, by reciting the first chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā, that parrot had become completely pure. And by hearing that recitation, that prostitute also became completely pure. And by receiving some of the pious credits of hearing that recitation, Susharma also became completely pure. After discussing for some time the glories of the first chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā, Susharma returned to his home, and the three of them individually engaged in the reciting of the first chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, and very quickly attained the supreme destination, Vaikuntha. Anyone who recites, or hears, or studies the first chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā will very easily cross over the ocean of material miseries and attain the service of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. First chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā, Ki Jai.
Jai.
One other thing. Hold on. Is that it? Yes, that's it. So, pretty amazing. We become inspired by hearing, by chanting. What is the benefit? Each chapter is not as long as this. The summary is as long as summary, but I'll read just for 2-3 minutes. What is the benefit? And what is the history of persons in the past who had heard that chapter and received some benediction from that chapter? What is the purpose of hearing this? It helps to instill faith so that when we hear Bhagavad-Gītā with faith, then it will penetrate our heart and mind and we'll get the full benefit. Lord Premanandi. So, together, we'll recite the Sanskrit of the first chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā. You're not using the big book.
So now everybody has their Gita open. Everyone has your Gita open?
Yes.
Ready to start reciting?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to start from verse 1 and go all the way through the chapter, just the Sanskrit. And everyone can, if you're able to read it and chant along. That will be very good. Dhritarashtra uvacha dharmakshetre kurukshetre samaveta yuyutsavaha mamaka pandavaschaiva kim akurvata sanjaya uvacha drishva tu pandavanikam vyudham duryodhanastada acharyam upasangamya Raja Vachanam Abravit Pandupranam Acharya Mahatim Chamum Vyudham Drupada Putrena Tava Shishena Dhimata Trasura Maheshvasha Bhimarjuna Samayudhi Yuyudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharataha Vishtaketush Shaitikana Kashirajascha Viryavan Purujit Kunti Bojascha Shaibyascha Narapungavaha Yudhaman Yushcha Vikranta Uttamojascha Viryavan Saubhadro Dropadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharataha Asmakam tu Vishishtaye Tani Bodha Dvijottama Nayakama Sanyasya Samgyartam Tam Bravini Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitim Jayaha Ashvatthama Vinayascha Soma Bhaktistataivacha Anyecha Bhavashura Marte Tyakta Jivita Nana Shastra Praharamna Sarve Yudha Visharada Aparyaptam Talam Smakam Balam Bhishma Virakshitam Parayaptam Tvigam Etesham Balam Bhima Virakshitam Ayaneshu cha sarveshu yata bhagam avastita Vishvam eva virakshantu bhavanta sarva eva hi Tasya sanjayan harsham kuru vridha pitamaha Singha nadam vinadyotai shankam dadno pradhapavam Tata shankascha viryascha Panavanaka Komukha Sahasaiva Vyahantarita Sashabdastu Mulo Bhavat Madhava Pandavaschaiva Divya Shankaro Pradhamani Pushpako Kashyascha Parameshvasa Shikandi cha Maharataha Drishyadumno viratascha satyakischa parajitaha Drupado Dropadeyascha sarvashaha prithvipate Shobhadrascha mahabahu shankam dadmu pritak pritak Sabosho dhartarashtrana hridayani vyadarayat Navascha prithivim chaiva tumulo vyanadayan Ata vyavastitan drishva Dashtarastran kapidvajaha pravritti shastra sampate Danur udyamya pandava Rishikesham tata vakyam idam ahamahipate Arjuna uvacha Senayor ugayor madhye Ratam stapayame chuta Yavad etam niriksheham Yodhukaman avashtitam Kairmaya saha yodavyam Asmin rana sambudyame Tetra samagataha Dhartarashtrasya durbudher Yudhe priya chikirshaha Sanjaya uvacha Evam ukto rishikesho Gudateshena bharataha Senayor ubayor madhye Stapayitva rakottamam Yasrona pramukhakta Sarvesham chamahikshitam Uvacha partha pashyantam Samavetam kurunditi Pashyat stitam partha Pitrin atta pitamahan Acharyan matulam bratrin Putran pautran sakim stata Svashuran suridas chaiva Senayor ubayor api Tam samiksha sakonteya Tvam bandhu avastitan Kripaya pariyavishto Vishidam idam abravit Arjuna uvacha Drishtveman svajanam Krishna Yuyutsum samupastitam Siddhanti mama gatrani Mukam cha parishashrati Vepatuscha sharirene Roma harshascha jayate Gandhivam samshrute hastat Tvakshaiva paridahyate Nacha shaknom yavastatum Brahmativa cha me manaha Nimittani cha pashyami Viparitani keshavaha Nacha shreyo nupashyami Hatva sajanam ahave Nakangshe vijayam Krishna Nacha rajyam sukhani cha Kim no rajyena govinda Kim bhogar jivitena va Yesham arte kangshitam Rajyam bhoga sukhani cha Tadime vyastita yudhe Pranam statva dhanani cha Acharya pitara putras Tataiva cha pitamaha Matula shvashura pautra Shyala sambandinastata Etan nahantum ichchami Vinatopi madhusudana Api trailosham Mitre drohe chapatakam Katam nabhiyam asmabi Papad asmani vartitum Kulakshaya kritam dosham Prapasyat virnardana Kulakshaye pranashyanti Kuladharma sanatana Dharme nashte kulam kritsnam Adharmo vibhavat yuta Adharma vibhavat Krishna Pradushyanti kulastriyaha Srishu dushtashu vaishneya Jayate varna sankaraha Shankaro narakayaiva Aho bhakta mahat papam Kartum vyavasita vayam Yadraja sukha lobhena Hantum Svajanam Udyataha Yadi Mam Aprakikaram Ashastram Shaskropana Dhartarashtra Rane Hanyus Tanmekshe Maratam Bhavet Sanjaya Uvacha Evam Uktvarjuna Sankhe Rato Pashta Upavishat Vishrijya Sahasharam Chapam Shoka Samvigna Manasaha. Read the English of the whole chapter. Everybody have your books open? But no, I'm going to read alone. One person will read, yeah, but everybody read along in the book and pay attention. Sanjaya said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears, Madhusudan Krishna spoke the following. They do.
That's different from this version.
It doesn't matter, there's different versions. So just read along and listen.
But you can listen.
Yeah,
You don't have to listen to the version.
I don't know what version it is.
The Jayadvaita version.
Can we move on? Sanjaya said, O king, after looking over the army arranged in military formation by the sons of Pandu, King Duryodhana went to his teacher and spoke the following words. O my teacher, behold the great army of the sons of Pandu, so expertly arranged by your intelligent disciple, the son of Drupada. Here in this army are many heroic bowmen equal in fighting to Bhima and Arjuna, great fighters like Yuyudhan, Virata, and Drupada. There are also great heroic power fighters like Drishtaketu, Chekitana, Kashiraj, Purujit, Kuntiboja, and Shaibya. There are the mighty Yudhamanyu, the very powerful Uttamoja, the son of Subhadra, and the sons of Draupadi. All these warriors are great chariot fighters. But, for your information, O best of the Brahmanas, let me tell you about the captains, who are especially qualified to lead Bhishma, whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhima, is limited. All of you must now blew his conch shell called Panchajanya. Arjuna blew his, the Devadatta, and Bhima, the voracious, Yudhishthir, the son of Kunti, blew his conch shell, the Ananta Vijay, and Nakul and Sahadev blew the Sugosha and Mani Pushpaka. That great archer, the king of Kashi, the great fighter Shikandi, Dristadumna, Virata, the unconquerable Satyaki, Drupada, the sons of Draupadi, and the others, O king, such as the mighty-armed son of Subhadra, all blew their respective conch shells. The blowing of these different conch shells became uproarious, vibrating both in the sky and on the earth. It shattered the hearts of the sons of Dhritarashtra. At that time, Arjuna, the son of Pandu, seated in the chariot, bearing the flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow and prepared to shoot his arrows. O king, after looking at the sons of Dhritarashtra, drawn in military array, Arjuna then spoke to Lord Krishna those words. Arjuna said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies, so that I may see those present here who desire to fight, and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms. Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra. Sanjaya said, O descendant of Bharat, having thus been addressed by Arjuna, Lord Krishna drew up the fine chariot in the midst of the armies of both parties. In the presence of Bhishma, Drona, and all the other chieftains of the world, the Lord said, just behold, Partha, all the Kurus assembled here. There Arjun could see within the midst of the armies of both parties his fathers, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, and also his fathers-in-law and well-wishers. When the son of Kunti, Arjuna, saw all these different grades of friends and relatives, he became overwhelmed with compassion and spoke thus. Arjuna said, "My dear Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me in such a fighting spirit, I feel the limbs of my body quivering and my mouth drying up. My whole is trembling. My hair is standing on end. My bow Gandiva is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself, and my mind is reeling. I see only causes of misfortune, O Krishna, killer of the Keshi demon. I do not see how any good can be this battlefield. O Madhusudan, when teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, grandsons, brothers-in-law, and other relatives are ready to give up their lives and properties and are standing before me, why should I wish to kill them, even though they might otherwise kill me? O maintainer of all living entities, I am prepared to fight with them, even in exchange for the 3 worlds, let alone this earth. What pleasure will we derive from killing the sons of Dhritarashtra? Sin will overcome us if we slay such aggressors. So therefore it is not proper for us to kill the sons of Dhritarashtra and our friends. What should we gain, O Krishna, husband of the goddess of fortune? And how could we be happy in the destruction of dynasty? The eternal family tradition is vanquished, and thus the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligion. And when irreligion is prominent in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become polluted, and from the degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Vrishni, comes unwanted progeny. An increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because the performances for offering them food and water are entirely stopped. By the evil deeds of those who destroy the family tradition and thus give rise to unwanted children, all kinds of community projects and family welfare activities are devastated. O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by disciplic succession that those who destroy family traditions dwell always in hell. Alas, how strange it is that we are preparing to commit greatly sinful acts, driven by the desire to enjoy royal happiness. We are intent on the chariot, his mind overwhelmed with grief. Now chapter 2, the benediction from Gita Mahatmya of reading chapter 2.
Lord Vishnu said, continuing on, my dear Lakshmi, you have heard from me the glories of chapter 1, now hear the glories of chapter 2. Listen carefully as I tell you these. Once in the south, in the town of Pandharpur, a very learned Brahmin by the name Devasham lived. He was able to perform all kinds of fire sacrifices. He also knew the importance of receiving guests, and by his activities he managed to satisfy all the demigods. But he was not happy and peaceful in his heart and mind. He had the desire to attain knowledge of the soul's relationship with the supersoul, Paramatma, and towards this end he would invite many yogis and tapasvis and render all kinds of service to them and inquire from them about the absolute truth. In this way he passed many years of his life. One day, While he was walking, he saw one yogi in front of him, sitting cross-legged, with his eyes fixed on the tip of his nose. Totally absorbed in meditation, Devasham could perceive that this yogi was completely peaceful and without any material desires. Devasham, with the greatest respect and reverence, fell at the feet of that yogi and inquired from him how he could attain complete peace of mind. At that time, that yogi, who had complete knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, advised Devasham to go to the village of Saupur and meet one Mitravan, who was a goat herder by profession, and take instructions in the science of God realization from him. After hearing this, Devasham again and again offered his response from every direction. The goats were peacefully moving here and there, totally unafraid. Some were seen to be sitting next to tigers and other ferocious animals very peacefully. When Devasham saw this scene, his mind became very peaceful, and he respectfully approached Mitravan and sat close to him. Mitravan appeared to be fully absorbed in his meditation. After some time, Devasham inquired from him how he would be able to attain devotion to Lord Krishna. When Mitravan heard this question, for a moment, he was lost in deep thought. Then he replied, "My dear learned Devasham, once, long ago, I was in the forest looking after the goats, when a very ferocious tiger attacked. At that time, all the goats ran here and there to save themselves. I also ran off due to fear of that tiger. From some distance, I looked back and saw that the tiger on the bank of this river encountered goats. At that time, a strange and wonderful thing happened. That tiger lost all his anger and desire to eat my goat. Thereupon my goat inquired from that tiger, 'You have attained your food, so why are you not eating the meat of my body? You should immediately kill me, and with great relish eat upon my flesh.' In that forest just in front of you, there was a very large temple in which Lord Brahma installed a Shiva Linga. Long ago, a learned sage of the name Sukama, who had performed many austerities, lived there. Daily he would bring flowers from the forest and water from the river and worship Lord Shiva. In this way he was living here for many years, when one day a sage arrived. At that time, Sukama brought fruits and water and fed that sage. After the sage had eaten and rested, Sukama spoke to him, 'O learned one, only for the reason of obtaining knowledge of Lord Krishna am I living here, performing austerities and worship. But the results of my austerities have been attained today by coming in contact with you.' When the sage heard the words of Sukama, which were full of submission, he became greatly pleased. And he wrote on one piece of stone the second chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. He then instructed Sukama to daily read those verses. By so doing, you will quickly attain your goal. After having spoken thus, the sage disappeared from that place while Sukama was looking on. After that, following the instructions of that sage, Sukama recited those verses daily for the rest of his life. Very quickly, he attained complete knowledge of Lord Krishna, and from that day, he started reciting those verses. He felt no more thirst or hunger. And due to this austerities and devotion at this place, anyone who visits here does not feel the pangs of hunger and thirst and immediately attains actual peace. Mitravan said, "My dear Devasham, after the monkey had finished telling us that wonderful story, I, along with the tiger and goat, went to that temple. We found there written on a piece of stone the second chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. And I started to recite those verses daily. In this way, we were able to attain very quickly devotion to Lord Krishna. My dear Brahman, if you also start reciting the verses of the second chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, you will very quickly attain the mercy of Lord Krishna. Lord Vishnu said, my dear Lakshmi, in this way Devasham attained knowledge from Mitravan, and after worshipping that great soul, he returned to Pandharpur and daily recited the second chapter. And whoever visited Pandharpur, Devasham would first recite before him the second chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. In this way, Devasham attained the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. My dear Lakshmi, these are the glories of the second chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Gita.
So now we'll chant the Sanskrit from the second chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā. Sanjaya uvacha tam tata kripaya vishtam ashrupurna kulekshanam vishidantam idam vakyam uvacha madhusudana Shri Bhagavan uvacha utastva kashmalam idam vishame samupastitam anarya jushtam asvargyam akirti karam arjuna Klaibhyam asmagama parta naitatvayupapadyate Shudram hridaya dorbalyam tyaktvo tishta parantapa Arjuna uvacha katam bhishmam aham sankhe dronam cha madhusudana Ishupi parikshami pujarha parisudana Gurunatva hi mahanubhavan Shreyo bhoktum vaikshamapi haloke Hadvarta kamam stu guruni haiva Bunjiya bhogan rudhira pradigdhan Nachaitat vidma kataran no gariyo Yadva jayema yadiva no jayeyu Yan eva hatva nujijivishamas Te vastita pramukhe dhartarashtra Karpanya dosho pahatasvabhava Prichami tvam dharma samudha cheta Yashreyasam nishtitam bruhitan me Shishyasteham sadimam tvam prapannam Nahi prapashyami mama madhudyad Yachchokam uchchoshana indriyanam Avapya bhumad asapatnam riddham Rajyam suranam apichari patyam Sanjaya uvacha Evam uttva rishikesham Gudakesha parantapaha No yutsya iti govinda Uttva tushtim bahuvaha Tam uvacha rishikesha Prahasan iva bharata Senayor umayor madhye Vishitantam idam vachaha Shri Bhagavan uvacha Asochanam vasochastvam Pragyavadam shabhashashe Gatasun agatasumscha Nashvishochanti pandita Natvevaham jatunasam Natvam neme janadipa Nachaiva na bhavishyama sarve vayam atapparam Dehi nosmin yata dehe Komaram jara tata dehantara praptir Dirastatra namuyati Matra sparshastu kaunteya Sitoshna sukadukada Aramapayano nityas Tamstitikshashva bharata Yam hina vyatayam yete Purusham purusharshava Samadukka sukhandiram Somritakvaya kalpate Nasato vidyate bhavo Na bhavo vidyate sata Uvayor api drishtontas Tvanayos tatvadarshidi Avinashi tutadvidhi Yena sarvam idam tatam Vinasham avayasyasya naskachit kastum arhati. Antavanta ime deha nityasyokta sharirina anashino aprameyasya tasmad yudhyasva bharata. Ya enam vekti hantaram yaschainam manyate hatam uvoto navijanito nayam hanti nahanyate najayate mriyate va kadachin nayam bhutva bhavitavana bhuya ajo nitya shashvato yam purano nahanyate hanyamane sharire Vida vinashanam nityam sa enam ajam avyayam katam sa purusha parta kam gatayati hantikam vasham shijirnani yata vihaya navani granati naroparani tata sharirani vihaya jirnani yam yani samyati navani dehi Srimati Shastrani Nainam Dahati Pavaka Nachainam Kledayantyapo Nashoshayati Maruta Achedyo Yam Adahyo Yam Akledyo Shoshya Evacha Nitya Sharvagatastanur Achalo Yam Sanatana Avyakto yam achintyo yam adhikaryo yam uchyate tasmad evam vidit vainam nanushochanti arhasi
Atacharanam nityajatam
nityam vamanyase mritam tatapi tvam mahabaho nainam shochanti arhasi jatasya hi druvor mrityor dhruvam janma mritasya cha Tasmad apariharyete tattvam sochitam arhasi avyaktadini bhutani vyaktamadhyani bharata avyakta nidananyeva tatra ka paridevana Sharyavat pashyasi kaschit enam ascharyavat vadati tataiva chanya Ascharyavat chainamam yah shinoti Shudvapyenam vedana chaiva kaschit Nityam avadyoyam dehe sarvasya bharata Tasmat sarvani bhutani natvam sochitam arhasi Bhavekshya nadikam pitum arhasi Dharmayadhi yudhachtrayonyat Kachiyasya navidyate Yadrichaya chopapannam svargadvaram apavritam Sukhina kshatriya parta lavante yudham idrisham Atachetvam imam dharmyam sangramam na karishyasi Tatat swadharmam kirtim cha hitva papapam avyapsyasi Akirtim shapi bhutani katayishyanti te vyayam Sambhavitasya cha kirtir maranad atirichyate Ayadranad uparakam mamsyante tvam maharata Yesham cha tvam bahumato bhutva yasyasi ladhavam Avachyavadamscha bahum vadishyanti tavahita Nindantas-tava samartyam duko dukkataram nukim Prapsasi svargam jitva bhokshase mahim Tasmad utishta kaunteya yudhaya kritanishchaya Sukha duke same kritva labha labho jaya jayo Tato yudhaya yujyasva Naivam papam avapsyasi Ishata bihita sankye buddhir yoge tvimam shrinu Buddhya yukto yaya parta karma bandham prahasyasi Neha bikramana pratyavayo navidyate Svalpam apyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat Vyavasayatmika buddhir ekeha kurunandana Shakahyanantascha buddhayo vyavasayinam yam imam pushpitam vacham yantya vipaschita vedavadavata parta nanyad asti kivadana kamatmana svargapara janma karma falapradam kriya vishesha bahulam Bhogaishwarya gatim prati Bhogaishwarya prasaktanam Taya pahrita chetasam Vyavasayatmika buddhi Samadho na vidhiyate Traigunya vishaya veda Nishtraigunya bhavarjuna Nirdvandvo snitya sattvasto Niryoga kshemam atmavam Yavanarta udapane sarvatak samputodake tavan sarveshu vedeshu brahmanasya vijanataha karmanyevadikaraste ma paleshu kadachana ma karma palaheturbur ma te sogastu karmani sakuru karmani sangam tyaktva dhananjaya Siddhya siddhyo samo bhutva samatvam yogat uchyate Durena hyavaram karma buddhi yoga dhananjaya Buddho sharanam anvicha kripana falahetavaha Buddhi yukto jahatiha ube sukrita tanuskrite Tasmad yogaya yujyasva yoga karma sukoshalam Karamajam buddhi yukta hi phalam tyaktva manishinaha janma bandha vinirmukta padam gacchantyanāmayam yada te moha kalilam buddhir vyatitarishyati gatat kantasi nirvedam shrotavyasya shutasya cha shruti vipratipannate yadastasya sinischala Samadha vachala buddhis tada yogam avapsyasi Arjuna uvacha stita pragyasya kabasha samadhistasya keshavaha stita kim prabhasheta kim asita prajeta kim Shri Bhagavan uvacha Prajahati yada kaman sarvam parthamanogatan atmanyevatmana tushta stita pragyasthaduchyate dukkeshvad vidnamana sukeshu vigataspriha vitaragavaya krodha stita dhir munir uchyate yak sarvatrani visnehas tat tat prapya shubhashubham Nabhinandati na dveshti tasya pragya pratishtita yada samharate chayam kurmom dhimira sarvasha indriyan indriyartebhyas tasya pragya pratishtita vishaya vinivartante niraharasya dehina rasavarjam rasopyasya param drishva nivartate yatato hyapi kaunteya purushasya vipaschitaha indriyani pramatini haranti prasabham manaha tani sarvani samyamya yukta asita matparaha hi yasya indriyani tasya pragya pratishtita dhyayato vishayan punsam sangasteshu vajayate sangat sanjayate kama kamat krodho vijayate krodhat bhavati sammoha sammohat smriti vibhramaha smriti bhramshat buddhinasho buddhinashat pranashyati ragadvesha vimuktaisthu vishayan indriyascharan atmavashyaya vidyatma prasadam adhigacchati prasade dharma dukkanam hanir asyopajayate prasanna chetaso hyashu buddhi paryavakishtate nasti buddhira yuktasya nacha yuktasya bhavana nacha bhavaya takshantir ashantasya kutasukam indriyanam hi charatam yamano nuvidiyate tadasya harati pragyam vayurnavam ivambasi Tasmad yasya mahabaho nigrihitani sarvashah Indriyartebhyas tasya pragya pratishtita Yanisha sarva bhutanam tasyam jagrati samyami yasyam jagrati bhutani sanisha pashyato mune apuryamanam achala pratishtam samudramapah pravishanti yadvat tadvat kamayam pravishanti sarve sashantim apnoti na kama kami vihaya kaman yaksarvam Pumanschalati nishpriha nirmano nirahankara sashantim adigachati Esha brahmi stiti partha nainam prapya vimuhyati stitvasyam antakalepi brahma nirvam nirvakshati. Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā chapter 2 ki jai. Oh.
Sanjaya said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears, Madhusudana Krishna spoke the following words. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting of a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to the higher planets, but to infamy. O son of Partha, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart, and arise, O chastiser of the enemy. Arjuna said, O killer of the enemies, O killer of Madhu, how can I counterattack without arrows in battle men like Bhishma and Drona, who are worthy of my worship? It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of the lives of great souls who are my teachers. Even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood. Nor do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them. If we kill the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live, yet they are now standing before us on the battlefield. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of my miserly weakness. This condition I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. I can find no means to drive away the grief which is drying up my senses. I am not able to dispel it, even if I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on earth with sovereignty like the demigods in heaven. Sanjaya said, having spoken thus, Arjuna, chastiser of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. O descendant of Bharata, at that time Krishna, smiling in the midst of both armies, spoke the following words to the grief-stricken Arjuna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for that which is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes another body of death into another body of death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. That's my eyes.
You need the light? We can bring the light.
No, but just the phone is not the phone.
Yeah.
O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress, and their disappearance in due course, are like the disappearance and appearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, O Skyan of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. O best among men, Arjuna, the best, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress, and is steady in both is certainly eligible for liberation. Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. That which pervades the entire body, you should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy the imperishable soul. The material body of the indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is sure to come to an end. Therefore fight, O descendant of Bharata. Neither he who thinks the living entity the slayer, nor he who thinks it is slain, is in knowledge. For the self slays not, nor is it slain. For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, and primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. O Partha, how can a person who knows the soul to be indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts non-material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. The individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble, and can be neither burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. If, however, that you think that the soul, or the symptoms of life, is always born and dies forever, you still have no reason to lament, O Marion. One who has taken birth is sure to die, and after death one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. All created beings are unmanifest in their beginning, manifest in their interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So what need is there for lamentation? Some look upon the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, and some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. O descendant of Bharata, he who dwells in the body can never be slain. Therefore you need not grieve for any living being. Considering your specific duty as a Kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles. And so there is no need for hesitation. O Partha, happy are the Kshatriyas to whom such fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for them the doors of the heavenly planets. If, however, you do not perform your religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sin for neglecting your duties, and thus lose your reputation as a fighter. People will always speak of your infamy, and for a respectable person, dishonor is worse than death. The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you insignificant. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words and scorn your ability. What could be more painful to you? O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore get up with determination and fight. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting, without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat, and by doing so you shall never incur sin. Thus far I have described this knowledge to you through analytical study. Now listen as I explain it in terms of working without fruit of results. O son of Pritha, when you act in such knowledge, you can free yourself from the bondage of work. In this endeavor there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement in this path can protect one from the most dangerous types of fear. Those who are on the path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many-branched. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for the elevation to heavenly planets, result in good birth, power, and so forth. Being desirous of sense gratification and opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. In the minds of those who are true attached to sense enjoyment, and material opulence and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of the three modes of material nature. O Arjuna, become transcendental to these three modes. Be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain or safety, and be established in the self. All purposes served by a small well can at once be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of your actions. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Perform your duty equipoised, O Arjuna, abandoning all attachment to success or failure. Such equanimity is called yoga. O Dhananjaya, keep all abnormal activities far distant from devotional service, and in that consciousness surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad actions, even in this life. Therefore strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. By thus engaging in devotional service to the Lord, great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain a state beyond all miseries by going back to Godhead.
52.
When your intelligence is passed out of the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and all that is to be heard. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas, and it remains fixed on the trance of self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness has thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak and what is his language? How does he sit and how does he walk? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desire for sense gratification, which arises from mental concoction, and when his mind thus purified finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. One who is not disturbed in mind, even amidst the threefold miseries, or elated when there is happiness, and who is free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called a sage of steady mind. In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil he may attain, neither praising nor despising it, is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge. One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects, as the tortoise draws its limbs within the shell, is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. The embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, though the taste for sense objects remains. By ceasing such engagement, by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness. The senses are so strong and impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind, even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me, is known as a man of steady intelligence. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them. From such attachment, lust develops, and from lust, anger arises. From anger, complete delusion arises, and from delusion, bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. But a person free from all attachment and aversion, and able to control his senses through regulative principles of freedom, can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord. For one thus situated in Krishna consciousness, the threefold miseries of material existence exist no longer, and such satisfied.
It's a happy state.
In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established. If one is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness, one who is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? A boat in the water is swept away by a strong wind. Even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. Therefore, O mighty armed one whose senses are restrained from their objects is certainly of steady intelligence. What is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-control. At the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective stage. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is never being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to constantly satisfy such desires. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. That is the way of the spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. If one is thus situated, even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God.
The glories of chapter 3. You should stand up, move around. Lord Vishnu said, my dear Lakshmi, in the town of Janastan was a Brahmin of the name Jada, who was born in the dynasty of Koshi. That Brahmin gave up the religious activities enjoined in the Shastras to be followed by the Brahmin class, and took to many irreligious activities. He was very fond of gambling, drinking, hunting, and visiting the prostitutes. In this way he wasted his wealth. He went to the northern countries on a business trip. While there he gained much wealth and decided to return to Janastan. After having traveled a long distance, he found himself in a very deserted place. One day, as the sun set and everywhere became engulfed by darkness, he decided to take rest at night under a tree. While resting, some robbers came and beat him to death and stole his wealth. Because Jada had given up all religious activities and led a sinful life, after his death, he attained the form of a ghost. The son of Jada was a very religious and learned in the Vedic Shastras. When he saw that his father had not returned to Janastan after a long time, he decided to go and search for him. For many days he traveled here and there in search of his father, and whatever travelers he would meet, he would inquire from them about his father. One day he met one person who knew his father and informed him of the events that had taken place. When the son of Jada heard the news of his father's death, he decided to go to Kashi, Benares, to offer Pinda worship for the release of his father from his hellish condition. On the 9th day of his journey, he happened to take rest under the same tree in which his father had been killed. At that place in the evening, he performed his daily worship to Lord Krishna, and he also recited the 3rd chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. As he completed his recitation, a loud sound came from the sky. When he looked up, he saw his father there, and in front of his eyes, his father's form changed into one of the most beautiful beings, who had 4 hands and was wearing a yellow dhoti. His body was the color of a dark rain cloud, and his bodily effulgence was lighting up all the directions. At that time his father offered his blessings to him. The son inquired from the father as to the meaning of these wonderful happenings. The father said, "My dear son, you recited the 3rd chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā and thus freed me from the ghost form, which I had received due to my sinful activities. Now you should return to your home, because the purpose for which you were traveling to Kashi, Benares, has been achieved by your reciting the 3rd chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā." When the son inquired from the father if there was any further instructions from him, the father said, "My brother also had led a very sinful life, and he is suffering somewhere in the darkest regions of hell. So if you wish to free him and our other ancestors who are suffering here and there in different species in the material universe, then kindly recite the 3rd chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. And by that recitation, they will attain a form similar to Lord Vishnu's and go to Vaikuntha. When the son heard the father's instructions, he replied, "If that is the case, then I will recite the 3rd chapter until all the souls who are trapped in the hellish life are freed." At that time, his father blessed him with the words, "Let it be." Ah. Did that touch your heart? Then an airplane arrived from the spiritual world of Vaikuntha and took the father to his destination. Thereafter the son returned to Janastan and sat in front of the deity of Lord Krishna, and with a desire to free all the conditioned souls in the hellish condition, started reciting the 3rd chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. While his recitation was continuing, day after day, Lord Vishnu sent his messengers, the Vishnu Dutas, to the kingdom of Yamaraj, who was in charge of administering punishment to the sinful living entities. When the Vishnu Dutas arrived in front of Yamaraj, they informed him that they had a message from Lord Vishnu, who was lying on the bed of Anantashesh in the ocean of milk. They told him that Lord Vishnu was inquiring as to his welfare, and also was ordering him to free all the conditioned souls who were suffering in hell. When Yamaraj heard this instruction from Lord Vishnu, he immediately had all of the conditioned souls released from hell, and then personally went with those Vishnu Dutas to the ocean of milk, known as Svetadvi, to have the darshan of Lord Vishnu. This is his job, right? He's out of a job. When he arrived there, he saw Lord Vishnu lying on the bed of Anantashesh. His body had the effulgence of suns, and Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, was massaging his feet. He was surrounded on all sides by rishis, sages, and demigods, headed by Lord Indra, who were all singing the praise of Lord Vishnu. Lord Brahma was also present, reciting the Vedas. Yamaraj fell down and offered his respects before Lord Vishnu and offered the following praise. "My dear Vishnu, you are the well-wisher of all the conditioned souls. There is no limit of your glories. From you the Vedas have come. You are time, and in course of time you will destroy all things. You are the cause and maintainer of the 3 worlds, and you are the super soul in everyone's heart who is directing their activities. You are the guru of the whole universe and the goal of all devotees. O lotus-eyed one, please accept my obeisances again and again. Your glories are unlimited." In this way, Yamaraj, with folded hands, offered his respects to Lord Vishnu. Yamaraj continued, "As per your instruction, I have released all the conditioned souls from hell. So now kindly instruct me. What work do you wish me to perform now?" Lord Vishnu replied in a voice as deep as thunder and as sweet as nectar. "My dear Yamaraj, you are equal to everyone, and I do not need to instruct you on your duties. Kindly return to your abode with my full blessings and continue your duty." At that time, Lord Vishnu disappeared from the vision of Yamaraj, and Yamaraj returned to his own abode. After that, Brahman had successfully freed all of his ancestors and the rest of the conditioned souls from hell. The Vishnu Dutas came and took him to the abode of Lord Vishnu, where he was able to engage in the service of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead eternally. So what will Yamaraj do now? There are no more conditioned souls in hell. He's out of a job?
No, but that was only in this universe.
Don't they
he'll-
More,
More are always coming, don't worry.
yes.
He has a
It's not
steady flow.
eternal.
But everyone that was there by his recitation of one man's recitation continually day after day of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, 3rd chapter. Freed all the conditioned souls of hell. Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, 3rd chapter. Ki.
So now we're chanting the Sanskrit for chapter 3. You should tell the title of each chapter. The title of this chapter is Karma Yoga in Prabhupada's Bhagavad-Gītā. Arjunuvacha Jayasi Chet Karmanaste Mata Buddhir Janardana Kim Karmani Gorema Nio Jayasi Keshava Vyamishreneva Vakyena Buddhim Mohayasi Vame Tarekam Vadanishchitya Yena Shreyoham Apnuvam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Lokesmin Vividha Nishta Pura Prokta Mayanaga Jnana Yogena Sankhyanam Karma Yogena Yoginam Na Karmanam Anarambam Naishkarmyam Purushoshnute Na Cha Sanyasanadeva Siddhim Samadhi Nahi Kaschit Kshanam Api Jatu Tishtatiya Karma Krit Karyate Hyavashah Karma Sarva Pragatir Jair Gunai Karmendriyani Samyamya Ya Aste Manasa Smaran Atma Nityachara Sauchyate Yastvindriyani Namasa Niyamya Rabhaterjuna Karmendriyai Karma Yogam Asaktaksa Vishishyate Niyatam Guru Karmatvam Karma Jyayo Hya Karmanaha Sharira Yatra Pichate Na Prasidyet Akarmanaha Jagyarta Karmano Nyatra Lokoyam Karma Bandanaha Tadartam Karma Kaunteya Mukta Sangha Samachara Sahayagya Praja Shrishva Puro Vacha Prajapati Anena Prasavidyadvam Eshavostvishta Kamaduk Devam Bhavayatanena Te Deva Bhayavantuva Parastharam Bhavayanta Shreya Param Avapsyata Ishtan Bhogan Hivo Deva Dasyante Yagya Bhavita Tayal Dattan Apradayabhyo Yo Bhukte Stena Eva Saha Yagya Shishtasana Shanto Uchyante Sarva Kildishai Bhunjate Te Tvagam Papa Ye Pachantyatma Karana Annad Bhavanti Bhutani Parjanyad Anna Sambhavaha Yagyat Bhavati Parjanyo Yagya Karma Samudbhavaha Bhavam Vidhi Brahmakshara Samudbhavam Tasmat Sarvagatam Brahma Nityam Yagye Pratishtitam Evam Pravartitam Chakram Nanu Vartayati Haya Agayur Indriya Ramo Mogam Parta Sajivati Yastvatma Ratir Evasyat Atma Triptascha Manavaha Atman Eva Cha Santushtas Tasya Karyam Na Vidyate Naivatasya Krite Narto Na Krite Neha Kaschana Na Chasya Sarva Bhuteshu Kaschid Arta Vyabhashrayaha Tasmad Asakta Satatam Karyam Karma Samachara Asakto Hyacharan Karma Param Apnoti Purushaha Karmanaiva Hi Samsiddhim Astita Janakadaya Lokasangraham Evapi Sapashyan Kartum Arhasi Yad Yad Acharati Shreshtas Tad Tad Eva Taro Janaha Sayat Pramanam Kurute Lokastan Anuvartate Name Partasti Kartavyam Trishu Lokeshu Kinchana Nana Vaptam Avaptavyam Varta Eva Chakarmani Yadi Hyayam Navarteyam jatu karmanya tandritaha mama vartanuvartante manushya karka sarvashaha utsideyur ime loka nakuryam karma chedaham sankarasya chakartasyam upanyaham ima prajaha sakta karmanyadu vidvamsho yata kurvantya bharata kuryat vidvams tata saktas chakirshur loka sangraham na buddhi vedam janayet agyanam karma sanginam yoshayet sarva karmani vidvan yukta samacharan te kriyamanani gunai karmani sarvashaha ahamkara vimudhatma karkaham iti manyate tattva vittu mahabaho guna karma vibhagayo guna guneshu vartanta iti matva nasajjate prakritir guna sammudha sajjante guna karmasu tana kritsna vido mandan kritsna vinna vichalayet Mayi sarvani karmani sanyasya dhyatma cetasa nirashir nirmamo bhutva yudhyasva vigatajvara matam idam nityam anutishtanti madhava shradhavanto nasuyanto muchyante karmabhi tvaitat abhyasuyanto nanutishtanti me matam sarvajnana vimudhamstan vidinashtan achetasaha sadrisham chestate svasya prakritir jnanavanapi prakritilyanti bhutani nigrakin indriyasyandriyasyarte ragadvesho vyavastito tayornavasham agachet Tadhyasya paripantino Shriyan swadharmo viguna Paradharmat svamishtitat Swadharme nidanam shreya Paradharmo bhayavaha Arjuna uvacha Atakena prayukto yam Papam rupena kaunteya Duspurena nalena cha Indriyani mano buddhir Asyadishtanam uchyate etar vimohayat yesha dhyanam avrityate hinam tasmat tvam indriyan yado niyamya bharatarshava papmanam prajahihenam jnana vijnana nashanam Ani param yahur indriyebhya param manaha manasastu parabudhir yo buddhe paratastu saha evam buddhe param buddhva samstabhyatmanam atmana jahi shatrum mahabaho kamarupam durasadam. Damodar, you can read. Are you able?
Yeah, this book's just like I kind of have to have two hands because it's so.
Well, why don't you
How
take
about
one of
this?
the other?
Here, take this one. This one is very easy.
Chapter 3.
Arjuna said, speculation, and others are inclined to know him by devotional work. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. All men are forced to act helplessly according to the impulses born of the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. One who restrains the senses and organs of action, but whose mind dwells on sense objects, certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. On the other hand, He who controls the senses by the mind and engages his active organs in works of devotion without attachment is by far superior. Perform your prescribed duty, for action is better than inaction. A man cannot even maintain his physical body without work. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed, otherwise work binds one to this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction. And in that way you will always remain unattached and free from bondage. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, "Be thou happy by this yajna, sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you all desirable things." The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you. Thus, nourishing one another, there will reign general prosperity for all. In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of yajna, sacrifice, supply all necessities to man. But he who enjoys these gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief. The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat foods which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin. All living bodies subsist on food grains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, the all-pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice. My dear Arjuna, a man who does not follow this prescribed Vedic system of sacrifice certainly leads a life of sin, for a person delighting only in the senses lives in vain. One who is, however, taking pleasure in the self, who is illumined in the self, who rejoices in and is satisfied with the self only, fully satisfied, for him there is no duty. A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty, for by working without attachment, one attains the supreme. Even kings like Janak and others attained the perfectional stage by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. Whatever action is performed by a great man, common men follow in his footsteps, and whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. O son of Krita, there is no work prescribed for me within all the three planetary systems, nor am I in want of anything, nor have I need to obtain anything, and yet I am engaged in work. For, if I did not engage in work, O Bharata, certainly all men would follow my path. If I should cease to work, then all these worlds would be put in ruination. I would also be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all sentient beings. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, similarly, the learned may also act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. Let not the wise disrupt the minds of the ignorant who are attached to fruitive action. They should not be encouraged to refrain from work, but to engage in work in the spirit of devotion. The bewildered spirit soul, under the influence of the three modes of material nature, thinks himself to be the doer of activities, which are in actuality carried out by nature. One who is in knowledge of the absolute truth, O mighty armed, does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification, knowing well the differences between work and devotion and work and fruitive results. Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become attached. But the wise should not unsettle them. Although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge. Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your works unto me, with mind intent on me, and without desire for gain, and free from egoism and lethargy, fight. One who executes his duties according to my injunctions, and who follows this teaching faithfully, without envy, becomes free from the bondage of fruitive actions. But those who, out of envy, disregard these teachings, and do not practice them regularly, are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, befooled and doomed to ignorance and bondage. Even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows his nature. What can repression accomplish? Attraction and repulsion for sense objects are felt by embodied beings, but one should not fall under the control of senses and sense objects because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though they may be faulty, than another's duties. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duties, Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duty, for to follow another's path is dangerous. Arjuna said, O descendant of Vishnu, by what is one impelled to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? The blessed Lord said, it is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material modes of passion, and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring, sinful enemy of this world. As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, similarly, the living entity is covered by different degrees of this lust. Thus, a man's pure consciousness is covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. The senses, the mind, and the intelligence are the sitting places of this lust, which veils the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the bards, in the very beginning curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. The working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses. Intelligence is still higher than the mind. And he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to material senses, mind and intelligence, one should control the lower self by the higher self, and thus, by spiritual strength, conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust.
Jai Shri Shri Guru Gauranga Gandhar Giridhari Radha Govinda Jiu Ki Jai.
Yeah, this is the second one.
Wow.
Yeah, it's quite different from what I know.
A lot of different.
Yeah, it is. They've added a lot. That's why the complaints were there.
Sometimes it's really not necessary.
Not necessarily. Many times. Many times.
Hare
You know, there's some few differences in the text of the last one.
Okay, now we're going to read the glories of chapter 4. Okay, chapter 4 is titled what? Transcendental Knowledge. Okay. Continuing, Lord Vishnu speaking to Lakshmi Devi. Lord Vishnu said, my dear Lakshmi, now I will describe the glories of the 4th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. On the bank of the river Ganges, there is a town of the name Kashi, Varanasi, where at the temple of Vishwanath, a great saint of the name Bharat lived. Daily with the greatest devotion, he would recite the 4th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Previously, when Bharat had been traveling on pilgrimage, he had gone to the town of Tapodan to take darshan of the deity of Lord Krishna there. While leaving that town, he saw 2 bale fruit trees. Deciding to take rest under the shade of those trees, he lay down, using the root of one of the trees as a pillow, and the root of the other to rest his feet upon. After some time, when Bharat left that place, those 2 trees started to dry up, Within 5 or 6 days, both trees completely dried up and died. The 2 souls who had been living in those trees took their birth as the daughters of a very pious Brahmana. Once, when those girls had reached the age of 7 years, they had gone on pilgrimage to Kashi, Varanasi. And while wandering in Kashi, they happened to see the great sage Bharat. When they saw Bharat Maharaj, they immediately went and fell at his feet, and in sweet words they said, "Oh, Maharaj Bharat, due to your mercy we both became freed from the tree form of life." When Bharat Maharaj heard their statement, he became surprised. He inquired from them, "My dear daughters, where and when did I come in contact with you and free you from the form of trees? Also kindly inform me how you attained the form of trees, because I do not know anything of this matter." Thereafter, those two girls first informed Bharat Maharaj the reason for their attaining the form of trees. The 2 girls said, "Maharaj, on the bank of the river Godavari there is a sacred place of the name Chinnapap. At that place there was a rishi of the name Satyatapa. He was performing very great and difficult austerities. In the hot season he would sit in between many fires, and in the cold season he would stand in the cold river. In the course of time he became completely pure, and he had complete control of his senses, and slowly he attained the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna. Lord Brahma started visiting daily to take the darshan of Satyatapa, and he put questions before him about the devotional service of Lord Krishna. Lord Indra, meanwhile, was becoming very worried, seeing the elevated position of Satyatapa, thinking that he might one day usurp his own position as the king of heaven. At that, actually, Indra is always paranoid about this. At that time, Lord Indra called the 2 of us, who in that birth were apsaras in the heavenly kingdom, and he instructed us, "Go and cause the fall down of Satyatapa before he tries to usurp me from my position." So after receiving Lord Indra's instructions, we left from his presence and we went to the bank of the Godavari river where Satyatapa was performing austerities. At that place, we both started to sing and dance very provocatively close to Satyatapa, with the intention of causing that sage to engage in a sexual relationship with us. While dancing, our covering cloth slipped down and our breasts became visible. At that time, taking water in his hand, that sage cursed us in the following words, "You both go and become bale trees on the bank of the river Ganga." And then upon hearing his curse, we both fell at his feet and begged his forgiveness. "My dear sage, please forgive us, for we are simply the servants of Lord Indra." And seeing our submissive attitude, that sage became pleased and informed us that we would remain as trees until Maharaj Bharat came in contact with us. And he also blessed us that we would be able to remember our previous births. "My dear Maharaj Bharat, at the time when you visited Tapodan, you rested beneath us. And when we were in the form of bale trees, you were reciting the 4th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, which we're about to recite. And by hearing that recitation, we not only became free from that tree form of life and attained birth in a devotee family, also we lost all desire for enjoying in this material world." Then Lord Vishnu said, "My dear Lakshmi, when those 2 girls recited their history before Bharat Maharaj, he became very happy and he left for his ashram. Those 2 girls throughout their life carefully recited the 4th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā daily, and they attained devotion to my lotus feet. Gaur Premanande! Now, 4th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā, titled Transcendental Knowledge. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Imam Vivasvate Yogam Proktavan Aham Avyayam Vivasvan Manavi Praha Manar Ikshvaka Be Bravit. Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo vidu sakale neha mahata yogo nashta parantapa sa evayam mayatedya yoga prokta puratanaha bhakto sine sakacheti rahasyam hetad uttamam Arjuna uvacha aparam bhavato janma param janma vivaspataha katam etad vijaniyam tvam ado proktavaniti Shri Bhagavan uvacha bahuni me vyavitani janmani tavacharjuna tanyaham veda sarvani natvam veta parantapa ajopi san avyayatma Bhutanam Ishvaropi san Prakritim Swam Adhishtaya Sambhavami Atmamayaya Yada yada hi dharmasya Glanir bhavati bharata Abhyuttanam adharmasya Tadatmanam srijamyaham Paritranaya sadhunam Vinashaya chaduskritam Dharmastam stapanarthaya Sambhavami yuge yuge Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tatvataha tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mameti sorjuna vitaraga bhaya krodha manmaya mamupashrita bahavo jnana tapasa bhuta madbhavam agata ye yatha mam prapadyante tamstataiva bhajamyaham Mama vartante manushya partha sarvashaha Kamshamtak karmanam siddhim yajanta iha devata Kshipram hi manushe loke siddhir bhavati karmaja Varnyam maya shrishtam guna karma vibhagashaha Tasya kartaram apimam vidya kartaram avyayam Namam karmani limpanti Name karma pale spriha iti mam yo bijanati karma birna sabhadyate evam gyatva kritam karma purvair abhi mumukshubhi kuru karma eva tasmatvam purvai purvataram kritam kim karma karmeti pyatra mohita tate karma pravakshyami yajgyatva mokshasheya shubhat Karmano hyapi bodhavyam cha vikarmana akarmanas cha bodhavyam gahana karmano gatihi karmanya karmaya pashyet akarmani cha karmaya sabudhima manushyeshu sayukta kritsna karma krit yasya sarve samarambha kama sankarpa varjita Yanagni dagda karmanam tamahu panditam buddha Tyaktva karma phala sangam nitya tripto nirashrayaha Karmani abhi bhavitopi naiva kinchit karotu sa Nirashir yata chittatma tyakta sarva parigraha Shariram kevalam karma kurvam napnoti kilvisham Vichalava santushto Tvanvatito vimatsaraha Samah siddhava siddhocha Kritvapi nani bhadyate Gata sangasya muktasya Jnana vastita chetasaha Jnana yacharata karma Samagram pravadiyate Brahmarpanam brahma havir Brahmagno brahmanahutam Brahmaivatena gantavyam Brahma karma samadhina Daivam eva pare yagyam Yogina parayupasate Brahmagnav apare yagyam Yagyeno paivajuvati Shotanin dindriyanyanye Sammadhyam shujuvati Shabdadin vishayan anya Indriyagnishu juvati Sarvanindriya karmani Prana karmani chapare Atma samyamya yogagno Juvati jnana dipite Dravya yagyastapo yagya Yoga yagyastatapare Svadhyaya jnana yagyascha Yataya samsita vrataha apane jugati pranam, prane panam tatapare, pranapana gati rudva, pranayama parayana, apare nityahara, pranam praneshu juvati, sarve pyete yagyavido, yagya kshapita kalmashaha, yagya sishtamritam bhujo, yanti brahma sanatanam, nayam lokostya yagyasya, kutonya karusittamaha, evam bahu vida yagya, vidata brahmano mukhe, karmajan vidhitan sarvam, evam gyatva vimokshase, shreyan dravya mayad yagyaj, Jnana yagya parantapa, sarvam karma kilam partha, jnane parisamapyate, tadvidhi pranipatena, pariprashnena sevaya, upadekshyanti te jnanam, jnaninas tattvadarshinaha, yajgyatva napunarmoham, evam yasyasi pandava, yena bhutanya sheshani, Drakyasyaatmanyato mayi, api ched asi papebhya, sarvebhya papakritamaha, sarvam jnana plavena vrijanam santarishyasi, yataidansi samidhognir, basmasat kurute arjuna, jnanagni sarva karmani, basmasat kurute tata, nahi jnanena sadrisham, pavitram iha vidyate, tat svayam yoga samsiddha, kalenatmani vindati, shradhaval labate yanyam, tat parasam yatendriyaha, jnanam labdva param shantim, achirena gacchati, agyascha shradhapanascha, samshayatma vinashyati, nayam lokosti naparo, nasukam samshayatmanaha, yoga sanyasta karmanam, sanchina samshayam, atmavantam na karmani, nibhadananti dhananjaya, tasmada jnana sambhutam, pritstam jnana sinatmanaha, chitvainam samshayam yogam, atishto tishta bharata. Hansagati Prabhu, would you like?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, give the mic.
The mic. Hare Krishna. Chapter 4, text 1. The Blessed Lord said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god Vivaswan. Vivaswan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ikshvaku. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appears to be lost. That very ancient science of the relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you, because you are my devotee as well as my friend. Therefore you can understand the transcendental mystery of this science. Arjuna said, the sun god Vivaswan is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed this science to him? The Blessed Lord said, many, many births both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of the enemy. Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all sentient beings, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Whenever and wherever there's a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharat, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself, in order to deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish principles of religion. I advent myself millennium after millennium. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Being freed from attachment, fear, and anger, being fully absorbed in me, taking refuge in me, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. All of them, as they surrender unto me, I reward accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Prita. Men in this world desire success in fruitive activities, and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, men get results from fruitive work in this world. According to the three modes of material nature and the work ascribed to them, the four divisions of human society were created by me. And although I am the creator of this system, you should know that I am yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. There's no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands this truth about me does not become entangled in the fruit of actions of work, reactions of work. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with this understanding and so attained liberation. Therefore, as the ancients, you should perform your duty in this divine consciousness. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all sins. The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is. One who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities. One is understood to be in full knowledge whose every act is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He's said by sages to be a worker whose fruit of action is burned up by the fire of perfect knowledge. Abandoning all attachment to the results of his activities, ever satisfied and independent, he performs no fruit of action, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly controlled, gives up all sense of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus working, he is not affected by sinful reactions. One who is satisfied with gain which comes of its own accord, who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady both in success and failure, is never entangled, although performing actions. The work of a man who's unattached to the modes of material nature and who's fully situated in transcendental knowledge merges entirely into transcendence. A person who's fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities, in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some of them offer sacrifices in the fire of the Supreme Brahman. Some of them sacrifice the hearing process and the senses in the fire of the controlled mind, and others sacrifice the objects of the senses, such as sound, fire of sacrifice. Those who are interested in self-realization in terms of mind and sense control offer the functions of all the senses as well as the vital force, breath, as oblations into the fire of the controlled mind. There are others who, enlightened by sacrificing their material possessions in severe austerities, take strict vows and practice the yoga of eightfold mysticism, and others study the Vedas for live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? All these different types of sacrifice are proved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated. O chastiser of the enemy, the sacrifice of knowledge is greater than the sacrifice of material possessions. O son of Prita, after all, the sacrifice of work culminates in transcendental knowledge. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge unto you because he is the truth. And when you have thus learned the truth, you will know that all living beings are but part of me, and that they are in me and are mine. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. As a blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activity. Soul, there is happiness neither in the next. Therefore, one who has renounced the fruits of his action, whose doubts are destroyed by transcendental knowledge, and who is situated firmly in the self, is not bound by works, O conqueror of riches. Therefore, the doubts which have risen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapons of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bharata, stand and fight.
Guys, chapter 4 of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā ki Jai. And we
That's
still
because you didn't
have...
start till 10 and everyone was doing all these introductions till
We didn't even
it's
start
a half-hour
reading, so
chapter. It
So it
started
is-
late.
There's at least 6 more hours left.
Well, maybe we can do it some
No,
tomorrow.
not 6 hours.
No, we can't do tomorrow. It has to be done today.
Half-hour chapter.
I say we start at 3.
It's Archie time. Yeah.
Start at 3. Having suffered for a long time, she attained the body of a female parrot. One day that parrot was searching here and there for food. In the meantime, the vulture, who in his previous life had been Pingala, her husband, right? It's confusing because normally the Pingala, the story is the prostitute, right? Pingala, the man, her husband, saw the female parrot, and remembering his last life and understanding that this parrot had been his wife, he attacked her with his sharp beaks. The parrot fell down into the water fell down into the water contained in a human skull and drowned. Just then, a hunter came and shot the vulture with an arrow. The vulture fell and his head dropped into the water of that skull and he drowned. You following?
Yeah.
It's a little tense and connected. So many stories. Then the messengers of Yamaraj came and took them to the abode of death. At that time they became very afraid, remembering their past sinful lives. When they came in front of Yamaraj, he told them, "You are now free from all sins and you may go to Vaikuntha." When Pingala and Aruna heard this, they inquired from Yamaraj how two sinful persons such as they had attained the right to go to Vaikuntha. Yamaraj replied, "On the bank of the river Ganga lived a great devotee of Lord Vishnu by the name of Vat. He was free from lust and greed. Daily he recited, guess what chapter? 5th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā. Jai. And when Vat gave up his body, he went straight to Vaikuntha. Due to his reciting the 5th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā daily, his body became completely pure. And because of your coming in contact with the skull of the body of the devotee,
Oh my God.
you both have attained Vaikuntha."
Haribo!
Haribo.
Wow.
This is the glory of the 5th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā. Lord Vishnu said, "My dear Lakshmi," when they both heard the glories of Bhagavad-Gītā from Yamaraj, they became very happy and sat down in the flower airplane which had come to take them to Vaikuntha. Anyone who hears the 5th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā, even the most sinful, will attain Vaikuntha. Okay. Karma Yoga.
Action in Krishna consciousness.
Can you please repeat the name of the chapter?
Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness. 5th chapter.
So now we're going to recite all the Sanskrit for the 5th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā, titled Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness. Not to be confused with the third chapter, which is called Karma Yoga. Arjuna Vacha Sanyasam Karmanam Krishna Punar Yogam Cha Samshasi Yakshreya Etayor Ekam Tanme Bruhi Sunishchitam Shri Bhagavan Vacha Sanyasa Karma Yogascha Nishreyasa Karabhubhau Tayostu Karma Sanyasat Karma Yoga Vishishyate Sanyasi Yona Veshti Nakamshati Nirdvandvo Hi Mahabaho Sukham Bandhat Pramuchyate Sankhya Yoga Prithabhala Pravadanti Na Pandita Ekam Apyastita Samya Uvayo Vindate Palam Yat Sankhyae Prapyate Sthanam Yaya Abhigamyate Ekam Sankyam Cha Yogam Cha Ya Pashyati Sa Pashyati Sanyasastu Mahabaho Dukam Aptum Ayogataha Yoga Yuktam Manir Brahma Nachena Digapshati Yoga Yukta Vishuddhatma Vijitatma Jitendriyaha Sarva Bhutatma Bhutatma Kurvam Api Nalipyate Naiva Kinchit Karomiti Yukto Manyeta Tattvavit Pashyan Shrinvan Sprishan Jigran Ashnan Gachan Svapan Shvasan Pralapan Vishrijan Grimnan Unmishan Nimishan Api Indriyan Indriyarteshu Vartanta iti dharayan Manyadhyaya karmani Sangam tyaktva karoti ya Lipyatena sapapena Padmapatram ivam vasa Kayena manasa buddhya Kevalaya indriyaya rapi Yogina karma kurvanti Sangam tyaktvatma shuddhaye Yukta karma palam tyaktva Shantimatnoti naishtikim Ayukta kama karena Hale sakto nibadhyate Sarva karmani manasa Sanyasyasti sukham vashi Navadvare kure dehi Naiva kurvan nakarayam Nakartritvam nakarmani Lokasya srijati prabhu Nakarma phala samyogam Svabhavastu pravartate Nadatte kasya chit papam Nachaiva sukritam vibhu Ajnanena vritam jnanam Tena muhyanti jantavaha Jnanena tuntarajnanam Samnashitam atmanaha Tesham aditya vajjnanam Prakashayati tatparam Tad buddhayas tad atmanas Tad nishtas tatparayana Gacchantya punar avrittam Jnana nirduta kalmashaha Vidya vinaya sampane Brahmane kavihastani Shuni chaiva svapake cha Pandita samadarshinaha Ihaiva tairchitah sargo Yesham samyestitam manaha Nirdosham hi samam brahma Tasmad brahmani testitaha Na pahrishyet priyam prapya No dvijet prapya cha priyam Stira buddhira sammudho Brahmavid brahmani stitaha Bahya sparsheshva saktatma Vindatyatmani yat sukham Sabrahma yoga yuktatma Sukham akshayam ashnute Yehi samsparsha jabhoga Dukkha yonaya evate Adyantavantak kunteya Nateshu ramate buddha Shaknoti haiva yakshodham praksharira vimokshanat kama krodhodvavam vegam sayukta sasukhinara yatak sukho antarharamas jyotirevaya sayogi brahma nirvanam Digachati Lavante Brahma Nirvanam Shayakshina Kalmasha Chinina Dvaidha Yatatmana Sarvabhuta Hiterataha Kama Krodha Vimuktanam Yatinam Yatachetasam Avito Brahma Nirvanam Vartate Viditatmanam Sparsham Kritva Bahirbahyams. Prabhu, would you like to read this, the English for this chapter? You need the microphone?
Arjuna said, O Krishna, first of all you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial? The personality of Godhead replied, the renunciation of work and work in devotion are both good for liberation. But of the two, work in devotional service is better than renunciation of work. One who neither hates nor desires the fruits of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, free from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated, O mighty armed Arjuna. Only the ignorant speak of devotional service, karma yoga, as being different from the analytical study of the material world, sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the result of both. One who knows that the position reached by means of analytical study can also be attained by devotional service, and who therefore sees analytical study as devotional service to be on the same level, sees things as they are. Merely renunciating all activities, yet not engaging in the devotional service of the Lord cannot make one happy. But a thoughtful person engaged in devotional service can achieve the supreme without delay. One who works in devotion, who is pure soul, who controls his mind and senses, is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. A person in divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping, and breathing, always known with himself that he actually does nothing at all. Because while speaking, controls his nature and mentally renounces all actions. He resides happily in the city of 9 gates, the material body, neither working nor causing work to be done. Spirit, master of the city of his body, does not create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. Nor does the Supreme Lord assume anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge. When, however, one is enlightened with a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater outcast. Those whose minds are established in sameness and equanimity have already conquered the conscious conditions of birth and death. They are flawless like Brahma, and thus they are already situated in Brahman. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is already situated in transcendence. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure, but is always entranced, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self-realized in person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. An intelligent person does not take part in the sources of misery. Disciplined and constantly endeavoring for perfection are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future. Shutting out all external objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses, and intelligence. The transcendentalist aiming at liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. A person in full consciousness.
Jai Shri Giriraj Govardhana ki jai, Shri Shringa Bhagavan ki jai, Gaur Premanandi. Lord Vishnu said, "Now I will tell you the glories of the 6th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Whoever hears this description will be liberated from the material world." On the bank of the Godavari River, there is a very beautiful town of the name Pratishtanpur, or Paitan, where I am famous by the name of Pipalesh. In that town, there was a king of the name Janshruti, whom the people loved very much and whose qualities were unlimited. He performed daily fire sacrifices, which were so opulent and large that the smoke from them reached the heavenly pleasure garden known as Nandanvan and made the leaves of the Kalpavriksha trees black. Those trees appeared as if they were off. 3 other swans flew ahead of the rest. At that time, the other swans addressed Bhadrashva, "Oh brother, why are you flying ahead? Do you not see in front of you the great king Janashruti, who is so powerful that he can burn up his enemies by his desire?" When Bhadrashva heard the words of the other swans, he started to laugh and he said, "Oh brothers, is this king Janashruti as powerful as the great sage Raikva?" That when the king heard the words of the swans, he immediately came down from the roof of his high palace, and he happily sat on his throne. At that time, he called his chariot driver and instructed him to go and find the great sage Raikva. When the chariot driver of the name Maha heard the king's instructions, he became very happy, and he left immediately to search out Raikva. First, he traveled to Kashipuri, where Lord Vishwanath resides, for the welfare of all beings. And next he went to Gaya, where the lotus-eyed Lord Gadadhar, who is capable of freeing all beings from the bondage of birth and death, stays. After having holy places, he came to Mathura, which is capable of destroying all sins. In this place, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, resides. All of the great sages, demigods, also the Vedas and other Shastras, in their personal forms, perform austerities, and they render service to Lord Krishna. Mathura, which is in the shape of a half moon, and is situated on the bank of the beautiful devotion-giving river, a very large and shining white palace. At that palace, all of the people, even the foolish men, looked as beautiful demigods due to the fact that many sacrificial fires were burning continuously. It looked as if a row of clouds always hung over the town. The deity of Lord Shiva, known as Manikeshwar, resided in that town. The king of Kashmir had just returned from defeating many kings and was engaged in worshipping Lord Shiva. Due to his great devotion to Lord Shiva, that king was known as Manikeshwar. Just close to the door of the temple, sitting on a small cart underneath a tree, Maha saw the great sage Raikva. So, when he recognized Raikva from the description of Janashruti, he immediately fell at his feet and inquired from him, "O great sage, where do you live? And what is your full name? You are such a highly elevated person. Why are you sitting in this place?" When Raikva heard the words of Maha, he thought for some time and then he replied, "I am fully satisfied. I do not require anything." So, when Maha heard this reply, in his heart he could understand everything. He immediately left on the long journey back to Pratishtanpur, and when he reached his destination, he immediately went and offered his respects to the king, and with folded hands informed the king of all the events which had taken place. Daily, I recite the 6th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. So after that, King Janashruti heard from Raikva the 6th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, and thereafter he engaged in daily reciting that 6th chapter. And in course of time, a flower airplane arrived, took him to Vaikuntha. Meanwhile, that great sage who was reciting the 6th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā daily went to Vaikuntha, where he engaged in the service of the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord Vishnu. Anyone who recites this 6th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā will very soon attain service to the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. Of this, there is no doubt. Gaur Premanandi. So now we'll start with the Sanskrit. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Anashrita Karma Palam Karyam Karma Karotiya Sasanyasi Cha Yogi Cha Nirna Chatriyaha Yam Sanyasam Iti Prahur Yogam Tam Vidi Pandava Nahyasanyasta Sankalpo Yogi Bhavati Kaschana Arurukshor Muye Yogam Karma Karanam Uchyate Yoga Rudhasya Tasyaiva Shama Karanam Uchyate Yadahi Nendriyarteshu Nakarmasvyam Nusajjate Sarva Sankalpa Sanyasi Yoga Rudhas Taduchyate Uddhare Atmanatmanam Natmanam Avasadayet Atmaiva Hyatmano Bandhur Atmaiva Vipuratmanaha Bandhuratma Namastasya Yenatmaiva Atmana Jitaha Anatmanastu Shatrutve Varte Tatmaiva Shatruvat Jitatmana Prishantasya Paramatma Samahita Toshna Sukha Dukeshu Tatamana Pamanayo Dhyana Vijnana Triptatma Kutashto Vijitendriyaha Yukta Ityuchate Yogi Samalostrashma Kanchanaha Jurim Mitrar Yudasina Madhyasta Dveshya Bandushu Sadhushvapi Chapapeshu Samabudhir Vishishyate Yogi Yunjita Satatam Atmanam Rahasi Stitaha Ekaki Yata Chittatma Nashir Aparigraha Shucho Deshe Pratishtapya Stiram Asanam Atmanaha Natyuchritam Nati Nicham Shailajina Kushottaram Tatraikagram Manakritva Yata Chittendriya Kriyaha Upavishya Sane Yunjyad Yogam Atma Vishuddhaye Samam Kaya Shiro Grivam Dharayan Achalam Sthiraha Samprekshya Nasikagram Swam Dishascha Navalokayam Prashantatma Vigatabhir Brahmachari Vrate Stitaha Manasam Yanya Matchitro Yukta Asita Matparaha Yunjan Evan Sadatmanam Niyatamanasa Shantim Nirvana Paraman Matsatstam Adhigacchati Natyashnatas yogosti Nachaikantam Anashnataha Nachati Svapna Shilasya Jagrato Naivacharjuna Yuktahara Viharasya Yukta Chetasya Karmasu Yukta Swapna Vabodasya Yogo Bhavati Dukkaha Yata Viniyatam Chittam Atmanyeva Vatishtate Nispriha Sarvakamebhyo Yukta Iti Uchate Tada Yata Dipo Nivadasto Ningate Sopamasmrita Yogino Yata Chittasya Yunjato Yogam Atmanaha Yatro Paramate Chittam Nirudham Yoga Sevaya Yatra Chaivatmanatmanam Pashyani Tushyati Sukhama Atyantikam Yattat Buddhi Grahyam Atindriyam Chaivayam Stitas Chalati Tatvataha Yam Labdva Chaparam Labham Manyate Nadikam Tataha Yasmin Stito Nadukena Gurunapi Vichalyate Tam Vidya Dukha Samyoga Viyogam Yoga Samdhyatam Nimam Naitat Atman Yeva Vasham Nayet Prashanta Manasam Hyenam Yoginam Sukham Uttamam Upaiti Shanta Rajasam Bhutam Akal Yunjan Eva Sadatmanam Yogi Vigata Kalmasha Sukhena Brahma Samsparsham Atyantam Sukham Ashnute Sarvabhutastam Atmanam Sarvabhutani Chatmani Ikshate Yoga Yuktatma Sarvatra Samatah Yomam Pashyati Sarvatra Sarvam Chamai Pashyati Tasya Astita Sarvata Vartamanopi Sayogi Mai Vartate Atmopamyena Sarvatra Samam Pashyati Arjuna Sukham va yadi va dukkam Sayogi Paramo Mataha Arjuna Uvacha Yo Yam Vayor Eva Saduskaram Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Asamshayam Mahabaho Manodur Nigraham Chalam Abhyasena Tukanteya Vairagyena Chagrihate Asamshayatmana Yogo Dusprapa Iti Manmati Vashyatmana Tu Yatata Shakyo Vaptum Upayataha Arjuna Uvacha Ayati Shradhayo Peto Yogach Chalita Manasa Aprapya Yoga Samsiddhim Kam Gatim Krishna Gacchati Kachim No Prashtash Chinna Brahm Ivanashyati Aprachdito Mahabaho Vimudho Brahmana Prati Etan Me Samshayam Krishna Chetum Arhasya Sheshataha Tvadanya Samshayasyasya Chaitana Hipapadyate Shri Bhagavan Vacha Partanaiveha Namutra Vinashastasya Vidyate Tatra Tam Buddhi Samyogam Labate Parvadehikam Yatate Chatato Bhuya Samsiddho Kurunandana Purvapyasena Tenaiva Riyate Yavashopisa Jigyasur Api Yogasya Shabda Brahmati Vartate Prayatnad Yatamanastu Yogi Samshuddha Kilbisha Aneka Janma Samsiddhas Tato Yati Param Gatim Tapas Vibhyo Diko Yogi Jnanibhyo Pi Matodika Karmibhyascha Diko Yogi Tasmad yogi bhavarjuna yoginam api sarvesham madgatenantaratmana shraddhavan bhajate yo mam same yukta tamo mataha. Okay, Jaiko, do you want it? Okay.
Go on, Ed.
Dhyana Yoga. Text 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his works and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no duty. What is called renunciation you should know to be the same as yoga, or linking oneself with the Supreme, also of Pandu, for one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification. For one who is a neophyte in the Eightfold Yoga system, work is said to be the means. Work is said to be the means, and for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means. A person is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities. One must deliver himself with the help of his mind and not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. A person is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi when he is fully satisfied by virtue of acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones, or gold, as the same. A person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral mediators, the envious friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, all with an equal mind. A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind, and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kusha grass on the ground and then cover it with a deer skin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses and activities, and fixing the mind on one point. One should hold one's body, neck, and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life, one should meditate upon me within the heart, and make me the ultimate goal of life. Thus, practicing constant control of the body, mind, and activities, the mystic transcendentalist, his mind regulated, attains to the kingdom of God by cessation of material existence. There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi or a yuna if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough. He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. When the yogi, by practice of yoga, disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in transcendence, devoid of all material desires, he is said to be well established in yoga. As a lamp in a windless place does not waver.
Windless and waver.
Oh, as a lamp in a windless place does not waver. So the transcendentalist whose mind is controlled remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendent self. In the stage of perfection called trance or samadhi, one's mind is completely restrained from material mental activities by practice of yoga. This perfection is characterized by one's sustained by full conviction, and thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else. From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw it and bring it back under the control of the self. The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily verily. What does verily means? Anyway,
Like certainly?
speaks on me, verily attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the mode of passion. He realizes his qualitative identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all reactions to past deeds. Thus the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental loving service to the Lord. Everything in me, I am never lost, nor he is ever lost in me. Such a yogi who engages in the worshipful service of the Supersoul, knowing that I and the Supersoul are one, remains always in me in all circumstances. He is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress. O Arjuna. Arjuna said, O Madhusudan, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and unendurable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady. For the mind is restless, turbulent, obstinate, and very strong, O Krishna, and to subdue it, I think is more difficult than controlling the wind. Lord Sri Krishna said, O mighty armed son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice and by detachment. For one whose mind is unbridled, my bad. For one whose mind is unbridled, self-realization is difficult work, but he whose mind is controlled and who strives by appropriate means is assured of success. That is my opinion. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist, who in the beginning takes to the process of self-realization with faith, but who later desists due to worldly mindedness, and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism? Almighty armed Krishna, does not such a man, who is bewildered from the path of transcendence, fall away from both spiritual and material success, and perish like a raven cloud, with no position in any sphere? This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely, but for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Son of Prita, transcendentalists engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. The unsuccessful yogi, after many, many years of enjoyment on the planet of the pious living entities, is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy. Or, if unsuccessful after long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly, such a birth is rare in this world. On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life, and he again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success, O son of Kuru. By virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles, even without seeking them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately achieving perfection after many, many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. A yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist, and greater than the fruitive worker. Therefore, O Arjuna, in all circumstances, be a yogi. And of all yogis, the one with a great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself, and renders transcendental loving service to me, he is the most intimately united with me in yoga, and is the highest of all. That is my opinion.
So now we'll have Vaikanas Maharaj read this, the glories of chapter 7.
Just good.
Lord Shiva said, My dear Parvati, now I will tell you the glories of the 7th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, hearing which one feels his ears have been filled with divine nectar. Pataliputra is the name of one large town which has many large gates. In that town lived a Brahmana of the name Shankukam, and he had taken to the occupation of a businessman. and had amassed a very large wealth. But he had never performed any type of devotional activities, nor had he performed the necessary ritualistic performances for the sake of his forefathers. He became very rich, so much that even great kings would dine at his house. Shankukarna was also the most miserly of persons, and he kept his wealth buried under the ground. Once, when that Brahmana was going along with his children and other relatives for the purpose of his fourth marriage, they stopped at one place to rest for the night. While he was sleeping, a snake came and bit him. When his sons and relatives realized that a snake had bitten him, they called for the doctors and mantra chanters, but no one was able to help Shankukarna, and shortly he died. After that, he attained the body of a Pretasarp, a snake ghost. The only thing he was able to think about was his wealth, which was buried close to the house where he had lived. He had not even informed his own family of the whereabouts of his wealth. Even in the form of a Pretasarp, he resided at the place where his wealth was buried, so that no one else could take that wealth. After some time, he became tired of being trapped in the form of a Pretasarp, and he appeared in dreams to his sons and requested them to help him. In the morning, when his lazy sons woke up, they told each other about the dream they had seen. One of his sons took a large digging instrument in his hands and went to the place the father had indicated that he was living. When he reached that place, he realized that he was not aware of the exact spot where the wealth was buried. That son was exceptionally greedy, and he searched for a long time until he came across a snake hole, which he promptly started to dig out. Shortly, a very large and fearful-looking snake came out of that hole and spoke the following: "O fool, who are you? Why have you come here? Who has sent you? And why are you digging at this place? Reply to my questions at once." The son replied, "I am your son. My name is Shiva. In a dream last night, I saw that there were hidden treasures buried at this place, and I came to take them." When he heard Shiva speaking that way, the Pretasarp started to laugh and said, "Ha ha! If you are my son, then why are you not performing the necessary rituals to free me from this hellish situation? Due to greed in my last life, I attained this body, and now you are headed in the same way." The son inquired, "My dear father, kindly tell me how you can be freed from this hellish situation." The Pretasarp said, "Not by any kind of charity, tapasya, or yajna. Only by reciting of the 7th chapter of the Bhagavad-Gītā will I be able to become free from the wheel of birth and death. My dear son, kindly perform the Shraddha ceremony, and on that day invite a Brahmana who is in the habit of chanting the 7th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā, and feed him very sumptuously." Thereafter, Shiva, along with his other brother, fulfilled the instructions of their father, and while the Brahmin was chanting the 7th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, Shankukarna gave up that frightful body of a Pretasarp and attained a divine four-armed body. At that time he blessed his sons and informed them where his wealth was, and then left for Vaikuntha. Those sons, whose minds had become fixed in devotion to Lord Krishna, used that wealth for building temples, digging wells and distributing foodstuffs. They all engaged daily in the recitation of the 7th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, and very quickly they attained the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Lord Shiva said, "My dear Parvati, I have told you the wonderful glories of the 7th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā. Anyone who hears this description will be freed from all sinful reactions."
Chapter 7.
So just for everyone's information, you know that our Gurudev in his introduction to Bhagavad-Gītā, he explains that the 18 chapters of the Bhagavad-Gītā, they're divided into 3 parts. 6, 6, and 6. This is the ultimate 666. And so now we're just beginning the middle portion. And the middle portion is all about pure bhakti. And Krishna is directly speaking about himself and about how he can be attained through bhakti. So now we begin the 7th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā.
Knowledge of the Absolute.
Yes, knowledge of the Absolute. Verse 1. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya Saktamana Partha Yogam Yunjan Madashraya Asamshayam Samabrahma Yata Vyasasi Tachtrinu Jnanam Teham Savijnanam Idam Bhakshyam Yasheshataha Yajyatvaneha Bhuyonyat Avashishyate Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kaschid Yatati Siddhaye Yatatapi Siddhanam Kaschin Mam Veti Tattvataha Bhumir Apo Nalo Vayu Kammano Buddhirevacha Ahankara Iti Yamme Bhinna Prakatir Ashtadha Apareyam Itaspanyam Prakatim Vidime Param Jiva Bhutam Mahabaho Yayenam Jagat Etad Yonini Bhutani Sarvani Upadharaya Aham Kritsnasya Jagata Prabhava Prayastata Mata Parataram Nanyat Kinchirasti Dhananjaya Mai Sarvam Idam Protam Sutre Manikanaiva Rasoham Apsu Kaunteya Prabhashmi Shashi Shuryayo Pranava Sarva Vedeshu Shabda Ke Paurisham Vishu Gandha Prithivyancha Tejas Chasmi Vibhavasho Jivanam Sarva Bhuteshu Tapas Chasmi Tapas Vishu Vijam Man Sarva Bhutanam Viparta Sanatanam Buddhir Buddhimatam Asmi Tejas Tejas Vinamaham Bhavam Balavatam Chaham Kamaraga Vivarjitam Dharma Viludho Bhuteshu Kamosmi Bharatarshava Yechaiva Sattvika Bhava Rajasastam Saschaye Matta Eveti Tam Vidhi Natvam Keshu Kemai Gunayair Bhavair Evi Sarvam Idam Jagat Mohitam Na Vijanati Mam Ega Param Avyayam Kesha Gunayi Manamaya Duratyaya Mameva Ye Prapadyante Mayam Etam Tarantite Namam Duskritino Mudha Prapadyante Naradama Mayaya Paritagyana Asuram Bhavam Ashrita Chaturvida Brajante Mam Jana Sukriti Norjuna Arto Jigyasur Artarti Jnani Cha Bharatarshadha Jnani Nitya Yukta Eka Bhaktir Vishishyate Priyo Hi Jnani Notyartam Aham Sacha Mama Priya Udara Sarva Evaite Jnani Tatmaiva Menutam Ashtita Sahi Yuktatma Mam Evam Utamam Gatim Bahunam Janmanam Te Jnanavan Mam Prapadyate Vasudeva Sarvam Iti Sa Mahatma Sudurlabha Kamastastair Hridayana Prapadyante Anyadevata Tam Tam Niyam Ashtaya Prakritya Niyatasvaya Yo Yo Yam Yam Tanum Bhakta Shradhayarchitum Icchati Tasya Tasya Chalam Shradham Tam Eva Vidadam Yaham Sataya Shradhaya Yuktas tasya radhanam ihate, labhate cha tatakkamam, ayam vihitan hitan, antavattu phalam tesham, bhavati alpamedasham, devan devayajo yanti, madbhakta yanti mamapi, avyaktam vyaktim appannam, manyante madabhubhaya, param bhavam ajananto, mamavyayam amuttamam, naham prakasha sarvasya, yogamaya samavritaha, mudho yam na vijanati, loko mam ajam avyayam, vedaham samatitani, vartamanani charjuna, bhavishyani chabhutani, mam tu vedana kasyana, Icha dvesha samuttena, dvandvamohena bharata, sarva bhutani sammoham, sarge yanti parantapa, yesham tvantagatam papam, jananam punya karmanam, te dvandvamohanir mukta, bhajante mam dridavrata, jara marva mokshaya, mama shritya yatanti ye, te brahma tadvidu kritsnam, adhyatmam karma chakilam, sadi bhutadi daivam mam, sadi yagyam cha ye vidu, prayana kale picha mam, te vidur yukta chetasaha. Hari Bol. So, Jagannath Prabhu, you want to read?
Okay.
The English, this is chapter 7.
Let's start out with Bhakti sandwich middle.
Did you get the microphone?
Chapter 7, Knowledge of the Absolute. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Now hear, O son of Pritha, how by practicing yoga in full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free from doubt. I shall now declare unto you in full this knowledge, both phenomenal and numinous. This being known, nothing further shall remain for you to know. Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether, these 8 constitute my separated material energies. Besides these, Almighty armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mine, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature.
And
all created beings have their source in these 2 natures, of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world. Know for certain that I am both the region and the dissolution. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me, as pearls are strung on a thread. O son of Kunti, I am the taste of water, the light of the sun and the moon. The syllable Om in the Vedic mantras, I am the sound in ether and ability in man. I am the original fragrance of the earth, and I am the heat in fire. I am the life of all that lives, and I am the penances of all ascetics. O son of Pritha, know that I am the original seed of all existences, the intelligence of the intelligent, and the prowess of all powerful men. I am the strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. I am sex life, which is not contrary to religious principles, O Lord of the Bharts, Arjuna. Know that all states of being, be they of goodness, passion, or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am, in one sense, everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they, on the contrary, are within me. Deluded by the 3 modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance, the whole world does not know me. who am above the modes of inexhaustible. The divine energy of mind, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, who are lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. All best among the bards, four kinds of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me: the distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best. For I am very dear to him, and he is dear to me. All these devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls, but he who is situated in knowledge of me, I consider to be just like my own self. Being engaged in my transcendental service, he is sure to attain me, the highest and most perfect goal. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desires surrender unto demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. I am in everyone's heart as the super soul. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Endowed with such a faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtains his desires. But in actuality, these benefits are bestowed by me alone. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them, I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me no one knows. O sign of Bart, O conqueror of the foe, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by dualities, arisen from desire and hate. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principle of the material manifestation of the demigods and of all methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even at the time of death.
So now we'll read the 8th chapter. Give the microphone.
Chapter 8, the glories of chapter 8. Lord Shivaji said, My dear Parvati, now please listen to the glories of the 8th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. After listening to this, you will feel great joy. In the south, is an important town of the name Amard Kapur, in which one Brahmin of the name Baba Sharma lived, who had taken a prostitute as his wife. Baba Sharma enjoyed eating meat, drinking wine, stealing, going with others' wives, and hunting. One day that sinful Baba Sharma was invited to a party where he drank so much alcohol that it started to come out of his mouth.
We've been there.
You don't have any experience of this. After the party, he became very sick and suffered from chronic dysentery. And after many days of suffering, he died and attained the body of a date palm tree.
Wow.
I guess you make alcohol out of date palm.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
If you let it sit after the morning tapping for even just 3-4 hours, it's already
It gets fizzy.
You have to drink it early, otherwise you're in trouble.
You know.
You know
Okay.
that.
Marge knows all these details.
Mr. John, it happened to him once. He didn't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So one day, 2 Brahma Rakshasas, ghosts, came and took shelter under that tree. Their previous life story was as follows. There was a Brahmin by the name Kushibha, who was very learned in the Vedas and had studied all branches of knowledge. His wife's name was Kumati, who was very evil-minded. Although that Brahmin was very learned, he was also very greedy. Along with his wife, he used to collect lots of charity every day, and he would never give charity to any other Brahmanas. When their time came to die, they both attained the form of Brahma Rakshasas. As Brahma Rakshasas, they continuously wandered here and there over the earth, suffering from hunger and thirst. One day, they rested under that date palm tree. At that time, the wife inquired from the husband, "How can we get free from this curse of being Brahma Rakshasas?" He replied, "By knowledge of Brahma, by knowledge of the self, by knowledge of fruitive activities. Without such knowledge, it is not possible to get free from our sinful reactions." Upon hearing this, the wife inquired, "Oh, my lord, what is Brahma? What is the self? What are fruitive activities? Kim tad Brahma, kim adhyatmam, kim karma purushottama?" Completely by accident, the wife happened to chant half of the first shloka of the 8th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā. Completely by accident. He's asking a question. At that time, having heard that half shloka, Baba Sharma broke free from that form as a tree and again attained the body of a Brahmin, completely free from all sins. Suddenly from the sky came a flower airplane which took that husband and wife back home, back to Godhead, to Vaikuntha. Afterwards, that Brahmin, Baba Sharma, with great respect, wrote down that half shloka, "Kim tad Brahma, kim adhyatmam, kim karma purushottama." What is Brahma? What is fruitive activities? What is knowledge of the self? And with the intention of worshipping Lord Krishna, he went to Kashipuri and started performing great austerities while continuously chanting only that half shloka. Meanwhile, in Vaikuntha, Lakshmi, seeing Lord Vishnu had risen suddenly from taking rest, inquired with folded hands, "Why have you risen so suddenly from your sleep?" Lord Vishnu said, "My dear Lakshmi, in Kashipuri, on the bank of the river Ganges, my devotee is performing great austerities, continuously chanting a half shloka of the 8th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā. For a long time I have been thinking how to award his devotion." Parvati inquired from Lord Shiva. When Lord Vishnu was so pleased with his devotee, what benediction did he bestow upon him? Lord Shiva said, "Baba Sharma went to Vaikuntha to engage in the eternal service of the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. Not only that, but all of his ancestors also attained the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. My dear Parvati, I have described to you just a little of the glories of the 8th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā.
Gaur Premanandi.
Hari 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 Bol.
Shloka, remember that. One shloka.
Half shloka.
We're going to right now we're going to recite that half shloka as the first shloka. The first of the 8th chapter. First shloka of the 8th chapter. Arjuna uvacha kim tad brahma kim adhyatma kim karma purushottama adi bhutam shakim proktam adi daivam kim uchyate adi yadya katam kotra dehesmin madhusudana prayana kale chakatam geyosi niyatatmabhi Shri Bhagavan Vacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Svabhavodhyatmam Uchyate Bhuta Bhavod Bhavakaro Visarga Karma Samhitaha Adi Bhutam Ksharo Bhava Purushashchadi Daivatam Adi Yadyoham Evatra Dehe Deha Vidramvara Antakale Chamameva Smaram Bhaktavevaram Yat Prayati Samabhavam Yati Nasyatra Samshayaha Yam Yam Vapi Smaram Bhavam Tyaja Tante Kalevaram Tam Tam Evaiti Konteya Sada Tad Bhava Bhavitaha Jaleshu Mamanusvara Yudhyacha Mai Arpitamano Buddhir Mami Vaishyasya Samshayaha Abhyasa Yoga Yuktena Chetasana Gamina Paramam Purusham Divyam Yati Partanu Chintayam Kavim Puranam Anushashitaram Anoraniyam Samanusmaredya Sarvasya Dhataram Achintya Rupam Aditya Varnam Tamasah Parastat Prayana Kale Manasachalena Bhaktya Yukto Yoga Balena Chaiva Bruvor Madhye Pranam Aveshya Samyak Tattam Sam Purusham Upaiti Divyam Yad Aksharam Veda Vido Vedanti Vishanti Yad Yatayo Vitaraga Yad Ichanto Brahmacharyam Charanti Te Padam Sangrahena Pravakshe Sarvadvarani Samyamya Mano Hidi Nirudhyacha Murudyan Yad Yatmanat Pranam Astito Yogadharanam Om Itye Kaksharam Brahma Vyaharam Mananusmaram Prayati Jajan Deham Sayati Paramam Gataham Ananya Cheta Satatam Yogamam Smarati Nityashaha Tasyaham Sulabha Partha Nitya Yuktasya Yoginaha Mam Upetya Punarjanma Dukhalayam Shashvatam Napnuvanti Mahatmana Samsiddhim Paramam Gataha Abrahma Bhuvana Loka Punar Arvartanarjuna Upetya Tukonteya Punar Janma Navidyate Sahasra Yuga Paryantam Aharyat Brahmano Vidu Ratrim Yuga Sahasrantam Teho Ratra Vido Janaha Avyakta Vyaktaya Sarva Prabhavantya Haragame Ratyagame Praviyante Tatraiva Vyakta Samyake Bhuta Grama Sa Evayam Bhutva Bhutva Praviyate Ratyagame Vashahparta Prabhavantya Haragame Padastasma Tubhavo Adyo Vyakto Vyaktat Sanatanaha Yaksa Sarveshu Bhuteshu Nashyatsu Na Vinashyati Avyakto Kshara Ityuktas Tamahu Paramam Gatim Yam Prapyana Nivartante Taddhama Paramam Mama Purusha Saparaparta Abhyastvanamyaya yasyantakstani bhutani yena sarvam idam tatam yatra kale tvanavrityam avrityam chaiva yogina prayatayati tankalam yakshami bharatarshava agnir jyotirah shukla sammasa uttarayanam tatra prayati gachanti Brahma vido janaha Dumo ratris tata Krishna Sammasa dakshinayanam Tatra chandravasam jyotir Yogi prapya nivartate Shukla Krishna gatir eke Jagatah shasvate mate Ekaya yatyana vrittim Amvaya vartate punaha Naite stri parta janam Yogi muhyati kaschana Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu Yoga yukto bhavarjuna Vedeshu yagyeshu tapashu chaiva Daneshu yat punya palam pradishtam Atyeti tat sarvamidam viditva Yogi param sthanam upaiti chadyam. Maharaj, you want to read this chapter?
What?
The English.
Okay. Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the Self? What are fruit of activities? What is this material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain this to me. Who is the Lord of sacrifice, and how does he live in the body, O Madhusudan? And how can those engaged in devotional service know you at the time of death? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the indestructible, transcendental living entity is called Brahman, and his eternal nature is called Adhyatma, the Self. Action pertaining to the development of the material bodies of the living entities is called karma, or fruit of activities. O best of the embodied beings, the physical nature, which is constantly changing, is called adibhuta, that is the material manifestation. The universal form of the Lord, which includes all the demigods, like those of the sun and moon, is called Adidaiva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the Supersoul in the heart of every embodied being, am called
Whose phone is making that ringing sound? Are you serious? It's not my phone.
Whose phone is just on the window?
Yeah, someone can take it into the other room.
That is Hansagati.
Is it? Oh, that Indian phone.
And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the Super Soul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adi Yajna, the Lord of Sacrifice. And whoever, at the end of his life, quits his body, remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Of this, there is no doubt. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail. Whatever state of being one remembers, Therefore, Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna, and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me, and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. He who meditates on me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path, he, O Partha, is sure to reach me. One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, as he who is the oldest, who is the controller, who is smaller than the smallest, who is the maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conception, who is inconceivable, and who is always a person. He is luminous like the sun, and he is transcendental beyond this material nature. One who at the time of death fixes his life air between the eyebrows and by the strength of yoga, with an undeviating mind, engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion, will certainly attain to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Persons who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Omkara, and who are great sages in the renounced order, enter into Brahman. Desiring such perfection, one practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you this process by which one may attain salvation. The yogic situation is that of detachment from all sensual engagements, closing all the doors of the senses and fixing the mind on the heart and the life air at the top of the head. One establishes himself in yoga. After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, certainly reach the spiritual planets. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain, O son of Gita, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. By human calculation, 1,000 ages taken together form the duration of Brahma's one day, and such also is the duration of his night. At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from the unmanifest state, and thereafter, when the night falls, they are merged into the unmanifest again. Again and again, when Brahma's day arrives, all living entities come into being, and with the arrival of Brahma's night, they are helplessly annihilated. Yet, there is another unmanifest nature, which is eternal, and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme, and is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is. That which the Vedantists describe as unmanifest and infallible, that which is known as the supreme destination, that place from which, having attained it, one never returns, that is my supreme abode. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion. Although he is present in his abode, he is all-pervading, and everything is situated within him. O best of the Bhartas, I shall now explain to you the different times at which, passing away from this world, the yogi does or does not come back. Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery God in the light at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months when the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet, but again comes back. According to Vedic opinion, there are 2 ways of passing from this world, one in light and one in darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back, but when one passes in darkness, he returns. Although the devotees know these 2 paths, O Arjuna, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion. A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from studying the Vedas, performing austere sacrifices, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and curative activities. Simply by performing devotional service, he attains all these, and at the end, he reaches the supreme eternal abode.
So now we're going to read the Gita Mahatmya, the glories of chapter 9. Lord Shiva said, "My dear Parvati, now I will relate to you the glories of the 9th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. There was a town of the name Mahismati on the bank of the Narmada river, where one Brahmin of the name Madhava lived. That Brahmana very strictly followed all the injunctions of the Vedas and possessed all the good qualities of the Brahminical class. Due to his being so learned, he would receive a lot of charity, and with his accumulated wealth, he started to perform a great fire sacrifice. For offering in sacrifice, one goat was brought, and when they started to cleanse that goat in preparation for its sacrifice, to everyone's great surprise, the goat started to laugh, and in a loud voice said, 'O Brahmana, what is the benefit of performing so many fire sacrifices that simply bind us up in the wheel of birth and death? Just see my position due to my performing so many fire sacrifices.' When everyone gathered there heard the words of the goat, they became curious, and that Brahmin inquired with folded hands, 'How did you become a goat? In your previous life, which caste did you belong to? And what activities did you perform?' The goat replied, 'O Brahmana, in my previous birth I was born in a very pure Brahmin family, and I very carefully performed all the ritualistic activities enjoined in the Vedas. One day, this is a misprint here, one day my wife, it doesn't have the word my, one day my wife wished to worship Durga, so that our child might be cured of his disease. For this purpose, she requested me to bring one goat. When we sacrificed the goat at the temple of Mother Durga, the goat cursed me. 'O sinful lowest of all, you wish to make my children fatherless. For this reason, you will also take birth as a goat.' O Madhava, when the time for my death came, I attained this body of a goat, but by the grace of Lord Govinda, I can remember my previous births. If you wish to hear one other interesting story, then I will tell you. In the place known as Kurukshetra, which is capable of giving liberation, there once lived a king of the name Chandrasharma, who was in the dynasty of the sun god. Once at the time of the solar eclipse, the king wished to give charity to one Brahmana. Included in that charity was a Shudra whose body was completely black. After going with his priest and taking bath in the sacred lake, putting on clean cloth and applying sandalwood, he returned to his place. With devotion, he gave charity to a qualified Brahmana. And after he had presented the charity, all of a sudden, from that black Shudra's heart, one very sinful Chandala dog-eater appeared. And after a little while, a female Chandala appeared from that black Shudra's body, and together they went close to the Brahmana. All of a sudden, they entered into the body of the Brahmana. That Brahmana remained undisturbed and started to chant the 9th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā while remembering Lord Govinda. The king, witnessing all these activities, was stunned, unable to say anything. As soon as the words of the 9th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā came on the lips of that Brahmin, the Vishnu Dutas appeared there and chased away those 2 Chandalas. At that time, the king inquired from the Brahmin, 'O learned one, who were those 2 persons? And which mantra did you chant? Which deity did you remember?' Then the Brahmin replied, 'Taking the form of a Chandala, sin personified appeared, along with offense personified in the form of that female Chandala. At that time I started chanting the 9th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, which is capable of releasing one from all fearful situations. And by reciting the 9th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, I am always able to remember the lotus feet of Lord Govinda. Upon hearing this, the king learned the chanting of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, 9th chapter from the Brahman. Gradually he managed to attain the lotus feet of Lord Govinda. When Madhava heard this discourse from the goat, he immediately freed the goat and started to engage in reciting the 9th chapter of Bhagavad-Gītā daily, and thus he also gained the lotus feet of Lord Govinda. So now, beginning with verse, I'm in the wrong chapter. Okay, verse 1, we will begin to read the 9th chapter, Sanskrit, of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam Tute Guhyatamam Pravakshyami Anusuyave Jnanam Vijnana Sahitam Yajyatva Mokshashe Shrivat Guhyam Pavitram Idam Uttamam Pratyaksha Vagamam Dharmyam Susukam Kartum Avyayam Ashradhana Purusha Dharmasyasya Parantapa Aprapya Mam Nivartante Mrityu Samsara Vartmani Maya Tatamidam Sarvam Jagadavyakta Murtina Matstani Sarva Bhutani Nachaham Teshu Vastitaha Chat Matstani Bhutani Pashyane Yogam Aishwaram Utabrinna cha bhutasto mahatma bhuta bhavanaha yathakasha stito nityam vayu sarvatra gomahan tata sarvani bhutani matstani iti upadharaya sarva bhutani kaunteya prakritim yanti mamikam kalpakshaye punastani tato visrijamyaham Prakritim Slama Vashtabhya Vishrijami Punah Punaha Bhuta Gramam Imam Kritsnam Avasham Prakriter Vashat Nachamam Tani Karmani Nibhadananti Dhananjaya Udasina Vadasinam Asaktam Teshu Karmasu Mayadhyakshena Prakriti Suyate Sa Characharam Hetunanena Kaunteya Jagadvi Parivartate Avajananti Mam Mudha Manushim Tanam Ashritam Param Bhavam Ajananto Mama Bhuta Maheshwaram Karmano Moga Jnana Vichetasaha Rakshashim Asurim Chaiva Prakritim Mohitim Shrita Mahatmanas Tumam Partha Daivim Prakritim Ashritaha Vajanti Ananya Manaso Yatva Bhutadim Avyayam Satatam Kirtayanto Mam Yatantascha Dridha Vrata Namasyantascha Mam Bhaktya Nitya Yukta Upasate Jnana Yagyena Chapyanye Yajanto Mam Upasate Ekatvena Pritatvena Bahudo Vishvato Mukam Aham Kratur, Aham Yagya, Swadhaham, Aham Aushadham, Mantroham, Aham Evajyam, Aham Agnir, Aham Hutam, Pitaham Asya Jagato, Mata Dhata Pitamaha, Omkara, Riksama Yajur Evacha, Atir Bharta Prabhu Sakshi, Nivasa Sharanam Surit, Prabhava Pralayakstana Nidhanam Bijam Avyayam Aham Varsham Nigrinam Yutsrijami Cha Amritam Chaiva Mrityuscha Sadasach Chaham Arjuna Trividyamam Soma Paputa Papa Yagyair Ishva Svargatim Prartayante Te Punyama Sadhya Surendra Lokam Ashnanti Divyam Divideva Bhogam Te Tam Bhuktva Svargalokam Vishalam Kshine Punye Martyalokam Vishanti Evam Trai Dharma Manu Prapanna Gathagatam Kama Kama Nabhante Ananyas Chintayanto Mam Ye Jana Parayupasate Tesham Nitya Viyuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyaham Ye Pyanya Devata Bhakta Yajante Shradhayan Vita Te Pimameva Kaunteya Yajanti Avidhi Purvakam Aham Hi Sarva Yajnanam Bhukta Cha Prabhureva Cha Natumam Abhijananti Tattvena Taschyavanti Te Yanti Deva Vrata Devan Vidvinyanti Priturvrataha Bhutani Yanti Bhuteja Yanti Madhyajano Pimam Pushpam Palam Toyam Yome Bhaktya Prayachati Tadaham Bhakti Upahritam Ashchami Prayatatmanaha Yat Karoshi Yadashnashi Yat Juhosi Dadasi Yat Tapasyasi Kaunteya Tat Kurushva Madarpanam Shubha Shubha Palayar Evam Moksha Se Karma Bandhanai Sannyasa Yoga Yuktatma Vimukto Mam Upaishyasi Samoham Sarva Bhuteshu Name Dveshyosti Nah Priyaha Ye Bhajanti Tumam Bhaktya Mai Te Teshu Chapyaham Api Chet Sudaracharo Bhajate Mam Ananya Bhak Sadhur Eva Samantavya Samyagvya Vasito Hi Saha Kshipram Bhavati Paramatma Shashvat Shantim Nigakshati Nihi Name Bhakta Pranashyati Mam Hi Parta Vyapashritya Yepi Syu Papayonayaha Striyo Vaishyas Tata Shudras Tepi Anti Parangatim Kim Punar Brahmana Punya Bhaktarajarshayas Tata Anityam Asukam Lokam Imam Prapya Gachasvamam Manmana Bhavamada Bhakto Madhya Jinamam Namaskuru Mame Vaishyasi Yuktvaivam Atmanam Matparayanaha. Govinda, give it a mic.
Chapter 9, the most confidential knowledge. The Supreme Lord said, My dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most secret wisdom, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting, and it is joyfully performed. Those who are not faithful on the path of devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of foes, but return to birth and death in this material world. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. There's a
background sound.
And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, still myself is the very source of creation. As the mighty wind blowing everywhere always rests in the ethereal space, know that it is in the same manner all beings rest in me. O son of Kunti, at the end of the millennium, every material manifestation enters into my nature. And at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency I again create. The whole cosmic order is under me. By my will it is manifested again and again, and by my will it is annihilated at the end. O Dhananjaya, at all this work cannot bind me. I am ever detached, seated as though neutral. This material nature is working under my direction, O son of Kunti, and it is producing all moving and unmoving beings. By its rule, this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature and my supreme dominion over all that be. Those who are thus bewildered are attached by demonic and atheistic views. In that deluded condition, their hopes for liberation, their fruit of activities, and their culture of knowledge are all defeated. O son of Pritha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Others who are engaged in the cultivation of knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as the one without a second, diverse in many, and in the universal form. But it is I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering to the ancestors, the healing herb, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and the fire and the offering. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, and the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier, and the syllable Om. I am also the Rig and Sama and Yajur Vedas. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place, and the eternal seed. O Arjuna, I control heat, the rain, and the drought. I am immortality, and I am also death personified. Both being and non-being are in me. Those who study the Vedas and drink the Soma juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly. They take birth on the planet of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights. When they have less enjoyed heavenly sense pleasure, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus, through the Vedic principles, they achieve only flickering happiness. But those who worship me with devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and preserve what they have. Whatever a man may sacrifice to other gods, O son of Kunti, is really meant for me alone, but it is offered without true understanding. I am the only enjoyer and the only object of sacrifice. Those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings. Those who worship ancestors go to the ancestors, and those who worship me will live with me. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it. O son of Kunti, all that you do, all that you eat, all that you offer and give away, as well as all austerities that you may perform, should be done as an offering unto me. In this way you will be freed from all reactions to good and evil deeds, and by this principle of renunciation you will be liberated and come to me. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all, but whoever renders service unto me in devotion is a friend, is in me, and I am also a friend to him. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. O son of Pritha, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, merchants, as well as Sudras, workers, can approach the supreme destination. How much greater then are the Brahmanas, the righteous, the devotees, and the saintly kings, who in this temporary miserable world engage in loving service unto me. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Offer obeisances and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me.
So now we'll read the 10th chapter, the Gita Mahatmya, the glories of the 10th chapter. You can bring them up. You were last one. Oh, you were last. Okay. Oh, here, I'll give it to you. close the curtains over there?
Okay, the glories of chapter 10. Lord Shiva said, "My dear Parvati, I will now relate to you the glories of the 10th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, as related by Lord Vishnu to Lakshmi Devi, which in itself is a stairway to the spiritual world. In Kashipuri, there was a Brahmana of the name Dhirabhuti, who was as dear to me as Nandi, my carrier. He was always peaceful, and all of his senses were fixed in the glorification of Lord Krishna. Wherever he would go, I would follow him with great love, so that I could protect and serve him. Seeing my activities, my eternal servant Bringiridi inquired from me, "What kind of austerities and other pious activities has this great devotee performed that you are personally rendering service to him?" Hearing Bringiridi's inquiry, I replied as follows. Once in Kailash Parbat, in the garden known as Punnag, I was enjoying sitting in the moonlight, and suddenly there was a great wind which caused the trees to shake with a very loud noise. Suddenly a shadow was cast all around as if a mountain was moving. Suddenly in the sky a very large bird in the color of a rain cloud appeared. Due to the flapping of its wings, it was causing the trees to shake and the dust to swirl around. Suddenly the bird landed on the ground and offered his respects to me, and also one beautiful lotus flower. After which he said, "O Mahadev, all glories to you, the shelter of all. There is no limit to your glories. You are the protector of the devotees who have control over their senses. And you are the foremost of all the devotees of the Supreme Lord Krishna. Great souls such as Brihaspati are always chanting your glories. But even the thousand-headed Ananta Shesh is not able to fully describe your glories. So what to speak of a bird like me with such small intelligence?" After hearing the bird's prayer, I inquired, "Who are you? And where are you coming from? You look like a swan, and your bodily color is that of a crow." That bird said, "Please understand that I am the swan carrier of Lord Brahma." So whenever we see these pictures of a swan carrier, it's always white.
Yeah.
But here it's actually a beautiful blackish color. And the reason for my body having attained a black color, I'll relate to you. Oops, maybe more to the story. Okay, just close to Surat, there is one beautiful lake, from where this wonderful heavenly lotus came from. I had been enjoying there for some time. Just as I was flying off from that place, I suddenly fell to the ground and my body took on this black color. At that time I was thinking to myself, how have I fallen down and how has my body, which was white like camphor, turned black? While thinking in this way, I heard a voice coming from the lotuses in the lake. "O swan, get up. I will tell you the reason why you fell down and your body turned black." At that time, I got up and went to the center of the lake, where there were 5 extraordinary beautiful lotuses, out of which came a very beautiful lady. After circumambulating her, I inquired as to the reason of my falling down. She replied, "O black swan, while you were flying, you flew over me, and due to this offense, your body has now become black. When I saw you fall down, I felt sorry for you, and thus I called you here. When I opened my mouth, the scent emanating from it was able to purify at one time 7,000 black bees, who immediately attained admission into the heavenly realm. My dear king of birds, the reason I have such power, I will tell you. Previous to this birth, 3 births before, I was born in a Brahmana family, and my name was Sarojavadana. My father had always instructed me in the principles of chastity, And when I got married, I served my husband very faithfully. One day, I found a myna, a black bird. And due to looking after it, my service to my husband became affected, for which he became angry and cursed me. "O sinful woman, you will become a myna in your next birth." In my next birth, I became a myna. But due to my following the principles of chastity strictly, I managed to come in contact with some sages who kept me at their ashram. One of the sage's daughters used to look after me. While staying there every morning and evening, I would hear the recitation of the 10th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, due to which, in my next birth, I attained the body of an apsara in the heavenly planets of the name Padmavati. One day, I was traveling in a flower airplane when I saw the beautiful lotus flower on this lake. Coming here, I started to enjoy in the water. At that time, Durvas Muni arrived and saw me completely naked. Being afraid of him, I immediately took on the form of 5 lotuses. My 2 arms became 2 lotuses, and my 2 legs became 2 lotuses, and the rest of my body became the 5th lotus. From Durvas Muni's eyes, fire started to emanate. "O sinful one, you will stay in that form for 100 years. After cursing me, he immediately disappeared. But fortunately, I was able to remember the 10th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, and today I have become free from the curse due to your crossing over me. You fell to the ground and your body became black. But if you hear from me the 10th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, you will be able to become free from this situation." After Padmavati had completed reciting the 10th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, she left in an airplane for Vaikuntha. After that time, I came here and offered this beautiful lotus from that lake to you. Lord Shiva said, after that black swan completed his story, he immediately gave up his body and took birth in a Brahmana family in Dirabhuti, who from his childhood always chanted the 10th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. And whoever would hear that chanting from him would attain darshan of Lord Vishnu, who is holding the Shankh and Chakra. Whoever would hear that chanting, whether they are fallen and addicted to intoxication, or even killers of Brahmanas, they would attain the darshan of Lord Vishnu, who is holding the Shankh and Chakra. For that reason, my dear, Bringadididi, I am always serving Dira Bhuti. My dear Parvati, whether one be male or female, sannyasi or grihastha, in fact, whatever situation one may be in, if he chants the 10th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, he will attain the darshan of Lord Vishnu.
Now we'll chant the Sanskrit of the 10th chapter of the Bhagavad-Gītā, which is titled The Opulence of the Absolute, Vibhuti Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Bhuya Eva Mahabaho Shri Me Paramam Vacha Yate Ham Priyamanaya Vashyami Hitakamaya Namaye Vidu Suragam Prabhavam Namaharshaya Aham Adirihi Devanam Maharshinam Cha Sarvashaha Yomam Anadim Cha Veti Loka Maheshwaram Asambhudha Samartyeshu Sarva Papai Pramukshate Bhuhir Jnanam Sammoha Shama Satyam Damashama Sukham Dukkam Bhavo Bhavo Vayam Cha Vayam Evacha Ahimsa Samata Tushtis Tapodanam Yasho Yasha Bhavanti Bhavabutanam Mata Eva Pritagvida Maharshaya Saptapurve Chatvaro Manavastata Madhavamanasa Jata Yesham Lokamima Praja Mama Yogeti Tatvataha Savikalpena Yogena Yujyate Natra Samshaya Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo Matak Sarvam Pravartate Iti Matva Bhajante Mam Buddha Bhava Samandita Machchitta Madgata Prana Bodhayanta Parasparam Tayantaschamam Nityam Tushyanti Cha Ramanti Cha Tesham Satata Yuktanam Bhajatam Priti Purvakam Dadami Buddhi Yogam Tam Yena Mamupayanti Te Tesham Evanukam Parakam Aham Jnana Jam Tamaha Nashayam Yatma Bhavasto Jnana Dipena Bhashvata Arjuna Vacha Param Brahma Param Dhamma Pavitram Paramam Bhavan Purusham Shashvatam Divyam Adi Devam Majam Vibhum Ahustvam Rishayas Sarve Devarshir Naradastata Asito Devalo Vyasa Swayam Chaiva Bravishime Sarvameta Ritam Manye Yamam Vadasi Keshava Nahite Bhagavan Vyaktim Vidur Deva Nadanava Swayam Evatmanatmanam Veda Tvam Purushottama Bhuta Bhavana Bhutesha Deva Deva Jagatpate Arhasya Sheshena Divya Hyatma Vibhutaya Yabir Vibhuti Bir Lokan Imam Stvam Vyapya Tishtasi Katam Vidyam Aham Yogims Tvam Sada Parichintayan Keshu Keshu Chabhaveshu Chintyosi Bhagavan Maya Vistare Natmano Yogam Vibhutim Cha Janardana Bhuya Kataya Triptirhi Shrimvato Nasmi Memritam Bhagavan Vacha Hanta Te Katayishyami Divya Hyatma Vibhutaya Pradhanyata Kuru Shreshta Nastyanto Vistarasya Me Aham Atma Gudakesha Sarvabhuta Shayastitaha Aham Adishcha Madhyam Cha Bhutanam Anta Eva Cha Adityanam Aham Vishnur Jyotisam Raviram Shuman Marichir Marutam Asmi Nakshapranam Aham Shashi Vedanam Samavedosmi Devanam Asmi Vasavaha Indriyanam Manaschasmi Bhutanam Asmi Chetana Rudranam Shankaraschasmi Vittesho Yaksha Rakshasham Vasunam Pavakaschasmi Meram Briguraham Giram Asmi Kamaksharam Yajnanam Japa Yagyosmi Stavaranam Himalaya.
Knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the worlds. He, undiluted among men, is freed from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, self-control, and calmness, pleasure and pain, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, nonviolence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy are created by me alone. The 7 great sages, and before them the 4 other great sages and the Manus, are born out of my mind, and all creatures in these planets descend from them. He who knows in truth this glory and power of mine engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this perfectly engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts.
This is
And these are the four main verses of Bhagavad-Gītā, Chaturshloki Bhagavad-Gītā. Beginning with verse 8 through 11.
From chapter 10?
Yeah, 10 verse 8 is the first of the four verses.
Now 9.
The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are surrendered to me, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss, enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted and worship me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Out of compassion for them, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Arjuna said, "You are the supreme Brahman, the ultimate, the supreme abode and purifier, the absolute truth, and the eternal divine person. You are the primal God, transcendental and original, and you are the unborn and all-pervading beauty. All the great sages such as Narad, Ashita, Devala, and Vyasa proclaim this of you, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the gods nor demigods, O Lord, know thy personality. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own potencies. O origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, O supreme person, Lord of the universe. Please tell me in detail of your divine powers by which you pervade all these worlds and abide in them. How should I meditate on you? In what various forms are you to be contemplated, O blessed Lord? Tell me again in detail, O Janardana, of your mighty potencies and glories, for I never tire of hearing your ambrosial words. The blessed Lord said, "Yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless. I am the self, O Gudakesha, seated in the heart of all creatures. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of lights, I am the radiant sun. I am Mariye, of the Maruts. Marichi. Oh yeah, Marichi of the Maruts. And among the stars, I am the moon. Of the Vedas, I am the Samveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra. Of the senses, I am the mind. And in living beings, I am the living force. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas, I am
over his senses and was able to remember Lord Jagat Ishvara continuously. Once, that pure Brahmana Sunanda went on a tour of the holy places on the banks of the Godavari river. He visited all the sacred places, starting with Viraj Tirtha. In all the holy places he visited, he bathed and he took darshan of the presiding deity. One day he reached the town of Vivaha Mandap. Along with his associates, he searched for a place to stay, and eventually in the middle of that town, they found a dharmashala where they all took rest for the night. When Sunanda woke up in the morning, he found that all his associates had left. While searching for them, he met the headman of the town, who immediately fell at his feet, and he said, "Oh, great sage, I cannot say where your associates have gone, but I can tell you that there is no devotee equal to you. I have never seen anyone as pure as you. Oh, my dear Brahmana, I am begging you to stay in this town." So when Sunand heard the humble request of the headman of the town, he decided to stay for some days. That headman made every arrangement for the comfortable stay of Sunanda and engaged in his service day and night. After 8 days had passed, one villager came before Sunand, crying very loudly, and he said, "O pure Brahmana, last night one Rakshasa ate my son." Sunand inquired, "Where does that Rakshasa stay? And how did he eat your son?" The villager replied, "In this town one very frightful Rakshasa lives, who every day was eating villagers as and when he pleased. One day we all went to that Rakshasa and requested him to protect us, in return for which we would provide him with his daily food. One dharmashala was built, and any travelers who came here were sent there to stay, and while they were sleeping, the Rakshasa would eat them. In this way, we have been able to protect ourselves from this Rakshasa. You, along with your associates, stayed at that dharmashala, but that Rakshasa did not eat you along with everyone else. The reason I will tell you. Last night, a friend of my son came, but I did not realize that he was a very close and dear friend of my son, so I sent him to stay in the dharmashala. Later, when my son found out, he went after him to try and bring him back from the dharmashala, but when he went there, he was also eaten by that Rakshasa. Today in the morning, I went to that Rakshasa and asked him why he had eaten my son along with the other travelers. I also requested him if there was any way I could get back my son. That Rakshasa told me, I did not know that your son had also entered the dharmashala, and thus he was eaten with everyone else. As far as getting him back, that will be possible when I am freed from this Rakshasa body, which will be possible by the mercy of a person who recites the 11th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā daily. Right now, there is one Brahmin staying in this town who had stayed at this dharmashala, but I had not eaten him, because he daily recites the 11th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. If he daily recites the 11th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā 7 times, then sprinkles water on me, then I will be able to get free from the curse of this Rakshasa body. Sunanda inquired from that villager, what sin did this person perform to attain a Rakshasa body? Then the villager replied, long ago, there had been a farmer living in this town. One day, he was guarding the fields when, just a little distance from him, one large vulture attacked a person who was traveling on the road. At that time, one yogi was passing by, and when he saw that person being attacked by that vulture, he came running to his aid, but when he reached him, it was too late. Then that yogi became very angry with the farmer and spoke to him as follows. One who sees others in danger from thieves, snakes, fire, attacked by weapons, etc., and even though he is capable of helping them, but does not come to help, is punished by Yamaraj. After suffering in hell for a very long time, he takes birth as a wolf. And one who helps someone in need of help certainly pleases Lord Vishnu. One who attempts to save a cow from the hands of a ferocious animal, a low-class man, or a wicked ruler, he attains Lord Vishnu. Wicked farmer, you saw that vulture attack. And while he was reciting the 11th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, sprinkled water on his head. That Rakshasa immediately attained a four-armed form like that of Lord Vishnu, and not only he, but all the thousands of persons he had eaten also attained a four-armed form like that of Lord Vishnu. Then they all sat down in the flower airplane which had been sent to take them all to Vaikuntha. I was wondering about those people. Wow. Seeing those amazing events, the villager inquired from the Rakshasa which one was his son. The Rakshasa started to laugh, and he pointed at one of those thousands None. I have been released from this wheel of birth and death, and now I am going to my real home, Vaikuntha. Dear sir, kindly surrender unto the lotus feet of Sunand and hear from him the 11th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, and you also will be able to attain the abode of Lord Vishnu Vaikuntha. Of this there is no doubt. From Lord Krishna's mouth, these nectarian instructions came on the battlefield of Kurukshetra in reply to the questions of his friend Arjuna. And only by hearing and reciting this discourse can one break the tight knot which is binding us to this wheel of birth and death. Lord Shiva said, after speaking these words, full of wisdom, to his father, along with all those fortunate souls, he went to Vaikuntha, and his father learned the 11th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā from Sunand, and very soon they also went to Vaikuntha. My dear Parvati, you have heard the glories of the 11th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, which is capable of destroying all sinful reactions. Now we're going to chant the Sanskrit of the 11th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Arjuna vacha mad anugrahaya paramam guhyam adhyatma samgitam yatyaktutam vachastena mohoyam vigato mama bhavapyayo hi bhutanam shuto vishtarasho maya tvatak kamala patraksha mahatmyam apicha vyayam evam etad yata tattvam atmanam parameshvara drashtum ichchami te rupam aishwaram purushottama manyase yadi tachchakyam maya drashtum iti prabho yogeshvara tato kritvam darshayatmanam avyayam Shri Bhagavanu vacha Shame parta rupani shatashota sahasrasaha nana vidhani divyani nana varna kritini cha Pashya dityam vasum rudram ashto marutastata bahunya drishta purvani pasyascharayani bharata aihaikastam jagat kritsnam pashyadya sacharacharam mama dehe gudakesha yachchanya drashtum ichati natu mam shaksyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu pashyame yogam aishwaram nekodyam tuyadam divyam valyam varadharam divya gandhanam lepanam sarvashcharyamayam devam anantam vishvato mukam divya surya sahasrasya bhaved yugapad uttita yadi bhasa drisisa syat bhasastasya mahatmanaha traikastam jagat kritsnam vibhaktam anekada apashya deva devasya sharire pandavastada tataksa vishmaya vishto rishta roma dhananjaya pranamya shirsha devam kritanjalir abhashata arjuna uvacha pashyami devams tava deva dehe sarvams tata bhuta vishesa sangan brahmanam isham kamalasanam stam rishimscha sarvam uragimscha divyan Tvam sarvatonanta rupam nantam namadhyam napunastavadhyam pashyami vishveshvara vishvarupa kritinam gadinam chakrinam cha tejorashim sarvato diptimantam pashyami tvam durnirikshiyam samantad diptanalarka dyutim aprameyam Vanaksharam paramam veditavyam Tvam asya vishvasya param nidanam Tvam avyaya shashvata karma gopta Sanatanastvam purusho matome Viryam anantabahum shashi surya netram Pashyami tvam dipta hutasha vaktram Svatejasa vishvamidam tapantam Apritivyor idam antaram hi Vyaptam tvayakena dishascha sarva Dristvadbhutam rupam ugram tavedam Lokatrayam pravyatitam mahatman Ahamihitam surat sangadishanti Kechit pita pranjalayo grinanti Swastit yukta maharshi siddha sangha Stuvanti tvam stutubi pushkalabi Chate mugani Dristvaiva kalanava samipani Dishona jane nalabecha sarma Prasida devesha jagam Ami chatam dhartarashtra putra Sarve sahaivavani palasangai Bhishmo drona suta putras tataso Mutyai Vaktrani te Kvaramana Vishanti Damstra Karalani Payanakani Kechit Vilakna Dashashantareshu Sandrishyanti Churnitarabhutram Vasastavobra Pratapanti Vishnu Devavara Prasidha Vigyatum Ichchami Bhavantam Adyam Nahi Prajanami Tava Pravrittim Bhagavad-Gītā Kalosmi Lokakshaya Krit Pravridho Lokam Samahartum Ida Pravritta Rite Pitvam Na Bhavishyanti Sarve Ye Vastita Pratyanikeshu Yodha Uttam Utishta Yashoda Bhasva Jidva Shatrum Bhungsva Rajam Samridham Mayai Vaite Nihata Purvameva Nimittamatracha Stane Rishikesha Tava Prakirtya Jagat Prahishyat Yanurajyate Cha Rakshamshi Pitani Disho Dravanti Sarve Namasyanti Cha Siddha Sangha Achchatena Muneram Mahatman Gariyase Brahmano Pyadikartre Ananta Devesha Jagan Nivasa Tvam Aksharam Tatparam Yat Tvam Adi Deva Purushas Purana Tvam Asya Vishvasya Param Nidanam Vetasi Vedyam Chaparam Chadama Tvaya Tatam Vishvam Ananta Rupa Vayuryamogir Varuna Shashanka Prajapatistvam Pratipadmahascha Namo Namastestu Sahasra Kritva Punascha Bhuyopi Namo Kasya Characharasya Tvam Asya Pujaschya Gurur Gariyam Tatvat Samostya Badika Kutonyo Lokatraye Pratimam Bhava Tasmat Pranamya Pranidaya Kayam Prasikvam Maham Isha Vaidyam Diteva Putrasya Sakeva Shakyu Priya Priyanhasi Deva Sodham Purvam Rishitosmi Drishtva Vayena Cha Pravyaditam Manome Tadeva Me Darshaya Deva Rupam Prasida Devesha Jagannivasa Kritinam Gadinam Chakrahastam Ichchami Vyapeta Viprita Mana Punastvam Tadeva Me Rupam Idam Prapashya Sanjaya Uvacha Iti Arjuna Devasadevam Titvatva Svakam Rupam Darshayam Asabhuya Ashvasayam Asa Chaditam Enam Bhutva Punah Somya Vapur Mahatma Arjuna Uvacha Drishtvedam Mansam Rupam Tava Somyam Janardana Idanim Asmi Savritta Sacheta Prakritim Gataha Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Samidam Rupam Drishtavan Asiyam Mama Deva Vyasya Rupasya Nityam Darshana Kamshinaha Naham Vedair Na Tapasa Na Danena Nachejaya Shakya Evam Vido Drashtum Drishtavan asimam yata tat pananyaya shakya evam vidorjuna Gyatum drashtum cha tatvena praveshtum cha parantapa mat karma krin mat paramo mad bhakta sanghavarjita nirvaira sarvabhuteshu yasamam eti pandava. Hari Hari Bol. So now we're going to read the glorification of the 12th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, entitled... Oh, sorry. Yeah.
11.
Yes. Yuvati, your turn.
Long chapter for you.
Yeah.
Longest. There you go.
You need the light?
Okay.
She's looking.
The universal form. Arjuna said, by my hearing the instructions you have kindly given me about these most confidential spiritual subjects, my illusion has now been dispelled. O lotus-eyed one, I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of every living entity and have realized your inexhaustible glories. O greatest of all personalities, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in your actual position, as you have described yourself, I wish to see how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation. I want to see that form of yours. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that unlimited universal self. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjun, O son of Pritha, see now my opulences, hundreds of thousands of very divine and multicolored forms. O best of the Bharats, see here the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Ashvini, Kumaras, and all the other demigods. Behold the many wonderful things which no one has ever seen or heard of before. O Arjun, whatever you wish to see, behold at once in this body of mine. This universal form can show you whatever you now desire to see and whatever you may want to see in the future. Everything, moving and non-moving, is here completely in one place. But you cannot see me with your present eyes, therefore I give you divine eyes. Behold my mystic opulence. Sanjaya said, O king, having spoken this, the Supreme Lord of all mystic power, the personality of Godhead, displayed his universal form to Arjuna. Arjuna saw in that universal form unlimited mouths, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. The form was decorated with many celestial ornaments and bore many divine upraised weapons. He wore celestial garlands and garments, and many divine scents were smeared over his body. All was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, all expanding. If hundreds of thousands of suns were to rise at once into the sky, their radiance might resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in that universal form. At that time, Arjuna could see in the universal form of the Lord the unlimited expansions of the universe situated in one place, although divided into many, many thousands. Then, bewildered and astonished, his hair standing on end, Arjuna bowed his head to offer obeisances and with folded hands began to pray to the Supreme Lord. Arjuna said, my dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and all the sages and divine serpents. O Lord of the universe, O universal form, I see in your body many, many arms, bellies, mouths, and eyes expanded everywhere without limit. I see in you no end, no middle, and no beginning. Your form is difficult to see because of its glaring effulgence, spreading on all sides like blazing fire or the immeasurable radiance of the sun. Yet I see this glowing form everywhere, adorned with various crowns, clubs, and discs. You are the supreme primal objective. You are the ultimate resting place of all this universe. You are inexhaustible, and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of the eternal religion, the personality of Godhead. This is my opinion. You are without origin, middle, or end. Your glory is unlimited. You have numberless arms, and the sun and moon are your eyes. I see you with blazing fire coming forth from your mouth, burning this entire universe by your own radiance. Although you are one, you spread throughout the sky and the planets and all space between. O Great One, seeing this wondrous and terrible form, all the planetary systems are perturbed. All the hosts of demigods are surrendering before you and entering into you. Some of them, very much afraid, are offering prayers with folded hands. Hosts of great sages and perfected beings crying, "All peace," are praying to you by singing the Vedic hymns. All the various manifestations of Lord Shiva, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Satyas, the Vishvedevas, the two Ashvis, the Maruts, the forefathers, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Asuras, and the perfected demigods are beholding you in wonder. O mighty armed one, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed at seeing your great form, with its many faces, eyes, arms, thighs, legs, and bellies, and your many terrible teeth. And as they are disturbed, so am I. O all-pervading Vishnu, as I see you with your many radiant colors touching the sky, your gaping mouths and your great glowing eyes, my mind is perturbed by fear. I can no longer maintain my steadiness or equilibrium of mind. O Lord of Lords, O refuge of the worlds, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance seeing thus your blazing death-like faces and awful teeth. In all directions I am bewildered. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings and Bhishma, Drona, Karna, and our chief soldiers also, are rushing into your fearful mouths. And some I see trapped with heads smashed between your teeth. As the many waves of the rivers flow into the ocean, so do all these great warriors entering your blazing mouths. I see all people rushing full speed into your mouths as moths dash to destruction in a blazing fire. O Vishnu, I see you're devouring all people from all sides with your flaming mouths, covering all the universe with your effulgence. You are manifest with terrible, scorching rays. O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please be gracious to me. You are the primal Lord. I want to know about you, for I do not know what your mission is. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Time I am, the great destroyer of the worlds. I have come here to destroy all people. With the exception of you, the Pandavas, all the soldiers here on both sides will be slain. Therefore, get up, prepare to fight and win glory. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Savyasachi, can be but an instrument in the fight. Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha, Karna, and all the other great warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore, kill them and do not be disturbed. Simply fight and you will vanquish your enemies in battle." Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, "O king, after hearing these words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the trembling Arjun offered obeisances with folded hands again and again. He fearfully spoke to Lord Krishna in a faltering voice as follows. Arjun said, "O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. O great one, greater even than Rama, you are the original creator. Why then should they not offer their respectful obeisances unto you? O limitless one, God of gods, refuge of the universe, you are the invincible source, the cause of all causes, transcendental to this material manifestation. You are the original personality of Godhead, the oldest, the ultimate sanctuary of this manifested cosmic world. You are the knower of everything, and you are all that is knowable. You are the supreme refuge above the material modes. O limitless form, this whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you. You are air, and you are the supreme controller. You are fire, you are water, and you are the moon. You are Brahma, the first living creature, and you are the great grandfather. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you 1,000 times, and again, and yet again. Obeisances to you from the front, from behind, and from all sides. O unbounded power, you are the master of limitless might. You are all-pervading, and thus you are everything. Thinking of you as my friend, I have rashly addressed you, O Krishna, O Yadava, O my friend, not knowing your glories. Please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times, jesting as we relaxed, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometimes alone and sometimes in front of many friends. O infallible one, please excuse me for all those offenses. You are the Father of this complete cosmic manifestation of the moving and the non-moving. You are its worshipable chief, the supreme spiritual master. No one is equal to you, nor can anyone be one with you. How then could there be anyone greater than you within the three worlds, O Lord of immeasurable power? After seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before, I am gladdened, but at the same time my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please bestow your grace upon me and reveal again your form as the personality of Godhead, O Lord of lords, O abode of the universe. O universal form, O thousand-armed Lord, I wish to see you in your four-armed form with helmeted head and with club, wheel, conch, and lotus flower in your hands. I long to see you in that form. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjun, happily have I shown you, by my internal potency, this supreme universal form within the material world. No one before you has ever seen this primal form, unlimited and full of glaring effulgence. O best of the Kuru warriors, no one before you has ever seen this universal form of mine, for neither by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charity, nor by pious activity, nor by severe penances, can I be seen in this form in the material world. You have been perturbed and bewildered by seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now, let it be finished. My devotee, be free again from all disturbances. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire. When Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, having spoken thus to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form and at last showed his two-armed form, thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardana, seeing this human-like form, so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind, and I am restored to my original nature. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, this form of mine you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods are ever seeking the opportunity to see this form, which is so dear. The form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. Dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. My dear Arjun, he who engages in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of fruitive activities and mental speculation, he who works for me, who makes me the supreme goal of his life, and who is friendly to every living being, he certainly comes to me.
Jai Shri Vishwarupa Ki Jai. So now we're moving on to the 12th chapter. And we'll read the Gita Mahatmya, the benedictions and the glories of the 12th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā.
Very good. Very good reading.
Yeah. I saved that chapter for you.
Enthusiasm and drama for the universal form. Okay, the glories of chapter 12. Lord Shiva said, I will recite the wonderful glories of the 12th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā before you, dear Parvati. In the south, there is an important holy place by the name Kolpapur, where the temple of the Lord's divine consort, Mahalakshmi, is situated. Mahalakshmi is continually worshipped by all the demigods. That place is the fulfiller of all desires. Rudragaya is also situated there. One day, one young prince arrived there. His body was the color of gold. His eyes were very beautiful. His shoulders were very strong, and his chest was broad. You heard the story before. Yes. Yeah. Oh, you also? Yeah. Have you told her?
Yeah.
Okay. His arms were long and strong. When he arrived in Kolhapur, he first went to the lake known as Manikan Tirt, where he took bath and offered worship to his ancestors. And then he went to the temple of Mahalakshmi, where he offered his obeisances and started to pray. O Devi, whose heart is full of mercy, who is worshipped throughout the three worlds and is the giver of all fortune and the mother of creation. All glories to you, O shelter of all living entities, O fulfiller of all desires. You are the wonderful energy of Lord Achyuta, who is maintaining the three worlds. You are the supreme goddess, O protector of That prince said, O mother of the three worlds, my father, King Brihadrati, was performing the famous sacrifice known as Ashvamedha, horse sacrifice. But before having completed that yajna, he died due to some disease. And before I was able to complete that Ashvamedha yajna, someone stole a horse that had traveled all over the world and had been purified for sacrifice in that Ashvamedha. I sent persons in all directions in search of that horse, but they were unable to find it. Then I took permission from the priest to come and pray to you for help. And if you are pleased with me, then kindly let me know how I can get back that horse and complete the fire sacrifice and thus fulfill my father's desire. Mahalakshmi said, O noble prince, by the gate of my temple, one highly elevated Brahmin lives, who is known by the name Siddha Samadhi. He will be able to fulfill your desire. When the prince heard these words of Mahalakshmi, he went to the place where Siddha Samadhi lived and offered obeisances to him. Having offered obeisances, he stood before Siddha Samadhi silently with folded hands. Siddha Samadhi then said, you have been sent here, without even him saying anything. Siddha Samadhi said, oh, you have been sent here by Mahalakshmi. so I will fulfill your desire. Then chanting some mantras, Siddha Samadhi brought what? All the demigods present before him. The prince at that time saw all the demigods standing before Siddha Samadhi, awaiting his instructions. Then Siddha Samadhi said to those demigods, O Devas, Indra, Varuna, Kuvera, etc. The prince's horse, which had been kept ready for this sacrifice, was stolen at night by Lord Indra. Kindly bring that horse back now. I guess Indra wasn't there, just the demigods. Immediately those demigods brought that horse before him, after which Siddha Samadhi dismissed them. When the prince saw, how these wonderful happenings, how this Siddha Samadhi can just, by mantra, just call all the demigods before him, and they'll do his bidding for him. He fell at the feet of Siddha Samadhi and inquired from him, how have you attained such power, which I have not seen or heard of anyone else possessing? O great sage, kindly hear my request. So, he saw this opulence of the sage, right? He's getting the horse back for the yajna, so his first request is already fulfilled. Now he thought, he's a little bit of an opportunist. I've got this great personality in front of me. He can call the demigods, he can do so many things, so he had another desire. Now he's telling him of another problem he has, see if he can get help with it. My father, King Brihadrata, while beginning the Ashwamedha Yajna sacrifice, died unexpectedly from a disease. And thus I kept his body in oil, purified oil, right? Because at that time, no refrigeration. If you want to preserve a body without it decomposing, you can also put in oil, right? And he was in the middle of this yajna. If you desire, can you please bring my father back to life? Hearing this, Siddha Samadhi gave a little chuckle and said, let us go to that place where you have kept your father. When they reached that place, Siddha Samadhi took some water in his hand while chanting some mantras. He sprinkled the water onto the head of the dead body of his father, of King Brihadrata. As soon as that water touched his head, the king immediately sat up and inquired from Siddha Samadhi, "O great devotee, who are you?" The prince immediately informed his father everything that had happened, which had taken place. The king heard the narration. He again and again offered obeisances to that great sage, Siddha Samadhi, and inquired from him, "What austerities have you performed to attain such divine powers?" Hearing the king's inquiry, Siddha Samadhi replied, "My dear king, Brihadrata, daily I recite what? 12th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Hearing those words of that great devotee, the king learned from Siddha Samadhi the 12th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. In course of time, both the king and his son attained the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Many other persons have achieved the topmost goal, devotion to Lord Krishna's lotus feet, by reciting the 12th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā every day. So this is the last of the 6 chapters on the center section of Gita, dealing with bhakti. Culmination of all the teachings on bhakti.
Bhakti Yoga, the title of this chapter. Now we'll chant the Sanskrit. Arjuna Uvacha Evam Satata Yukaye Bhaktasvam Pariyupasate Ye Chapyaksharam Avyakam Tesham Ke Yoga Vittama Vimagavaman Uvacha Maya Tesham Nayemam Nitya Yukta Upasate Shraddhaya Parayobektas Teme Yukta Tamamataha Swaram Nirvesham Avyaktam Pariyupasate Sarvatra Brahma Chintyam Cha Kutastam Achalam Dhruvam Saniyam Indriyagramam Sarvatra Samabhudaya Tekratnuvanti Mayeva Sarva Buddha Hiterataha Vesho Dikatadastesham Avyakta Sakta Chetasam Avyakta Yukam Devavadvir Avapyate Yetu Sarvani Karmani Mai Sanyasya Matparaha Ananyenaya Yogena Mam Jayanta Upasate Tesham Aham Samudharta Mrityu Samsara Sagarat Bhavami Nachirat Artha Maya Veshika Chetasam Mayeva Mana Adhatsva Mayi Buddhim Niveshaya Nivashishyasi Mayeva Ata Urdvam Samshayaha Ata Chittam Samadatum Nashapnosi Mayi Stiram Abhyasa Yogena Tato Mami Chaptum Dhananjaya Abhyasetya Samarkosi Madkarmo Paramo Bhava Madartam Abhikarmani Kurvan Siddhim Avapsyasi Ataitad Apyasakrosi Kartum Mad Yogam Ashita Sarva Karma Palatyagam Tatat Guru Yatat Bhavan Shreyo Hi Jnanam Abhyasaj Jnana Jnanam Vishishyate Jnanat Karma Palatyagas Tyagat Shantir Anantaram Adveshta Sarva Bhutanam Maitra Evacha Nirmamo Nirahankara Samaduka Sukhashami Santushta Satatam Yogi Yahatma Vidhanishchaya Mayarpitamano Buddhir Yomad Bhakta Same Priya Yasman no Gijate Loko Lokan no Gijate Chaya Harsha Harsha Vayovegar Muktaya Sachame Priya Anapeksha Sutir Daksha Adasino Gatavyata Sarvaramba Parityagi Yomad Bhakta Same Priya Yona Vishyati Na Dveshti Na Sochati Na Kamshati Shubha Shubha Parityagi Bhakti Manya Same Priya Samashatro Cha Mitre Cha Tatamana Pamanayo Shitoshna Sukadukeshu Samasanga Vivarjita Tulya Linga Stutir Moni Santushko Yena Kenachit Aniketa Sira Matir Bhakti Manne Fiona Yetu Garamamritam Nidam Yatoktam Paripasate Shradadvana Matpana Bhaktaste Tiva Me Priya.
Arjuna inquired, which are considered to be more perfect? Those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested? The Supreme Personality of Godhead says, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshiping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed and immovable, impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed towards everyone, such persons engaged in the welfare of all at last achieve me. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me, being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service, always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Prita, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus you will live in me always, without a doubt. My dear Arjuna, winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regular principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain me. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. If, however, you're unable to work in this consciousness of me, then try to act giving up all results of your work and try to be self-situated. If you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of activity. For by such renunciation, one can attain peace of mind. One who is not envious, but a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor, and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed upon me, such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. He by whom no one is put into difficulty and who is not disturbed by anyone, who is equipoised in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me. My devotee who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure, expert, without cares, free from all pains, and not striving for some result, is very dear to me. One who neither rejoices nor grieves, who neither laments nor desires, who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things, such a devotee is very dear to me. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contaminating association, always silent, satisfied with anything, who doesn't care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge and who is engaged in devotional service, such a devotee is very dear to me. Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very, very dear to me.
Father Kansa, he's been reciting this every single day for like 2 years or something?
About a year and a half.
Year and a half.
Wow.
Let's see.
This chapter you know all by heart.
So if you know any dead people, bring them. I'll sprinkle some water.
I like the demigods here.
Mahalakshmi!
I need a van.
You'll get your van, don't worry.
Are you going through all 6 chapters in the middle?
One by one.
Krishna devotees, I just have one question. Like, are we doing the arti at 7, 7:30, or what is better for everybody?
Is this next chapter short?
Because it's gonna be like
You don't want to go to 7:30?
3 more hours.
What?
Bite off another thing.
One more chapter.
We can do one more chapter
Okay.
and then
Yeah. Okay. So now we'll do the glories of chapter 13. Is it my turn to read? I think so. By Kamaswara? Alright, I'll just go ahead.
I'm going to go with the flow here.
Lord Shiva said, O Parvati, please hear the unlimited glories of the 13th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, by hearing which you will become very happy. In the south there was a very large river of the name Tungabhadra, on the banks of which there is a very beautiful town of the name Hariharpur. There the deity of Lord Shiva, known by the name Harihar, is worshipped. One who has his darshan attains all auspicious things. In Hariharpur lived one Brahmana by the name of Hari Dikshit, who was very learned and lived a simple, austere life. His wife was called Durachar by the people. You know what Durachar means? Yeah. The reason for this was due to her low-class activities. She would always speak to her husband in abusive language, and she had never slept with him. She was always rude to her husband's friends, and she would keep company with other men to satisfy her lusty desires. She was also addicted to taking various kinds of intoxicants, Seeing that the town was becoming more and more populated, she constructed a small structure in the forest where she could meet her lovers. One night, feeling very lusty and not having been able to find any lover to satisfy her lust, she went out into the forest to her meeting place to see if any of her lovers were there. And not finding anyone at that place and burning up with lust, she started to wander in the forest in the hope of finding someone to satisfy her lusty desires. And after having wandered for some time and finding that her body, senses, and mind were paining so much due to not being able to satisfy their lust, she became bewildered and she sat down and she started to cry. Hearing the sound of her crying, one hungry tiger who was sleeping woke up and reached that place very quickly. Hearing the tiger coming, the lusty woman got up and thinking to herself that surely someone is coming who would satisfy her needs. She all of a sudden saw a tiger arrive in front of her. He was about to rip her apart with his sharp claws. And at that time, the lusty woman addressed the tiger, "Oh, tiger, why have you come here to kill me? First you must tell me this, and then you can kill me." That king of animals refrained from killing Durachar and laughed. Then he related the following story. In the south, this is the tiger. In the south, there is a river of the name Malapaha, on the bank of which is the town of Muniparna. At that place, there is a famous deity of Lord Shiva known as Panchalinga. And in that town, I had taken birth in a Brahmin family. Although I had taken such a high birth, I was still very greedy, and I had no control over my senses. I used to sit on the banks of the river and perform sacrifices for those persons who were not qualified to partake in such performances. I would also eat from the homes of materialistic persons. I would also collect more funds than necessary in the name of performing sacrifices and worshiping and for worship of the deity. And I would use what I collected for my own sense gratification. I would also criticize those Brahmins who were strictly following the regulated principles. And I would never give charity to anyone. Slowly, I became old. My hair turned white. My teeth fell out. My eyes became weak. But even still, I did not lose my lust to collect and hoard more funds. One day, by mistake, I went to the house of some Brahmins who were very cruel, and they were expert at cheating. And I went there to beg some food. When they set the dogs on me, one of those dogs bit my leg. I fell over and very quickly died. After that, I attained this tiger's body. And I am living in this dangerous forest. Fortunately, I am able to remember my last birth. And in this birth, I do not attack any devotee, sannyasi, or chaste lady. Only those sinful persons and unchaste women I take as my food. As you are the most unchaste and sinful woman, you will definitely become my lunch. Jai Shri Shri Guru Gauranga Gandharvika Giridhari Radha Govinda Ji Ki Jai. After the tiger had finished his narration, he devoured that sinful woman. And you thought she was going to get out. Okay, she devoured her. And thereafter the Yamadutas threw her into the hell known as, are you listening? The Yamadutas threw her into which hell? Duyada, which is a lake full of stool, urine, and blood. And she had to stay in that filthy place for 10 million kalpas. After that, she was thrown into the hell known as Raurava, where she stayed for 100 manvantars. After which she again took birth on earth as a female Chandala. Again, she lived in the same sinful way as she had previously. And due to her sinful activities, she got leprosy and also tuberculosis. And by chance and good fortune, she once went to the holy place of Hariharpur, and close to the temple of Jambaka Devi, that's Parvati, she saw the great saint Vasudev, who was always reciting the 13th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. From his mouth, she heard that recitation, and becoming attracted, she heard it again and again. And by that hearing, she was able to give up that body of a Chandala and becoming completely free from the reactions of her past sinful activities. She attained a four-armed form similar to Lord Vishnu, and she was taken to Vaikuntha. Or Premanandi. So now we're going to read the Sanskrit of the 13th chapter. 13th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, which is titled, it's not coming here.
Nature,
the Enjoyer and Consciousness. First verse. Arjuna uvacha prakritim purusham chaiva kshetram kshetragyam evacha meditum ichchami jnanam gyeyam cha keshava Shri Bhagavan uvacha idam shariram kaunteya kshetram iti abhidiyate etad yo veti tam prahu kshetragya iti tadvida Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetreshu bharata Kshetragya jnanam yach jnanam matam Tach kshetram yach yadrikcha yadvikari yataschaya Sachayo yat prabhavascha tat samasena me shrinu Vishibir bahuda gitam chandobir milidai pritak Shutra padaishchaiva hetumadbir vinishchita Mahabhutanya hankaro buddhir avyaktameva cha Indriyani dashaikam cha panchachendriya gochara Icha dresha sukham dukam samgataschaitana dhriti Etat kshetram samasena savikaram udahritam Amanitvam adambitvam ahimsa kshantir arjavam acharyo pasanam shocham stairyam atma vinigriha indriyarteshu vairagyam anahamkara evacha janma mrityu jara vyadi dukkha doshanudarshanam asaktir anabhishvanga putradhara grihadishu mityam cha samajitvam Ishtanishtopapatishu Maichanamya yogena Bhaktir avyabhicharani Viviktadesha sevitvam Aratir janasamsadi Adhyatma jnanam nityatvam Tattva jnanatar darshanam Etat jnanam iti proktam Ajnanam yadatonata Yeyam yat tat pravakshyami Yajgyatam ritam ashnute Anadi param brahma Nasat tan nasat uchyate Sarvatat pani padam tat Sarvatokshi shiromukam Sarvatak shruti malloke Sarvam avritya tishtati Sarvendriya gunabhasam Sarvendriya vivarjitam Asaktam sarva brichchaiva Nirgunam gunabhoktarcha Tascha bhutanam acharam charam evacha shukshmatva tada vigyeyam durastam chantike chatat avibhaktam cha bhuteshu vibhaktam iva chastitam bhuta bhartr chatachgeyam Grasishnu Prabhavishnu Cha Jyotisham Apitaj Jyotis Tamasat Param Uchyate Jnanam Geham Jnana Gamyam Hridi Sarvashra Vishtitam Iti Kshetram Tata Jnanam Geyam Choktam Samasata Mad Bhakta Etad Vigyaya Mad Bhavayopapadyate Prakritam Purusham Chaiva Vidyanadi Ubhavapi Vikaramscha Gunamschaiva Vidi Prakriti Sambhavam Karya Karana Kartritve Hetu Prakritir Uchyate Purusha Sukha Dukkanam Bhoktritve Hetur Uchyate Purusha Prakritostihi Bhukte Prakriti Janguna Karanam Gunasamgovasya Sadasad Yoni Janmasu Upadrastanu Mantacha Bharata Bhokta Maheshwara Paramatmeti Chapyukto Dehesmin Purusha Para Yamevam Veti Purusham Naisaha Sarvata Vartamanopi Nasabhuyo Bijayate Dhyane Atmani Pashyanti Kechid Atmanam Atmana Anye Sankena Yogena Karma Yogena Chapare Anye Tvevam Ajananta Shudvanebhya Upasate Tepi Chati Tarantyeva Mrityam Shruti Parayana Yavat Samjayate Kinchit Sattvam Stavara Jangamam Kshetra Kshetrakya Samyoga Tadvidhi Bharatarshabha Samam Sarveshu Bhuteshu Tishtantam Parameshwaram Vinusyantam Yat Pashyati Sapashyati Samam Pashyan Hi Sarvatra Samavastitam Ishwaram Vignastyatmanatmanam Tato Yati Param Gatim Prakrityaiva Cha Karmani Kriyamanani Sarvashaha Yat Pashyati Tatatmanam Akarparam Sapashyati Yada Bhuta Prithag Bhavam Ekastam Anupashyati Tata Eva Cha Vistaram Brahma Sampadhyate Tada Anaditvam Nirgunatvat Paramatmayam Avyaya Shadirastopi Kaunteya Nakaroti Nalipyate Yata Sarvagatam Shokshmyad Akasham Nopalipyate Sarvatra Vashtito Dehe Tatatma Nopalipyate Yata Prakash Yatyeka Kritsnam Lokamimam Ravi Kshetram Kshetri Tata Kritsnam Prakashayati Bharata Kshetra Kshetrayayorevam Antaram Jnana Chakshusha Bhuta Prakriti Moksham Cha Ye Viduryanti Te Param. He had something you want to do now, Nitya? Or your throat not good?
Read the English.
Later, okay. Ganadhar Prabhu.
Who hasn't read?
I think everyone. Ram, you want to read?
The blessed Lord said.
Oh, wait, take the mic.
Take the mic. Unless you want to stand up and
The blessed Lord said, "Again I shall declare to you this supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained to supreme perfection. By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature, which is like my own nature. Thus established, one is not born at the time of creation, nor disturbed at the time of dissolution. The total material substance, called Brahman, is the source of birth, and it is that Brahman that I impregnate, making possible the births of all living beings, O son of Bharat. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father. Material nature...
Oh, we just chanted the 13th chapter.
Yeah.
You're reading the 14th chapter.
Yeah. Really? We're in the wrong.
I was like, wait a second, I'm going back and forth.
I was thinking, why? He must have nodded off.
It says Arjuna said, not the blessed Lord.
Yeah, we're on the 13th chapter.
There we go.
I'm eager. Arjuna said, "Oh my dear Krishna, I wish to know about Prakriti, nature, Purush, the enjoyer, and the field, and the knower of the field, and of knowledge, and the end of knowledge." The blessed Lord then said, "This body, O son of Kunti, is called the field, and one who knows this body is called the knower of the field. O scion of Bharat, you should understand that I am also the knower in all bodies, and to understand this body and its owner is called knowledge. That is my opinion. Now please hear my brief description of this field of activity and how it is constituted, what its changes are, whence it is produced, and who that knower of the field of activities is, and what his influences are. The knowledge of the field of activities and of the knower of activities is described by various sages in various Vedic writings, especially in the Vedanta Sutra, and is presented with all reasoning as to cause and effect. The 5 great elements: false ego, intelligence, the unmanifested, the 10 senses, the mind, the 5 sense objects, desire, hatred, happiness, distress, the aggregate, the life symptoms, and convictions. All these are considered in summary to be the field of activities and in its interactions. Humility, pridelessness, nonviolence, tolerance, simplicity, a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, and self-control, renunciation of objects of sense gratification, absence of false ego, the perception of the evil of birth. Can we, the disturbance in the other room with the kids, can we stop that, please? It's very,
Presence of birth, death, old age.
absence of false ego, the perception, accepting the importance of self-realization, and philosophical search for the absolute truth. All these I thus declare to be knowledge, and what is contrary to these is ignorance. I shall now explain the knowable, knowing which you will taste the eternal. This is beginningless, and it is subordinate to me. It is called Brahman, the spirit, and it lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world. Everything are his hands and legs. Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes and faces, and he hears everything. In this way, the Supersoul exists. The Supersoul is the original source of all senses, yet he is without senses. He is unattached, although he is the maintainer of all living things. He transcends the modes of nature, and at the same time, he is the master of all the modes of material nature. The Supreme Truth exists both internally and externally in the moving and non-moving way. He is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far, far away, he is also near to all. Although the Supersoul appears to be divided, he is never divided. He is situated as one. Although he is the maintainer of every living entity, it is to be understood that he devours and develops all. He is the source of light in all luminous objects. He is beyond the darkness of matter and unmanifested. He is knowledge.
He is the object of knowledge, and he is the goal of knowledge. He is situated in everyone's hearts. Thus, the field of activities, the body, knowledge, and the knowable have been summarily described by me. Only my devotees can understand this thoroughly, and thus to my nature.
Attain to my nature.
Attain to my nature.
And thus attain to my nature. Material nature and the living entities should be understood to be beginningless. Their transformation and the modes of matter are products of material nature. Nature is said to be the cause of all material activities and effects, whereas the living entity is the cause of the various sufferings and enjoyments in this world. The living entity in material nature thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with that material nature. Thus he meets with good and evil amongst various species. Yet, in this body there is another, a transcendental enjoyer, who is the Lord, the supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer and permitter, and who is known as the supersoul. One who understands this philosophy concerning material nature, the living entity, and the interaction of the modes of nature is sure to attain liberation. He will not take birth here again, regardless of his present position. That supersoul is perceived by some through meditation, by some through the cultivation of knowledge, and by others through working without fruit of desire. Again, there are those who, although not conversant in spiritual knowledge, begin to worship the Supreme Person upon hearing about him from others, like me. Because of their tendency to hear from authorities, they also transcend the path of birth and death. O chief of the Bharatas, whatever you see in existence, both moving and unmoving, is only the combination of the field of activities and the knower of the field. One who sees the supersoul accompanying the individual soul in all bodies, and who understands that neither the soul nor the supersoul is ever destroyed, actually sees. One who sees the supersoul in every living being and equal everywhere does not degrade himself by his mind. Thus he approaches the transcendental destination. One who can see that all activities are performed by the body, which is created of material nature, and sees that the self does nothing actually sees. When a sensible man ceases to see different identities, which are due to different material bodies, he attains to the Brahman conception. Thus he sees that beings are expanded everywhere. Those with the vision of eternity can see that the soul is transcendental, eternal, and beyond the modes of nature. Despite contact with the material body, O Arjuna, the soul neither does anything nor is entangled. The sky, due to its subtle nature, does not mix with anything, although it is all-pervading. Similarly, the soul, situated in Brahman, does not mix with the body, though situated in that body. O son of Bharat, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminate the entire body of consciousness. One who knowingly sees this difference between the body and the owner of the body can understand the process of liberation.
Hey, what's this?
Where's Nitya?
in there.
I don't know what we're gonna do to clean it up.
Hey, if you complete the C, it'll say, I love oats.
Don't you really not leave me my car keys? I know he's tired, but give me a...
Wow. And I'll take this chair. Heck yeah. See, it's not wet. Oh, were you sitting here?
No.
No, look, that's his...
Hare Radha Govinda ki Jai. Maine Tuli Buddha Swami ki Bhagavad Gita Srimad Bhakti-Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj ki Jai. Jai Shri Chivaka Maharaj ki Jai. Jai Shri Bhakti-Vedanta Rama Maharaj ki Jai. Jai Bhakti Vigyan Bharti Maharaj ki Jai. Jai Shri Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Jai Shri Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Maharaj ki Jai. Jai Shri Bhakti Rakshak Srila Maharaj ki Jai. Jai Shri Bhakti Saranta Saraswati Thakur ki Jai. Shri Paramahamsa Gokishore Das Babaji Maharaj ki Jai. Satchidananda Bhakti Vinod Thakur ki Jai. Shri Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj ki Jai. Gauri Vedanta Chaya Shri Bali Vijabhushan Prabhu ki Jai. Shri Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur ki Jai. Narottam Srinivas Shamananda Prabhu Trai ki Jai. Shri Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami ki Jai. Shri Rupa Sanatan Bhattam Ganashi Jiva Gopala Bhatta Das Raghunath Sad Goswami Prabhu ki Jai. Shri Sri Brahmarai Rai Ramanandari Gaur Parsharind ki Jai. Namachaya Shri Haridas Thakur ki Jai. Venks Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Veta Garadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakti ki Jai. Shri Navadvip Dham Aipur Dham ki Jai. Shri Yoga Pit Ekra Chakra ki Jai. Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopi Gopa Goparan Dvara Savanamaka Shri Brajmandala ki Jai. Shri Radha Kund Shama Kund Jamuna Ganga Tosi Bhakti Devi ki Jai. Shri Vrinda Devi Maharani ki Jai. Shri Yogamai Paramasi Devi ki Jai. Shri Gopeshwar Mahadev ki Jai. Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Sudarshan Chakra ki Jai. Shetar Mandala Jagannath Puri Dhama ki Jai. Shri Singha Dev ki Jai. Bhakti Maharaj ki Jai. Shri Ram Chari Sampradaya Chari Chaya ki Jai. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki Jai. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā ki Jai. Harinama Sankirtan ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai. Samaveda Vrinda ki Jai. Samaveda Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai. Jai Gaur Premanand.
Singing and dancing and playing with dolls. We're not hurting anybody. Maharani ki jai. Om Vrindai Tulasi Devai Priyai Keshava Chicha Krishna Bhakti Devi Namo Namo Tulasi Krishna Priyasi Namo Namo Radha Vire Nitadeva
Bhagavad-Gītā ki
14,
14,
15, 17,
5 chapters.
16,
17, 18.
10 minute on a break
Anamayam Sukha Sangena Badnati Jnana Sangena Chanaga Ragatmakam Vidhi Krishna Sangha Samudbhavam Tanni Badnati Konteya Karma Sangena Dehinam Tvajnana Jam Vidhi Mohanam Sarva Dehinam Pramadalasya Nidravis Tanni Badnati Bharata Sukhe Sanjayati Raja Karmani Bharata Jnanam Avritya Tu Tamaha Pramade Sanjayat Yuta Rajas Tamascha Vibhuya Sattvam Bhavati Bharata Rajas Sattvam Tamaschaiva Tamas Sattvam Rajas Tata Sarvadvareshu Dehesmin Prakasha Upajayate Jnanam Yada Tada Vidyat Vivridham Sattvam Iti Yuta Lobha Pravrittir Arambha Karmanam Ashamah Sriha Rajasyetani Jayante Vivridhe Bharatar Shabha Aprakasho Pravittischa Pramado Moha Evacha Tamasyetani Jayante Gurunandana Sapi Pravridhe Tu Pralayam Yati Deha Brit Tadottama Vidam Lokan Amalam Pratipadyate Rajasi Pralayam Gatva Karma Sangishu Jayate Tata Prayana Tamasi Mudayonishu Jayate Karmana Supritasyahu Sattvikam Nirmalam Phalam Rajachas Tu Phalam Dukkam Ajnanam Tamasa Phalam Samjayate Jnanam Rajaso Lobha Evacha Pramada Moho Tamaso Bhavato Jnanam Evacha Urdhvam Gachanti Sattvasta Madhye Tishtanti Rajasa Jaganya Gunavrittista Adho Gachanti Tamasa Nanyam Gunebhya Kartaram Yada Drashtanu Pashyati Gunebhyascha Param Veti Madbhavam Sodigachati Dehi Deha Samudbhavan Janma Mrityu Jara Dukkayar Vimukto Mritam Ashnute Arjuna Uvacha Kairlingais Tringunanetan Atito Bhavati Prabho Kim Achara Katam Chaitans Tringunan Ativartate Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Prakasham Cha Pravrittam Cha Moham Eva Cha Pandava Nadveshti Sampravrittani Nadvivrittani Kamshati Udasina Yadasino Gunaryo Navichalyate Ityevam Yovatishtati Nengate Samadukha Sukhasvasta Samaloshtasma Kanchana Tulyo Priya Priyo Dhiras Tulyo Nindatma Samstuti Mana Pamanayos Tulyas Tulyo Mitrari Pakshayo Sarvarambha Parityagi Gunatita Sa Uchate Mamcha Yo Vyavicharena Bhakti Yogena Sevate Sagunan Samatityaitan Brahma Bhuyaya Kalpate Brahmano Hi Pratishtaham Tasya Vayasya Cha Shashvatasya Cha Karmasya Sukhasya Kanti Kasya Cha. That's the end of the chapter. Gaur Premanande. So now we're going to read the English of the 14th chapter. Let's see, who is it? All the same. Okay. Okay. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, by the way, this chapter is titled The Three Modes of Material Nature. Very important chapter. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, again, I shall declare to you this supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained the supreme perfection. By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own. Thus established, one is not born at the time of creation or disturbed at the time of dissolution. The total material substance called Brahman is the source of birth, and it is that Brahman that I impregnate, making possible the births of all living beings, O son of Bharat. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father. Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. And when the eternal living entity comes in contact with nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these modes. O sinless one, the mode of goodness, being purer than the others, is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those situated in that mode become conditioned by a sense of happiness and knowledge. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings, O son of Kunti, and because of this, the embodied living entity is bound to material fruitive actions. O son of Bharat, know that the mode of darkness, born of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The results of this mode are madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. O son of Bharat, the mode of goodness conditions one to happiness, passion conditions one to fruitive action, and ignorance, covering one's knowledge, binds one to madness. Sometimes the mode of goodness becomes prominent, defeating the modes of passion and ignorance, O son of Bharata, and sometimes the mode of passion defeats goodness and ignorance, and at other times ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy. The manifestations of the mode of goodness can be experienced when all the gates of the body are illuminated by knowledge. O chief of the Bharatas, when there is an increase in the mode of passion, then the symptoms of great attachment, fruitive activity, intense endeavor, and uncontrollable desire and hankering develop. When there is increase in the mode of ignorance, O son of Kuru, darkness, inertia, madness, and illusion are manifested. And when one dies in the mode of goodness, he attains to the pure higher planets of the great sages. When one dies in the mode of passion, he takes birth among those engaged in fruitive activities. And when one dies in the mode of ignorance, he takes birth in the animal kingdom. The result of pious action is pure, and it is said to be in the mode of goodness. But action done in the mode of passion results in misery, and action performed in the mode of ignorance results in foolishness. From the mode of goodness, real knowledge develops. From the mode of passion, greed develops. And from the mode of ignorance, develop foolishness, madness, and illusion. Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planets. Those in the mode of passion live on the earthly planets. Those in the abominable mode of ignorance go down to the hellish worlds. When one properly sees that in all activities no other performer is at work than these three modes of material nature, and he knows the Supreme Lord who is transcendental to all these modes, he attains my spiritual nature. When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes associated with the material body, he can become free from birth, death, old age, and their distresses, and can enjoy nectar even in this life. Arjuna inquired, O my dear Lord, by which symptoms is one known who is transcendental to these three modes? What is his behavior? And how does he transcend the modes of nature? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Pandu, he who does not hate illumination, attachment, and illusion when they are present, or long for them when they disappear, who is unwavering and undisturbed through all these reactions of the material qualities, remaining neutral and transcendental, knowing that the modes alone are active, who is situated in the self and regards alike happiness and distress, who looks upon a lump of earth, a stone, and a piece of gold with an equal eye, who is equal toward the desirable and the undesirable, who is steady, situated equally well in praise and blame, honor and dishonor, who treats alike both friend and enemy, and who has renounced all material activities. Such a person is said to have transcended the modes of nature. One who engages in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. And I am the basis of the impersonal Brahman, which is immortal, imperishable, and eternal, and is the constitutional position of ultimate happiness. Chapter 14, Three Modes of Material Nature, Ki. Now we're doing chapter 15.
The glories of chapter 15. Lord Shivaji said, my dear Parvati, now I will tell you the glories of the 15th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Kindly listen carefully. In Gurudev, there was a king of the name Narasingha. He was so powerful that he was able to defeat the demigods. The commander of his army was known by the name Sarab Merun. He was very greedy, and along with the prince, he planned to kill the king and become the ruler of Gurudev. But before he was able to carry out his plan, he got cholera and very quickly died after he took his next birth as a horse. Right? In the country known as Sindhu. The horse was very beautiful and was very fast at running. He had all the qualities of a prize horse. One day, the son of a very rich man of Gurudev saw that horse and decided to buy him, with the intention of selling him, guess to who? The king, right, of Gurudev. After having purchased that horse, he took him to the capital of Gurudev. When he reached the city, he went straight to the palace of the king and requested the guards to inform the king of his arrival. When he came before the king inquired from him, What have you brought here? That businessman replied, O king, in Sindhu I found a horse of the highest quality, and its equal cannot be found in the whole universe. I paid very much money for it. The king ordered, Bring that horse immediately. That horse was very quickly brought before the king, who became very pleased with the high qualities of the horse. After having examined the horse, the king paid to the businessman whatever amount he had requested, without thinking twice. After some days, the king decided to go hunting. Riding that horse, he set off for the forest, where he saw a deer, to which he immediately gave chase. Following behind that deer, he followed in every direction it turned. After some time, he left the rest of his party far behind. After chasing for a long time and becoming very tired and thirsty, he stopped to take rest. He tied the horse to the branch of a tree, and he himself sat down on a large rock. Okay, I just want to clarify what's going on here. So, the commander of his army, right, planned to kill the king. But then he got cholera and died. So he's the one that took birth as a horse, right? The person that was planning to kill the king. Okay. So, he stopped to take rest. He tied the horse to the branch of a tree, and he himself sat down on a large rock. After a little while, he saw a piece of parchment blowing in the wind and land next to him on the rock. On that piece of parchment was written a shloka of the 15th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. The king started to read as if it was the first sound came out of his mouth, and as the first sound came out of his mouth, what happened to the horse?
He converted back to...
The horse fell down to the ground and gave up that horse body. He attained a transcendental four-arm form and immediately sat down in a flower airplane which had come from Vaikuntha to take him to that transcendental abode, Vaikuntha.
Wow.
The king noticed that close by there was a beautiful ashram which was surrounded by fruit trees. Sitting in that ashram was a Brahmin who had complete control over his senses. The king offered respects to that Brahmin and with folded hands inquired from him, how was it possible that my horse was able to attain Vaikuntha? The Brahmin, whose name was Vishnu Sharma, replied, O king, previously you had a commander-in-chief of your army who was known by the name Surab Merund. He had planned along with the prince to usurp you from your throne. Before he was able to, he got cholera and died, after which he took birth as that horse. By chance he heard some words from the 15th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā and attained Vaikuntha. The king offered his respects to that Brahmin and returned to his capital and again read what was written on that parchment. After a short time, he installed his son as the king of Gurudev and himself went off to the forest where he recited regularly the 15th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, probably the whole chapter, not the half verse, and very quickly attained the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. So, Juvati, you see the power of one half shloka. But to speak of one shloka, right?
To speak of the whole chapter 12.
Or one shloka of Srimad Bhagavatam also. Very powerful.
Okay, now we're going to chant the Sanskrit of the 15th chapter. Shiva. Huh? Oh, what is the title?
The Yoga of the Supreme Person.
Yeah, the Yoga of the Supreme Person. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Urvamulam Adakshakam Ashvatam Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Paranani Yastam Veda Saveda Vet Vam Prashvitas Tasya Shaka Guna Pravridha Vishaya Pravala Adhaschamulyan Anushantatani Karmanu Bandhini Manushya Loke Narupam Asyeha Tato Palabhyate Nanto Nachadir Nacha Sampratishta Ashvatam Enam Suvirudhamulam Asanga Shastrena Dvidhena Chidva Tatat Padam Tat Parimargitavyam Yasmin Gata Na Nivarkanti Bhuya Tam Eva Chadyam Purusham Prapadye Yathat Pravritti Prashrita Purani Nirmana Moha Jita Sangha Dosha Adhyatma Nitya Vivrivitta Kama Dvanvair Mimukta Sukha Dukkha Samgyar Gachantyamudha Padam Avyaya Tat Tat Bhashayate Suryo Na Shashanko Na Pavaka Yad Gadva Nivartante Tad Dhamma Paramam Mama Mama Evamsho Jivaloke Jiva Bhuta Sanatana Manashastrani Indriyani Prakriti Shtani Karsati Shariram Yadavapnoti Yachchabhyutkramati Grihit Vaitani Samyati Vayur Gandhani Vashayat Srotam Chakshus Parshanam Cha Rasanam Granam Eva Cha Adhishtaya Manaschayam Vishayan Upaveshvate Tam Stitam Vapi Bunjanam Vagunam Vitam Vimudhana Pashyanti Pashyanti Jnana Chakshusha Yatanto Yoginaschainam Adhyatman Yavastitam Yatanto Pyakritatmano Nainam Pashyantya Chetasaha Gatam Tejo Jagad Bhashayate Kilam Yachchandramase Yachchagno Tat Tejo Vidimamakam Gama Vishya Chabutani Darayam Yaham Ojasa Pushnami Choshadi Sarva Sumo Bhutva Rasatmaka Aham Vaishnavaran Bhutva Praninam Deham Ashrita Pranapana Samayukta Pacham Yannam Chaturvidam Sarvasya Chaham Hridi Sannivishto Nataksmitir Dhyanam Apohanam Cha Vedaishcha Sarvair Aham Eva Vedyo Vedanta Krid Veda Vid Eva Chaham Dvavimo Purusho Loke Ksharas Chakshara Eva Cha sarvani bhutani bhutastokshara uchyate uttama purushastvanya paramatmetyudahrita yo lokatrayam avishya vipartavyaya ishvaraha sharam atitoham aksharat apichottama atosmi loke vedecha pratita purushottamaha yomam evam samudho janati purushottama sa sarvavid bhajati mam sarvabhavena bharata iti guhyatamam shastram idam uktam mayanaga etad buddha buddhimam syat krita krityascha bharata. Jai. That was the 14th? 15th chapter. So now we're doing the 16th chapter.
Wait, English translation.
Oh, right. Okay. You do.
Most enthusiastic. Very animated.
This is giving me
like a
lot
drama.
of energy.
Okay, get into
See,
it
this
now.
is the proper use of your intense energy.
Yeah.
Perfect use.
Oh wait, going that way is not good?
No, you're
I'm joking, no, I'm totally joking.
Your emotional
It needs an outlet. If it doesn't have an outlet, it gets into trouble.
That's right.
Okay, chapter 15, the yoga of the Supreme Person. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "It is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. The branches of this tree extend downward and upward, nourished by the three modes of material nature. The twigs are the objects of the senses. This tree also has roots going down, and these are bound to the fruitive actions of human society. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Thereafter, one must seek that place from which, having gone, one never returns, and there surrender to that Supreme Personality of Godhead, from whom everything began and from whom everything has extended since time immemorial. Those who are free from false prestige, illusion, and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with material lust, who are freed from the dualities of happiness and distress, and who, unbewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attain to that eternal kingdom. The supreme abode of mind is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the six senses, which includes the mind. The living entity in the material world carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another, as the air carries aromas. Thus he takes one kind of body and again quits it to take another. The living entity, thus taking another gross body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. The endeavoring transcendentalists who are situated in self-realization can see all this clearly. But those whose minds are not developed and who are not situated in self-realization cannot see what is taking place, though they may try. The splendor of the sun, which dissipates the darkness of this whole world, comes from me. And the splendor of the moon and the splendor of fire are also from me. I enter into each planet, and by my energy they stay in orbit. I become the moon and thereby supply the juice of life to all vegetables. I am the fire of digestion in the bodies of all living entities, and I join with the air of life, outgoing and incoming, to digest the 4 kinds of foodstuff. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta. I am the knower of the Vedas. There are 2 classes of beings, the fallible and the infallible. In the material world, every living entity is fallible, and in the spiritual world, every living entity is called infallible. Besides these 2, there is the greatest living personality, the supreme soul, the imperishable Lord himself, who has entered the 3 worlds and is maintaining them. Because I am transcendental, beyond both the fallible and the infallible, and because I am the greatest, I am celebrated both in the world and in the Vedas as that supreme person. Whoever knows me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead without doubting is the knower of everything. He therefore engages himself in full devotional service to me, O son of Bharat. This is the most confidential part of the Vedic scriptures, O sinless one, and it is disclosed now by me. Whoever understands this will become wise, and his endeavors will know perfection.
Jai Bo. Chapter 15, Ki Jai. Now the glories of chapter 16. Lord Shiva said, My dear Parvati, I will now tell you the glories of the 16th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Do you know what the title is, all of you?
Divine and demoniac natures.
Divine and demoniac natures. So, in Gujarat, there is a town of the name Saurashtra, or Surat. King Khadga Bahu had his kingdom there where he lived, just like another Indra, another king of heaven. He kept a very passionate male elephant of the name Arimardana. Oh, there's a devotee in Russia named Arimardana. Right. I never knew that this elephant was named Arimardana. So he kept a very passionate male elephant of the name Arimardana, from whose temples liquid oozed due to his pride. Whoa. One day that elephant, in a fit of anger, broke loose from his chains and started to destroy the elephant's shed, after which he began running here and there, wildly chasing the citizens. Everyone fled as fast as possible. The elephant keepers immediately reported the news to the king, and when the king heard, he went along with his son to the place where the mad elephant was. King Khadgabahu knew the art of controlling wild elephants. When the king reached the spot where the elephant was running among fearlessness, when the people saw that Brahmin walking towards the elephant, they tried to tell him not to go near him, but that Brahmana did not take any notice of them, and he walked straight up to that mad elephant and started to stroke him. When the elephant saw the Brahmin approaching, he immediately lost all anger, and he lay down peacefully. After that Brahmin had patted the elephant for a few moments, he went peacefully on his way. When the king and all the citizens saw that these amazing incidents, they were astonished. The king immediately went and fell at the feet of that Brahmin and inquired from him, "What austerities and worship have you performed to attain such peacefulness and amazing powers?" The Brahmin replied, "Daily I am reciting some shlokas from the 16th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā." Then Lord Shiva said, that king requested the Brahmin to come to the palace, where he offered him in charity 100 gold coins, and he requested that pious Brahmin to instruct him in the chanting of those verses from the 16th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. And after King Khadgabahu had been chanting those verses for some time. He one day, along with his guards, went to the place where that mad elephant was kept and ordered the elephant keepers to release him. At that, the citizens became upset with the king, thinking that the elephant would begin to run amok again. The king went before that mad elephant, which immediately lay down, and he started to stroke him. After that, the king returned to his palace and installed his son on the throne, and he left for the forest, where he worshipped Lord Krishna by chanting those shlokas from the 16th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, and very quickly he attained the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Anyone who chants the 16th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, however sinful he is, very quickly attains the same goal as King Khadgabahu, the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. So now we're going to chant the 16th chapter Sanskrit of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, which is titled The Divine and the Demoniac Natures. Bhagavanu Asha Abhayam Sattva Samshuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavastiti Danam Damascha Yagyascha Swadhyayastapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodhas Tyaga Shantirapayshunam Daya Bhutesh Luptvam Mardavam Hrir Achapalam Tejak Shama Driti Shocham Bhavanti Sampadam Daimim Abhijatasya Bharata Dambo Darpo Abhimanascha Krodha Parushyam Evacha Ajnanam Cha Abhijatasya Partha Sampadam Asurim Daivi Sampad Vimokshaya Vibhadarasuri Nata Mashucha Sampadam Daivim Abhijato Sipandava Dvau Bhuto Sarga Lokeshmin Daiva Asura Evacha Daivo Vistara Shahprokta Asuram Partameshinu Pravrittim Cha Nivrittim Cha Jana Na Vidur Asura Na Shocham Na Pichacharo Na Satyam Teshu Vidyate Stante Jagad Ashura Nishwaram Aparaspara Sambhutam Kimanyat Kama Haitukam Etam Drishtim Avashtabhya Nashtatmano Pabudhaya Prabhavantyugra Karmana Kshayaya Jagato Hita Kamam Ashrita Dushpuram Dambhamana Nadanvita Mohad Grihit Vasad Grahan Pravartante Shuchi Vrata Chintam Aparineyam Cha Pralayantam Prabhashrita Kamo Paboga Parama Etavadidi Nishchita Asha Pasha Shatayr Vadha Kama Krodha Parayana Tante Kama Bogartam Anyanye Narta Sanchakam Idam Adya Maya Labdvam Imam Prapsye Manoratam Idam Ashvidam Apime Bhavishyati Punardhanam Haneshye Chaparamapi Ishwaroham Aham Bhogi Siddhoham Balavan Sukhi Adyo Bhi Janavanasmi Konyo Sti Sadrisho Maya Yakshe Dasyami Modishya Itya Jnana Vimohita Aneka Chitta Vibranta Mohajala Samagrita Prasakta Kama Bhogeshu Patanti Narakeshu Cho Atma Sambhavita Stabda Dhana Mana Madanvita Yajante Nama Yagyaiste Dambena Vidipurvakam Ahamkaram Balam Darpam Kamam Krodham Cha Samskrita Mam Atma Paradeheshu Pradvishanto Gayasukha Puram Samsareshu Naradhanam Kshipanya Jashram Ashubhan Asuri Deva Yonishu Asurim Yonim Apana Mudha Janmani Janmani Mama Pravyaiva Kaunteya Tato Yantyadamam Gatim Trividham Narakashyedam Dvaram Nashanam Atmana Kama Krodas Tata Lobhas Tasmad Etat Trayam Tyajet Etair Vimukta Kaunteya Tamo Dvaras Tadayam Aksharat Yatmana Shreyas Tato Yagi Param Gatim Yash Shastra Vidhim Utshridya Vartate Kama Karata Nasa Siddhim Avapnoti Nasukam Naparam Gatim Sham Paramanam Te Karya Karya Vyavastito Gyatva Shastra Vidanoktam Karma Kartum Iharvasi. So now we'll read the English of the 16th chapter. And
I have only 2 more to go after that.
I wanted to read this one. I want to read this one. I've been meditating upon it a lot. Then after that you can read. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, fearlessness, purification of one's existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, self-control, performance of sacrifice, study of the Vedas, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault-finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharat, belong to godly men endowed with divine nature. Pride, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, and ignorance. These qualities belong to those of demoniac nature, O son of Pritha. The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demoniac qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, for you are born with the divine qualities. O son of Pritha, in this world there are 2 kinds of created beings. One is called the divine and the other demoniac. I have already explained to you at length the divine qualities. Now hear from me of the demoniac. Those who are demoniac, they do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done. Neither cleanliness, nor proper behavior, nor truth is found in them. They say that this world is unreal, with no foundation, no God in control. They say it is produced of sex desire and has no cause other than lust. And following such conclusions, the demoniac who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence, they engage in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world. Taking shelter of insatiable lust and absorbed in the conceit of pride and false prestige, the demoniac, thus illusioned, are always sworn to unclean work, attracted by the impermanent. They believe that to gratify the senses is the prime necessity of human civilization. Thus, until the end of life, their anxiety is immeasurable. Bound by a network of hundreds of thousands of desires and absorbed in lust and anger, they secure money by illegal means for sense gratification. The demoniac person thinks, and now Krishna is talking as if he's a demoniac person. Please listen carefully, because Krishna has created the demoniac nature. He knows exactly how they think. So much wealth, do I have today? And I will gain more according to my schemes. Like the fourth industrial revolution. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future more and more. He is my enemy, and I have killed him, and my other enemies will also be killed. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. I am the richest man, surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifice. I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by ignorance, thus perplexed by various anxieties, and bound by a network of illusions. They become too strongly attached to sense enjoyment, and they fall down into hell. Self-complacent, always impudent, deluded by wealth and false prestige, they sometimes proudly perform sacrifices in name only, without following any rules or regulations. Bewildered by false ego, strength, pride, lust, and anger, the demons become envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in their own bodies and in the bodies of others, and they blaspheme against the real religion. Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among men, I perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence, into various demoniac species of life, and attaining repeated birth amongst the species of demoniac life. O son of Kunti, such persons can never approach me. Gradually they sink down to the most abominable type of existence. There are 3 gates leading to this hell: lust, anger, and greed. Every sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. The man who has escaped these 3 gates of hell, O son of Kunti, he performs acts conducive to self-realization, and thus gradually he attains the supreme destination. He who discards scriptural injunctions and acts according to his own whims, he attains neither perfection, nor happiness, nor the supreme destination. One should therefore understand what is duty and what is not duty by the regulations of the scriptures. And knowing such rules and regulations, one should act so that he may gradually be elevated. Bhagavan Sri Krishna ki jai. Now the glories of chapter 17.
I think you missed your calling. Baptist preacher. Hell and damnation, repent.
I've become very upset with certain persons in this world in recent times, and I am ready. And I already did give them a curse. I already did it. I couldn't restrain myself. I looked at this guy, and I just... Wow. Wow. Yes, he was the one.
Oh my God. This is what's going on.
Yep.
Everything
okay,
should
the glories of chapter 17. Lord Shiva said, "My dear Parvati, You have heard the unlimited glories of the 16th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Now kindly hear the nectarian glories of the 17th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. King Gadjabahu's son had a servant by the name Dushasan, who was very crafty and exceptionally foolish.
Oh, this is the same king from the previous chapter. Gadjabahu. Okay. Yeah. Okay, his son.
So his son had a servant named Dushasan, who was very crafty and exceptionally foolish. Dushasan made a bet with the prince that he could ride the elephant, at which time he jumped upon the elephant, and after going a few steps, the people there started requesting him not to ride that dangerous elephant. But foolish Dushasan started to prod that elephant and use strong words to urge him on. Suddenly, that elephant became very angry and started to run wildly here and there. Unable to hold on, Dushasan fell to the ground. The elephant stomped on him, and Dushasan died. After that, he attained the body of an elephant in Simbaldweep, where he stayed in the king's palace. The king of Simbaldweep was a close friend of King Kadgabadu. One day, the king of Simbaldweep decided to send that elephant as a present to his friend, King Kadgabadu, who in turn presented that elephant to one poet who pleased him with his beautiful poetry. Thereafter, the poet sold the elephant for 100 gold coins to the king of Malva. After some time, that elephant contracted a terminal disease. When the elephant keepers saw that the elephant had stopped eating and drinking, they reported the matter to the king. When the king found out, he went to the place of the elephant, along with the best of doctors. At that time, to the surprise of the king, the elephant started to speak. He said, "My dear king, you are very pious and a strict follower of the Vedas. You always worship the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. So you should know that at this time, these medicines and doctors will be of no use. Neither any kind of charity of sacrifice will help at the time of death. If you care for me and want to help me, then bring someone who daily recites the 17th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā." As requested by that elephant, the king brought one great devotee who regularly recited the 17th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. That devotee, while chanting the 17th chapter, sprinkled water on the elephant, at which time he gave up that elephant body and attained what?
A four-armed form.
Similarly to that of Lord Vishnu. He immediately sat down on what?
A flower airplane.
Which happened to take him to Vaikuntha.
A big one.
While sitting in that airplane, the king inquired from him about his previous birth. And Dushasan, after telling him everything, left for Vaikuntha. After which, the best of men, the king of Malva, started regularly reciting the 17th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. After a short time, he attained the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu.
So now we're going to read the 17th chapter Sanskrit. The title of this chapter is The Divisions of Faith, Shraddha. So, beginning with verse 1, Arjuna Uvacha Ye Shastra Vidhim Ushrijya Yajante Shadayan Vita Tuka Krishna Sattvam Aho Rajastamaha Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Trividha Bhavati Shraddha Dehinam Sa Svabhavaja Sattviki Rajasi Chaiva Tamasi Cheti Tam Shrinu Sattvanurupa Sarvasya Shraddha Bhavati Bharata Shraddha Mayo Yam Purusho Yo Yash Shraddha Sa Eva Saha Sattvika Devan Yaksharaksham Rajasa Pretan Bhuta Ganam Chanye Yajante Tamasa Janaha Ashastra Viditam Goram Tapyante Ye Tapo Janaha Dambhahankara samyukta kamaraga balandita karshayantak sharirastam bhutagramam achetasaha manchaivantak sharirastam tam vidyasura nishchayan aharastvapi sarvasya trividho bhavati priya yagyastapastatha danam tesham vedam imam shrinu ayu sattva balarogya sukha priti vivardhana rasya snigdha stira hridya ahara satvika priya katvam lavanat yushna tikshna ruksha vidhanita ahara rajasasyeshta dukkha shoka maya prada yatayamam gatarasam puti paryushitam chayat uchishtam abhichanedyam bhojanam tamasa priyam afala kankshibir yagyo vidhi dishtos ijjate tavyam eveti mana samadhaya sasatvika abhisandhaya tu palam dambardam abhichayvayat ijjate bharata shreshta tam yagyam vidhi rajasam vidihinam ashashtanam mantrahinam adakshinam shraddha virahitam yagyam tamasam parichakshate deva dvija guru pragya pujanam shocham arjavam brahmacharyam ahimsa cha shariram tapa uchyate anudvega karam vakyam satyam priya hitam chayat svadhyaya bhyasanam chaiva vanmayam tapa uchyate mana prasada somyatvam monam atma vinigraha bhavasam shudhir itye tat tapo manasam uchyate shraddhaya paraya taptam tapas tat trivridham narai apala kanshibir yuktai satvikam parichakshate satkaramana pujartam tapodambena chaivayat kriyate tariha proktam rajasam chalam adruvam mudha grahen atmano yat pidaya kriyate tapaha padasyot sadhanartham va tattamasam udahitam datavyam iti yaddanam diyate nupakarane deshe kale chapatre cha taddanam satvikam smritam yattu pratyupakarartam phalam udishya va punaha diyate cha pariklishtam taddanam rajasam smritam adesha kale yaddanam patrebhyascha diyate asatkritam avagyatam tattamasam udahritam om tat sad iti nirdesho brahmanas trividha smritaha brahmanas tena vedascha yagyascha vihita pura tasmad om ityudahritya yagyadana tapakriya pravartante vidanokta satatam brahmavadinam tat itya anabhisandhyaya phalam yagya tapakriya kriyascha vididha kriyante mokshakam shabhi sadbhave sadubhave cha sad ityetat prayujyate prashaste karmani tata satchabja parkayujyate yagye tapasi dane cha stiti sad iti chochyate karma chaiva tadartiyam sad ityeva vidiyate ashradhadhaya hutam dattam tapas taptam kritam chayat asad ityuchyate parta nacha tat prekya no iha. Jai. So now Nitya, in English.
Short.
Arjuna inquired, O Krishna, what is the situation of those who do not follow the principles of scripture but worship according to their own imagination? Are they in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, according to the modes of nature acquired by the embodied soul, one's faith can be of three kinds. in goodness, passion, ignorance, or in ignorance. Now hear about this. O son of Bharta, according to one's existence under the various modes of nature, one involves a particular kind of faith. The living being is said to be of one particular faith, according to the modes he has acquired. Men in the modes of goodness worship the demigods. Those in the modes of passion worship the demons, and those in the modes of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits. Those who undergo severe austerities and penance, not recommended in the scriptures, performing them out of pride and egoism, who are impelled by lust and attachment, who are foolish, and who torture the material elements of the body, as well as the super soul dwelling within, are to be known as demons. Even the food each person prefers is of three kinds, according to the three modes of material nature. The same is true of sacrifices, austerities, and charity. Now hear of the distinction between them. Foods dear to those in the modes of goodness increase the duration of life, purify one's existence, and give strength, health, happiness, and satisfactions. Such foods are juicy, fatty, wholesome, and pleasing to the heart. Foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, hot, pungent, dry, and burning are dear to those in the modes of passion. Such foods cause distress, misery, and disease. Foods prepared more than 3 hours before being eaten, food that is tasteless, decomposed, and putrid, and food consisting of remnants and untouchable things is dear to those in the modes of darkness. Of sacrifices, the sacrifice performed according to the direction of the scripture as a matter of duty by those who desire no reward is of the nature of goodness. But the sacrifice performed for some material benefit or for sake of pride, O chief of Bhartas, you should know to be in the mode of passion. Any sacrifice performed without regard for the direction of scripture, without distribution of prasadam, spiritual food, without chanting of the Vedic hymns and remunerations of the priests, and without faith is considered to be in the mode of ignorance. Austerity of the body consists in worship of the Supreme Lord. The Brahmanas, the spiritual master, and the superiors like the father and mother, and in cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and non-violence. Austerity of speech consists in speaking words that are truthful, pleasing, beneficial, and non-agitating to others, and also in regularly reciting Vedic literatures. And satisfaction, simplicity, gravity, self-control, and purification of one's existence are the austerities of the mind. This threefold austerity, performed with transcendental faith by men, not expecting material benefit, but engaged only for the sake of the supreme, is called austerity in goodness. Penance performed out of pride and for the sake of gaining respect, honor, and worship is said to be in the mode of passion. It is neither stable nor permanent. Penance performed out of foolishness, with self-torture, or to destroy or injure others, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Charity given out of duty, without expectation of return, at the proper time and place, and to a worthy person, is considered to be the mode of goodness. But charity performed with the expectation of some return, or with a desire for fruitive results, or in a grudging mood, is said to be charity in the mode of passion. And charity performed at an impure place, at an improper time, to unworthy persons, or without proper attention and respect, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. From the beginning of creation, the three words Om Tat Sat were used to indicate the supreme absolute truth. These three symbolic representations were used by the Brahmanas while chanting the hymns of the Vedas and during sacrifices for the satisfaction of the Supreme. Therefore, transcendentalists undertaking performance of sacrifice, charity, and penance, in accordance with spiritual regulations, begin always with Om to attain the Supreme. Without desiring fruitive results, one should perform various kinds of sacrifice, penance, and charity with the word Tat. The purpose of such transcendental activities is to get free from material entanglement. The absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice, and it is indicated by the word Sat. The performer of such sacrifice is also called Sat, as are all works of sacrifice, penance, and charity, which, true to the absolute nature, are performed to please the Supreme Person, O son of Prita. Anything done as sacrifice, charity, or penance without faith in the Supreme, O son of Prita, is impermanent. It is called asat, and is useless both in this life and in the next.
Okay, so now we're going to read the 18th chapter, the last chapter. We've made it this far.
Did you tell me once when Prabhupada came back from Russia, he said in Russia there is no food, flowers, and freedom. You told me that 3 years ago.
I might have repeated that.
And now we're doing the glorification, which is, this is the final one, the glories of chapter 18. Parvati said, "My dear husband, you have told me the glories of the 17th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Now, kindly relate, or do you want to read it? Now, kindly relate the glories of the 18th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā." Lord Shiva said, "O daughter of the Himalayas, Parvati, please listen to the glories of the 18th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, which is higher than the Vedas and the giver of unlimited bliss. When it enters into one's ears, it destroys all material desires. For the pure devotee, it is divine nectar. It is Lord Vishnu's very life, and it is a solace to the hearts of Lord Indra and the demigods, as well as the great yogis headed by Sanak and Sananda. One who recites it sends the messengers of Yamaraj far away. There is no other recitation which can so quickly destroy all sin and free one from the threefold miseries of this world. Now listen with great devotion. On the topmost peak of Mount Meru is Amaravati, which was built by Vishwakarma. In that heavenly kingdom, Lord Indra, along with his wife Shachi, is served by the demigods. One day, while Lord Indra was sitting peacefully, he saw that one very beautiful person had arrived there, whom the servants of Lord Vishnu were serving. When Lord Indra saw that beautiful young person, he immediately fell from his throne onto the ground. At that time, those demigods who had been worshipping Indra picked up the crown that he was wearing and placed it on the head of that new beautiful person. After that, all the demigods and the other denizens of the heavenly planets started to perform arti and sing wonderful songs to that new King Indra. The great rishis came there, and they offered their blessings and they chanted Vedic mantras, and the Gandharvas and Apsaras started to sing and dance joyfully. In this way, the new Indra, who had not performed the usual 100 horse sacrifices, started to enjoy hundreds of different types of services rendered by the demigods and other denizens of the heavenly planets. When the old Indra saw this, he became very surprised. He started to think to himself, this person here has never built wells or dug kundas or planted trees for the welfare of others. And when there were droughts, he did not provide grains and charity. He never performed any fire sacrifices or great charities in the holy places. So how has he managed to attain my seat? The old Indra, feeling greatly disturbed in his mind, he left to the ocean of milk to pray to Lord Vishnu. When he managed to obtain darshan of Lord Vishnu, he asked him, my dear Lord Vishnu, in the past I performed many sacrifices and other pious activities for which I was installed as the king, the Lord of heaven. But at this time, another person has come there and taken my place as the king of heaven. This person in his life never performed any great, wonderful, pious activities, nor had he performed any great Vedic sacrifices. So how is it possible that he has managed to obtain my throne? At that time, Lord Vishnu said, my dear Indra, that great soul has performed the recitation daily of the 18th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Every day during his life, he recited 5 shlokas from this chapter. Well, maybe they were different. It doesn't say.
Only 5 shlokas. Not even the whole chapter.
So he recited 5 shlokas from this chapter, and because of that activity, he has attained the results of all sorts of pious activities and yajnas. And after enjoying for many years as the King of Heaven, he will attain my personal abode. If you perform the same activity of reciting the 18th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, you can also attain my divine abode. So after hearing Lord Vishnu's words, Lord Indra took the form of a Brahmin, and he went to the bank of the Godavari river where he saw the town of Kalai-Grani, which is very sacred. At that place, the Supreme Lord, in his form known as Kaleshva, resides. Close to this town, on the bank of the Godavari river, one very pure Brahmin was sitting, who was very merciful, and had understood the topmost goal and the secret of the Vedic literatures. Daily, he would sit at that spot and recite shlokas of the 18th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. Oh, shh. When Lord Indra saw him, he became very happy. He immediately fell at his lotus feet and requested him to teach him the 18th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā. After Lord Indra had practiced the recitation of the 18th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā for some time, he managed to attain the topmost place of Vishnu Loka. When he attained that place, he realized that the pleasure he had enjoyed as King Indra along with the demigods was nothing in comparison. My dear Parvati, for this reason, the great sages especially chant this 18th chapter of Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā, and by so doing, very quickly attain the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. Anyone who hears or studies this Gita Mahatmya very quickly destroys all sins which he has accumulated, and that person who remembers this discourse with great faith attains the results of all kinds of pious activities and great sacrifices, and after enjoying all worldly opulences, attains the abode of Lord Vishnu. Thus ends the glories of the Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā as spoken by Lord Shiva to his wife Parvati Devi. Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā Mahatmya Ki Jai. You can do the first half of it and then you can go. Okay? No, you're gonna do it.
No, we're still doing Sanskrit. But
Yeah, we're going to do the Sanskrit now of the 18th chapter. And it's not too bad. I mean, actually, we covered a lot, and it's 9 o'clock. But this is the longest chapter.
Wow.
And this has like almost 80 verses, 78 verses. Yeah. Arjuna uvacha sanyasya mahabaho tattvam ichchami veditum jagasya cha rishikesha pritakeshi nisudana Shri Bhagavan uvacha karmanam karmanam yasam sanyasam kavayo vidu sarva karma phalatyagam prabhustyagam vichakshana Manishina Yajnadana Tapakarma Najajyam iti chapare Nishchayam Shimne Tatra Tyagi Bharata Sattama Tyagohi Purusha Vyagra Trividha Sampakirtita Yajnadana Tapakarma Natyajyam Karma Evatat Yajnodhanam tapaschaiva parani manishinam etanyapi tu karmani chakrapalani cha kartavyani te me parta nishchitam mattam uttamam nityatasya tu sanyasa karmano nopapadyate mohatasya parityagas tamasa parikirtita Dukkam ityeva yat karma kaya klesha bhayatyajet sakritva rajasam tyagam naiva tyaga phalam labet kayam ityeva yat karma niyatam kriyate arjuna sangam tyakva phalam chaiva satyaga satvito mataha nadeshanu kushalam karmam kushale nanusajjate Tyagi sattva samavishto medhavi chinna samshayaha nahi deha brikas shakyam tyaktum karman yasheshataha yastu karma palatyagi satyagiti abhidiyate anishtam ishtam nishram cha trividham karmanah palam bhavatyathyaganam pretya natu sanyasinam prachit Panchaitani Mahabaho Karnani Nibodhame Sanke Kritante Proktani Siddhaye Sarva Karmanam Adishtanam Tata Karta Karanam Cha Pritag Vidham Viditas Cha Pritag Cheshta Daivam Chaivatra Panchamam Sharira Vamano Viryat Karma Prarabhate Naraha Nyayam bhagavantam va panchaite tasya hetava tatraivam sati kartaram atmanam kevalam tuya pashyatya krita buddhitvan nasa pashyati durmati yasya naham krito bhavo buddhir yasya nalipyate hadvapi sarimalokan nahanti nanipadyate Yam Palikyata Trividha Karma Chodana Karanam Karma Karateti Trividha Karma Sangraha Jnanam Karma Chakarta Cha Tridaiva Guna Vedata Prochate Guna Sankyane Yata Vachtrinutanyapi Sarva Bhuteshu Vyanaikam Bhavam Adhyayam Ikshate Adivaktam vivakteshu tajjnanam vidisatvikam. Natu yajnanam nanavabhavam katagvidam veti sarveshu bhuteshu tajjnanam vidirajasam yatu krishna vedikasmin karye saktam ahaitukam atavarta tadaupancha tatthamasam udahitam niyatam sangarahitam aragadvesha takritam afala pripsuna karma yatat satvikam uchate yatu kamitsuna karma saharkarena vapunaha kriyate bahulayasam tadrajasam udahitam anubandham kshayam himsam anapeksha chaporusham mohad argyate karma yattattamasam uchate mukta sangona hambadi drityutsaha samandika siddhya siddhoyor vivirkara karta satvika uchate karma pala preksur lubdho himsatmako shichi harsha shokanvita karta rajasa parikirtita ayukta prakrita stabdha shatoneshkritato nasa vishari dirga sutricha karta tamasa uchate buddher pedam driteshchaiva gunatas tridhyam shishanu rochamanam asheshena prithabdena dhananjaya Vritim cha nivritim cha karya karye bhayabhaye bandham moksham cha yaveti buddhi savarta sattviki yaya dharmam adharmam cha karyam cha karyameva cha ayathavat prananti buddhi savarta rajasi adharmam dharmam itiya manyate tamasavrita sarvartam viparitamscha buddhisa partatamasi drityayaya dharayate manapranendriya kriya yogena vyavicharemya dritisa partasattviki yaya dharma kamartan dritya dharayate arjuna prasangena palakamshi dritisa partarajasi yaya swapnam vayam shokam vishadam madam evacha navi punchati durmedha dritisa partatamasi sukham idam sridham shinu me bharata shabha abhyasat ramate yatra dukhantam cha nigacchati yatadagre visham eva parimame mitokamam tatsukam satvikam proktam atma buddhi prasadajam vishayendriya samyoga jattadagre mritottamam pariname visham eva tatsukam rajasam smritam yadre chanubandhecha sukham mohanam atmanah nidralasya pramadottam tattamasam udavritam Natasti Prithivyam Ka Divite Shivapuna Sattvam Prakritir Jairmuktam Ya Ehi Syat Kabir Gunai Brahmana Jatiya Visham Sudranam Chakaram Tapa Karmani Kavibhaktani Swabhava Prabhavair Gunai Shamo Namastapakshocham Shantirarjam Evacha Jnanam Vijnanam Astikyam Brahma Karma Swabhavajam Shoryam Tejo Dritir Daksham Yudhe Chapya Halayanam Dhanam Ishvara Bhavascha Shatram Karma Swabhavajam Vishnu Vanijyam Vaishya Karma Swabhavajam Paricharyatmakam Karma Shudrasyapi Swabhavajam Sve sve karmanya viratha samsiddhim labate nara vakarma virata siddhim yatha vindhiti tashunu yatha pravitir bhutanam yena sarvam idam tatam swakarmana tamadhyachya siddhim vindati manava, shreyam sudharmo viguna, paradharmat svanushkita, subhava niyatam karma, kurvam napnoti kilvisham, sahajam karma konteya, sadosham abhinatyajet, sarvarambha hidoshena, dhumena dirivadita, asakta sarvatra, jitatva hiritaspriha, naishkamya siddhim paranam, sanyasena adhigacchati, siddhim tapto yata brahma, tata lakni bodhame, samasenaiva konteya, nishtam jnasya para, Udya vishuddhaya yukto, dritya manam niyamacha, shabdadim vishayam styaktva, ragadesho yudasya cha, vivikta sevi lavyashi, yatavak kaya manasa, dhyana yoga paro nityam, vairagyam samupashrita, ahankaram balam darpam, kamam krodam parigraham, vimuchya nirmusa santo, brahma bhuyaya kalpate, brahma bhuta prasannatma, nashochati nakamshati, sarva sarveshu bhuteshu, madbhaktim labhate param, bhaktya mam abhijanati, yavam yashasmi tattvataha, tato mamatato gyatva, vishate tadanantaram, sarva karmanya pisada, kurvano madhyapashraya, mat prasada vadapnoti, shashvatam padam avyayam, cetasa sarva karmani, mayi sanyasya matparaha, buddhi yogam upashritya, matchitta satatam bhava, matchitta sarva durgani, mat prasadat tarishyasi, atachetvam ahamkaram, na shrosyasi vinamshyasi, yad ahamkaram ashritya, na yotsya iti manyase, mityaisha vyavasayaste, prakritištvam niyokshyasi yati, svabhava jena konteya, nibadha svena karmana, karmana moha, karashyasya vashodhyatat, Sarva Bhutanam Hrideshe Arjuna Tishtati Brahmayan Sarva Bhutani Yantra Rudhani Mayaya Tam Eva Sharanam Gacha Sarva Bhavena Bharata Tat Prasadat Param Shantim Sthanam Prapsasi Shashvatam Ite Te Jnanam Akyatam Guhyat Gyataram Maya Vishrimyaita Kasheshena Yatechasi Tathakuru Sarva Bhuyatamam Bhuya Shinu Me Paramam Vachaha Ishtosi Me Dridham Iti Tato Vakshyami Te Hitam Mandana Bhavana Bhakto Adya Jimam Namaskuru Mami Vaishyasi Satyam Te Yoshime Sarva Dharman Prityaksya Mamekam Sharanam Raja Aham Tvam Sarva Papebhyo Mokshayishyami Ma Shuchaha Idam Te Nartha Bhakshaya Na Bhaktaya Kadachana Na Shashru Shushave Vachyam Na Chamam Yogya Suyati Yat Idam Paramam Guhyam Mad Bhaktesha Vidasyati Bhaktim Mai Param Kritva Mam Evaishyasya Samshayaha Nacha Tasmam Shmanushyesu Kaschid Me Priya Kritamaha Bhavita Nacha Me Tasmad Anya Priya Bhuvi Adyeshyate Chaya Imam Dharmyam Samvadam Avayo Jnana Yagyena Tena Aham Ishtasyam Ati Mati Suryascha Shiruyadapi Yo Naraha Sohi Mukta Shubalokan Prapnuyat Punya Karmanam Chide Tachchutam Parta Tvaya Yakrena Chetasa Kachid Ajnana Sammoha Pranashtaste Dhananjaya Arjuna Uvacha Nashto Moha Smritir Labdha Tat Prasadam Mayachyuta Stitosmi Gata Sandeha Kadishye Vachanam Tava Sanjaya Uvacha Ityaham Vasudevasya Parthasya Chamahatmanaha Samvadam Imam Avashrosham Adbhutam Roma Harshanam Vyasa Prasadat Shuddhavan Idhad Guyam Aham Param Yogam Yogeshwara Krishna Sakshat Katayata Swayam Rajan Smritya Samsmritya Samvadam Imam Adbhutam Keshavarjunayo Punyam Rishyami Cha Muhur Muhu Tatsya Samsmritya Samsmritya Rupam Adyadbhutam Hare Vishmayo Me Mahan Rajan Rishyami Cha Punah Punaha Yatra Yogeshwara Krishno Yatra Partho Dhanurdara Yatra Srir Vijayo Bhutir Dhruvam Litir Matir Mama Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā ki jai, Bhagavan Shri Krishna Chandra ki jai, Arjuna ki jai, Gaur Pramanande. Now we read the English.
Arjuna said, the divisions of faith. Huh? Wait. Oh, sorry.
Conclusion.
You want to go back? Should we start? Yeah, we should go back to 17. Do it again.
Better 16. 15, 16.
For good measure. 18.
Let's do it one more time.
Conclusion. The perfection of renunciation.
All right.
Text 1. Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, Tyaga, and of the renounced order of life, sannyas, O killer of the Keshi demon, Hrishikesh. The Supreme Lord said, to give up the results of all activities is called renunciation, Tyaga, by the wise. And that state is called the renounced order of life, sannyas, by great learned men. Some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up, but there are yet other sages who maintain the acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance should never be abandoned. O best of the Bhartas, hear from me now the renunciation. O tiger among men, there are 3 kinds of renunciation declared in the scriptures. Acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not to be given up, but should be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity, and penance purify even the great souls. All these activities should be performed without any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty, O son of Pritha. That is my final opinion. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If by illusion one gives up this prescribed duties, such renunciation is said to be in a mode of ignorance. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties is troublesome, or out of fear is said to be in a mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. But he who performs his prescribed duties only because it ought to be done, and renounces all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is of the nature of goodness, O Arjuna. Those who do not hate any inauspicious work, nor are attached to auspicious work, situated in the mode of goodness, have no doubts about work. It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities. Therefore it is said that he who renounces the fruits of action is one who has truly renounced. For one who is not renounced, the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable, and mixed, occur after death. But those who are in the renounced order of life have no such results to suffer or enjoy. O mighty armed Arjuna, learn from me the 5 factors which bring about the accomplishment of all action. These are declared in Sankhya philosophy to be the place of action, the performer, the senses, the endeavor, and ultimately the supersoul. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, and speech is caused by these 5 factors. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, is not the slayer, nor is he bound by his actions. In accordance with the 3 modes of material nature, there are 3 kinds of knowledge: action and performance and performers of action. Listen as I describe them.
Did you forget knowledge?
Oh yes, I did, you're right. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower of the 3 factors which motivate action. The senses, the work, and the doer comprise the threefold basis of action. I'll read you this one. In accordance with the 3 modes of material nature, there are 3 kinds of knowledge: action and performers of action. Listen as I describe them. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all existences, undivided in the divided, is knowledge in the modes of goodness. That knowledge by which a different type of living entity is seen to be dwelling in different bodies is knowledge in the mode of passion. And that knowledge by which one is attracted to one kind of work, attached to one kind of work, as the all in all, without knowledge of truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. As for actions, that action in accordance with duty, which is performed without attachment, without love or hate, by one who has renounced fruitive results, is called action in the mode of goodness. But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires, and which is enacted from a sense of false ego, is called action in the mode of passion. And that action performed in ignorance and delusion, without considering action of future bondage or consequences, which inflicts injury and is impractical, is said to be action in the mode of ignorance. Impractical is said to be action in the mode of ignorance. The worker who is free from all material attachments and false ego, who is enthusiastic and resolute, and who is indifferent to success or failure, is a worker in the mode of goodness. But that worker who is attached to the fruits of his labor, and who passionately wants to enjoy them, who is greedy, envious, and impure, and moved by happiness and distress, is a worker in the mode of passion. And that worker who is always engaged in work against the injunction of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating, and expert in insulting others, who is lazy, always morose, and procrastinating, is a worker in the mode of ignorance. Now, O winner of wealth, please listen as I tell you in detail of the 3 kinds of understanding and determination according to the 3 modes of nature. O son of Pritha, that understanding by which one knows... What am I on here?
What ought to be done.
Okay. O son of Pritha, that understanding by which one knows what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating. That understanding is established in the mode of goodness. And that understanding which cannot distinguish between the religious way of life and the irreligious, between action that should be done and action that should not be done. That imperfect understanding, O son of Pritha, is in the mode of passion. The understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion under the spell of illusion and darkness, and strives always in the wrong direction, O Partha, is in the mode of ignorance. O son of Pritha, that determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness by yoga practice, and thus controls the mind, life, and the acts of the senses, is in the mode of goodness. And that determination by which one holds fast to fruitive results in religious, economic development, and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna. And that determination which cannot go beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness, and illusion, such unintelligent determination is in the mode of darkness. O best of the Bhartas, now please hear from me about the 3 kinds of happiness which which the conditioned soul enjoys, and by which he sometimes comes to the end of all distress. That which is the beginning may be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, and which awakens one to self-realization is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness. That happiness which is derived from contact of the senses with their objects, and which appears like nectar at first, but poison at the end, is said to be in the mode of passion. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is said to be of the nature of ignorance.
There is no being existing, either here or among the demigods in the higher planetary systems, which is free from the three modes of material nature. Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras are distinguished by their qualities of work, O chastiser of the enemy, in accordance with the modes of nature. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, wisdom, knowledge, and religiousness. These are the qualities by which the Brahmins work. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity, and leadership are the qualities of work for the Kshatriyas. Farming, cattle raising, and business, or cow protection, and business are the qualities of work for the Vaishyas, and for the Sudras, there is labor and service to others. By following his qualities of work, every man can become perfect. Now please hear from me how this can be done. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all-pervading, man can, in the performance of his own duty, attain perfection. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Prescribed duties according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. Every endeavor is covered by some sort of fault, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work which is born of his nature, O son of Kunti, even if such work is full of faults. One can obtain the results of renunciation simply by self-control and by becoming unattached to material things and disregarding material enjoyments. That is the highest perfectional stage of renunciation. O son of Kunti, learn from me in brief how one can attain to the supreme perfectional stage, Brahman, by acting in the way which I shall now summarize. Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, and who controls the body and the tongue, and is always in trance and is detached, who is without false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger, and who does not accept material things, such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. One who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the supreme Brahman. He never laments nor desires to have anything. He is equally disposed to every living entity. In that state he attains pure devotional service unto me. One can understand the Supreme Personality as he is only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of the Supreme Lord, by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. Though engaged in all types of activities, my devotees, under my protection, reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. In all activities, just depend on me and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all obstacles of conditional life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness, but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in warfare. Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my direction, but compelled by your own nature, you will act all the same, O son of Kunti. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wandering of all living entities who are seated as on a machine made of material energy. O sign of Bharta, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode. Thus I have explained to you the most confidential of all knowledge. Deliberate on this fully, and then do what you wish to do. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you the most confidential part of knowledge. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefit. Always think of me and become my devotee. Worship me and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this, because you are my very dear friend. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall protect you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. This conditional, confidential knowledge may not be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. For one who explains this supreme secret to the devotees, devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end, he will come back to me. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. And I declare that he who studies this sacred conversation worships me by his intelligence. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reaction and attains to the planets where the pious dwell. O conqueror of wealth, Arjuna, have you heard this attentively with your mind? Are your illusions and ignorance now dispelled? Arjuna said, my dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy, and I am now firm and free from doubt and prepared to act according to your instructions. Sanjaya said, thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna, and so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on end. By the mercy of Vyas, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who is speaking personally to Arjuna. O king, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure being thrilled at every moment. O king, when I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with even greater wonder, and I rejoice again and again. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion. Jai Sri Krishna Arjuna Srimad Bhagavad-Gītā ki jai. Jai Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ki jai. Gurudev Guru Parampara ki jai. Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Gaur Premanande. So who was here from the very beginning? You?
I mean, I wasn't.
You were?
I missed,
Huh?
an, I missed an hour.
You were listening in the kitchen.
I missed an hour so far.
You missed an hour, okay. You were here the whole time. Good. But everyone who came, even
me?
5 shlokas.
You're always here.
Jago, Jago,
I know, I'm
Jago.
always
What
here,
do we
so
say,
people are like,
Jago?
whatever.
All glory to Jago.
Jai.
Jai Jai. Bravo.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jai
Govinda Jai Jai.
Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jai
Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai